Shabbos, Shnei Amar Sher Bagilu Kinetim Bigalu Bidorem, so I said it. So which one is it? So another contradiction. We just said before that the entranceway is, now we're saying it's 200 amas. So what's going on here? So the Gemara says, no, keep coming on the cover. We're not talking about the windows. They're saying in the entranceways, because they're going to be so tall, you want air circulation. The air ducts will, so to speak, be at a height of 20 amas. But the gates themselves will actually be much taller because the mother lighter. So my value of the trufa, going back to the stream coming out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, what does it mean that the leaves that grow from the stream will be for medicinal purposes? One will say that consuming those leaves, the person is mute, will give them the ability to speak. Others say that if a woman is barren, it'll act like a fertility treatment. Same idea. The trufa manish. Rabbi Yochanan says manish from medicinal purpose. Not a trufa. What does this mean? The Torah onim shabbat. But ultimately, again, it will make the Talmud Chachamim even more beautiful. That's what you see. Kalamash here, part of Al Dibur Torah Ba'olam. It's incredible. But blackens his face. All the words of Torah in this one. What does this mean? Blackening his face. These are statements of deprivation. Again, a person doesn't eat they're supposed to eat, so their complexion becomes like a little bit of ashes. So the idea over here is a person who indulges a little bit less, prides himself a little bit more in order to put his focus on it. So therefore, again, I don't have the full measure of physical enjoyment in this world because I'm only myself to go. So what happens? Comes part of who not take the ziba of the Olam Haba. Rothschild gives him a radiant place in the world to come. Shnei Amar Ma'er to Balon Bachon Kalas. Balon Kalas Bachon Kalas. Kalamari Atzma Dibay. So literally again, a person literally says they start himself. What does that mean? That means that literally, again, my focus is turned to the point that I neglect, or I just don't focus on certain concerns. You know what it says? Because so if I'm missing, so to speak, for Torah in this way, there's probably in the world to come. You're being redemption of the Secha, Necha Adanecha Sashkin. So we'll say, again, what's the theme over here? What we said before. To grow spiritually requires sacrifice. Like you have to give up certain things. What are those things? Maybe a lot of times it's things in the material. Everyone says it's true every aspect of it. Everyone says, can you imagine, by the way, another moment if you didn't have to pay tuition? Right? Imagine you didn't have to pay tuition. Like just think for your lifestyle. What that would look like. What that would look like, right? We'd be happy if you're in a yacht, like that. You know, right? Imagine what it would look like. Let's say, and again, it's not just a situation. There's a lot of things, right, that really cause us to. What the Gemara is telling us to understand: whatever sacrifice your Yiddish type in this way, the Ribono will all look back to you in the next. So in other words, time to learn Torah. We do things to learn Torah. We give up our money for tzedakah. And again, I will say sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's really difficult. Just understand whatever you set for the Ribono Shel Olam in this world, multifold in the world to come. It's incredible. The mother is like this. In the future, right? Who will give us a handful. Baruch Hashem Yom Yom Banu Hatzal Yisrael Salah. By the Chair Shalom again, since Baruch Vanemar Nidot B'Shalom Mayim Mayim B'Shalom Stocking. So the Gemara says, wonderful. The Rothschild's hand is massive. So how could the Rothschild is going to give me a handful? Can't continue his handful. Amar, my time no shlichus b'agarata. Right? In share, we learn agarata.
Can you hear me? How's your day going, big dog?
You're just getting ready from subspace.
How'd you find out about me, my friend?
I've been doing analytics in SEO on.
No way, you found me from X?
Yeah.
Oh, you're
on
amazing.
X Spaces.
Okay. How exactly? What X space did you find me in?
So I search analytics for open, the word just open, and then your thing comes up there, and it says if you want to join the expanded bio, follow the expanded bio, get the link through the pass through of bio from X.
That's absolutely right. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Well, I'd love to hear a background. I mean, I got it all night, so.
You're amazing, man. Okay, thank you so much for being here. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I'm not sure if you're aware of the land of Oz. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with both those.
Excellent. That's essentially what my life is. I'm live on over 22 simultaneous YouTube streams at any given time. Um, I'm live on Twitter Spaces. I am live on Pump Fun. I am live on Twitch, Rumble, essentially everything. And I do so for world peace. If you weren't aware, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data is a resource more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, and I have more data archived on it than any person in global history, which may make me an influential person someday. And if and when the land of Oz, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have the ability to create generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to charities and philanthropic organizations of your own.
That's amazing work that you're doing. I like it. I'd love to hear more about the data situation.
Absolutely.
We're talking about how much data are you talking in a day?
Basically terabytes.
Yeah, as if you're like a feature film, like Walt Disney or something, filming a movie.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're talking 24 hours. Yeah, we're talking 24 hours times like 20 different angles. So that's something like, I want to make sure I get the numbers right.
Well, you don't have to give them right now. You know, that could take a while. Like I'm not very good at math. Sorry to ask a math question.
That's okay. So
it's like that's more of an engineering thing.
Yeah. So on Twitter or on YouTube alone, approximately 480 hours per day, and then that doesn't include the other 32 or so platforms on which I'm streaming, many of which are also archived. I do this not just for world peace, but to bring awareness about global problems like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate of lifestyle program, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth's water onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
That's awesome. Do you have any projects in Costa Rica?
Not currently, though. We do have some people who are living there within our cryptocurrency, but not currently. That's some place that I'd really like to help, most certainly. I talk about other things for the benefit.
Yeah, they're rebuilding. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but they're rebuilding the coastline with new reefs and coral.
It's phenomenal. I talk about other things.
Yeah, I just didn't know if what's your stance on environmentalism and like how much do you get involved with American environmentalism?
Sure. I'm very pro environment. I'm pro clean energy. I'll talk about some of those aspects in a moment. I've done everything from advocate um, for environmental legislation to cleaning up litter, and basically quite a few things in between. I've been an environmentalist since I was a young person. I talk about things in addition to environmentalism. I'm a future. I'm someone who advocates for the future and study of the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like nuclear energy, specifically clean, uh, safe nuclear energy, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion. Things like tidal power. Just one moment. Just one moment. Tidal power, GOG. I'm an advocate for things like invisibility cloaks and Santa Claus machines, replicators, things like space tourism, elevators, things like terraforming of other planets, and kit for things like interstellar travel, de-extinction. People, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat did in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, bird. I talk about the things that may affect you, your friends, your family, the land of Oz, things like life extension technology. When you're born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technologies such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, peptides, things like cold shock therapy, red light, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, nootropics, to eventually get you to be 120 years old. But at 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, this has been a really great run. Everything you said back in 2025 came true. It's been amazing. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. All this is with your consent. But if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer with your consent, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But actually, what I'm saying to you, the land of Oz, that you may be able to have the opportunity at a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, self-custody of my own digital entity, actually. I'm very familiar with how, I've got my own digital avatar. The Screen Actors Guild in America now offers that service so that all of their actors can have a digital twin that works.
Phenomenal. So, you said you had a question in there, so feel free to ask any questions that you may have.
Yeah, neutrinos? Are you familiar? And what are your thoughts?
Yeah.
When it comes to nuclear energy and energy source?
Yeah, I'm open to any kind of um, potential new types of energy sources. Um, I think that fission and fusion are the traditional sources, but really there are some advocates for safe nuclear energy. A lot of people think that nuclear energy is dangerous. I think that um, basically using neutrinos in nuclear energy is potentially a very efficient way of providing power. While not an expert in the matter, it's something of which I'm an advocate, so long as we can do it in a safe and manner.
Yeah, that makes good sense. We live in, and we'll see what the future holds.
Absolutely. Um, in addition to all the streaming that I do, I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So, in addition to being the most archived individual ever, it's essentially a treasure trove for the world. And when I eventually go viral, which could be any day, you never know, um, I have so much content that literally, if one person were to take their life and dedicate it to what I do, you could only watch one of my streams for 4 years and get just one angle of what I'm doing at this point. And with 22 different streams going, it's you take about 100 years or so, um, and thus I think
that's only if you watch it in real time.
that's true, and without aid of AI and such.
Yeah, because I'm an analyst, and I've watched every movie that American people said it's not possible. And I said, well, I've watched them all.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah, like I do all the clip notes. I'm only looking for lighting in like cinematography, like specifically like crane moves and the way.
Most certainly,
my.
and then with the aid of AI, at least with my streams, you'll be able to. You can already have services that will take a 12-hour stream of mine and clip into the most important 5-minute discussions that I have, whatever it may be. You can also take a clip of mine, just the link, put it into ChatGPT, and get a summarization minute by minute of what goes on. And that's very helpful to people. They don't want to watch me sleeping or something like that. You're exactly right. With some types of technological, people are able to digest a lot of data much more quickly than in traditional forms.
I draw pictures and then I put them into AI and have it for what I've drawn.
That's excellent.
Have you ever done that before?
Okay, so you draw pictures and then you have AI. What do you have AI do?
So specifically ChatGPT, I draw a picture and take a photograph of it, okay. And then I prompt in ChatGPT. I tell it what to do and what I want to look like for a novel that I've been writing.
Oh, very cool. Okay, thank you for the elaboration. That's really neat. Have you considered using Sora for this as well?
Yeah, my background is my very own workflow. So I have my own workflow currently, and I've just used ChatGPT because I found it to be responsive to the look and style that I'm going for.
Okay. Are you familiar with Sora? It's part of ChatGPT.
Yeah, the problem with Sora is it's video, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so video isn't there yet, like at all. It's not close to what the photographs are. Like my photographs it's coming out almost exactly like it. It's just really helping with the speed of it. Whereas video from a photograph, it really doesn't know still, and it has a problem with people doing turns.
Yeah. No.
It doesn't really have it can't make you can't make a ballerina. That's for sure.
Well, certainly not a ballerina that you want doing certain moves in a timed fashion, like you would.
Well, in a movie or something, or like a knight in shining armor, like in a sword fight with a hobgoblin.
Oh,
like Moses, like partying the Red Sea.
Have you tried Sora 2?
What now?
Have you tried Sora 2?
I haven't tried Sora 2, no.
Oh, it'll do that. Yeah, so we'll do it right now. So they have an app that has been released on iOS, and they're a wait list for people. Okay, so give me you. We talked about so we want. Okay.
And jazz being played.
Please provide a scene of a ballerina and Lindy hopping, like jazz, and if possible, have jazz playing in the background. And also have two knights sword fighting on the side. Okay, so I just have to say generating. And in about 3 minutes, we're going to get an excellent version of it. Sora 1 wasn't nearly as good as Sora. Isn't nearly as good as Sora 2 is. And so those things that you're describing, I think you're going to be surprised just at how accurate and quickly this is going to be able to create the requested picture.
What's the price point for it?
It's free. You get 30 free videos a day. Yeah, it's amazing. Do you have an iOS device?
Yeah, I've been Apple life.
Okay, excellent. It's available on iOS, like the app. Then also, what you should do, whatever I don't know if you have the ability, if you haven't already, the Atlas browser from ChatGPT, it's going to take over Google Chrome today. They just launched it. AI browser it is only available to iOS desktops, but this browser is going to change the way. It's literally like the only browser that can break Google's monopoly of Chrome.
Okay, installed Atlas.
Yeah, and it's not available on PC yet. Only available on Windows computers. So, but
yeah, or like a Linux.
I don't even think that. I think it's just for Apple computers at this point. Apple desktop. So you can't even get it on the phone yet. Okay, so we are generating here. It looks like it's about done. So here we are. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect. You can tell, I mean, just like ChatGPT wasn't perfect when it first came out, there are major opportunities there that we might be able to see an excellent version of this in perhaps the next year or so. And right now it only puts out 10-second videos, but I'm sure that'll be expanded to the point where there are arguments to be made. Do we really need movie studios anymore in the traditional sense? Because we could just have AI essentially create everything that we need. And I know this was a major debate like last year and the year before, with Fran Drescher and such, and who owns to those types of things. And you seem to be very knowledgeable, at least on your own image and likeness and such. But like at least with Sora, it will, or it can scan your face and then put you in any of the environments they want. And it's very accurate. The one thing isn't that accurate is the voice. It'll say what you want generally, but I find these things to be really funny. Like, or I've seen these on iOS. Like you take Tupac Shakur and Mr. Rogers. You seen any of these? And Mr. Rogers teaching Tupac Shakur how to rap. I don't know if you've seen any of this, but they're very funny.
Yeah, absolutely. I keep track of the expensive Twitter that costs $300 a month. Do you have that one?
No, I don't, because I don't see the use of it. I was a Twitter.
Oh, no, but it's got to do with the reason is the AI.
Okay, so Grok is that much better?
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Especially for managing things, because it bypasses all the problems of like Hootsuite and translations between Meta and Instagram and all the 30,000 other social medias.
All
I
right.
don't know.
Do I rent China everything as well?
Yeah, like do you have China YouTube?
Billy's the closest that I get to that.
Yeah, it's a really big market now. Like that's all the newest stuff says. Make sure you go to China because you can pick up like 100,000 followers pretty easily there quickly. I like what you're doing. Thanks for having me. I was just like searching for open mics. Come back and
Absolutely, always welcome here. More than anything that I do, just please know that I'm here to be a positive person. I'm here to have an optimistic view on society. I'm here to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, let me know, okay?
yeah, well, dude, just do you play any video games or anything, or do you do that?
Yeah, so we've got a group of people who come here to play. We'll play one night. We play mini games. We play Discord games, some app games, just like easy games to play. But I also play Grand Theft Auto. It's 250 days until Grand Theft Auto 6 launches May 26th, 2026. If they stick to that date, so that's a neat countdown. Then I play some Fortnite, some Age of Empires, Civilization, those kind of games. Total Wars, I like those kind of games. So yeah.
Do you play any role playing games like Dungeons and Dragons or any of those types of tabletop RPGs?
Limited, but some, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's mainly my background is filmmaking. I've been a filmmaker my whole life, and yeah, I like doing stuff online. And I just released a book you can download.
All right, how do I get this book?
It's in my links in my bio.
Okay, just a moment.
Yeah, on X, or I don't know how would I do that on here.
I'll send you a message.
Cool. Yeah, it's all the AI artwork that I've been drawing and taking the photos of and whatnot. I worked on it for the last about a year and a half. I've been working on it, just the artwork side, and I've worked about 3 years. And it's all about cryptocurrency and the state of the world.
Excellent. I just sent wave, respond, and I'll graphic novel. I'll download it and take a look at it, and when I have time to give you any feedback that I have. That's really cool that you've done that. Do you follow any sports? The land. Do you follow any sports?
second. I think I'm struggling.
You're good. Okay, so I sent you the a wave, so feel free to accept when you can. I was asking, do you play any sports?
I play a lot of sports.
Excellent. What do you play?
Baseball, basketball.
Or do you follow sports?
Yep.
What do you want
Watch a lot of basketball.
Oh, okay.
Watch baseball. That's nice. World Series.
Exactly. It's 2-2.
Nice. You have the Blue Jays up?
Are they? It's 2-2. So they're.
Like that. Yo, who's batting?
Oh,
Who's
I don't.
batting?
I'm not sure.
It's all good. All right. Cool.
Are you a Blue?
I'm a baseball. And I Blue Jays haven't been to World Series.
Yes.
Like Canada's got that. You know?
92 when they went back to back, something like that.
Oh yeah, back in the day they bought a team and it just went all the way. It was a great World Series. I remember it well.
Excellent.
Yep. You know, I usually probably go to a bar, have a drink with some friends. What now?
If there is a game 5.
Oh, they're winning for us World Series. They got to make that money. You got to go at least game 6 or 7. Every game is worth so much at that point.
I get you. I know how it works, and especially with the recent numbers scandal that came out of the NBA. You know, everybody's got extending series on their mind.
Yeah, everyone's got. They need to be too busy to take any phone calls. They're focused on. And also,
Okay. Why those?
because it's a poker. It's so stupid. It's like, who cares about a poker game to people? You know, I think it's stupid. People allegations, everything. You know, it's poker, man. It's some men sitting around with cigars playing poker. You're gonna bust that up? Whatever.
Yeah, it seems as if the owners don't want this kind of middle ground manipulation going after fish.
Best smallest fish in what is an average NBA career at the most, right? Pat Riley made like a couple million, I think. You know, Phil Jackson made like a couple million, I think, a year. Maybe at his height he made like 10 million, but nothing like the players.
Oh, nothing
so
like
they're going
that.
after like old player coaches now for silly like $100,000 games.
Nothing like the, but even they make even more than the referees, and that's where the issue comes in. When you have a referee who's making a few hundred thousand dollars a year, next to a player tens of millions of dollars a year, many times the referees get jealous.
Yeah, but you understand, you're Joe, man. Like the referees are the game. Like in the NFL, those referees are calling that game because of where they stand on the field and how they can block vision. They can, they decide. NFL has way too much control referees. The NBA referees can't control the game that much because the player really play. Like it's just a different thing that can happen. They can get into their head though. Like certain referees will just mess with players, and you see that in the NBA a lot. Recently, Yang Hansen, the kid from China, he in his game against Utah, all of a sudden fouls out 5 fouls. And they're all like the worst fouls ever because NBA changed the rules this year with hand touching the oven rule. Are you familiar with that?
Please elaborate.
So if the shooter's shooting the ball, right, and you touch him before the act of shooting or after now, then it counts as a foul. Whereas before, it was never like that. So it's pretty lame. Like, if I hit the person after they shoot, then it's back to those rules. Remember when NBA, they would like try and get them to land on them all the time?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Wrong.
Right.
Yeah, we're back to that now.
Okay. I mean, so long as they call it both ways, that's usually the important part. By the way, I sent you a wave in Discord. I don't know if you see it in your direct messages, so I can see your graphic novel.
Okay, something Discord. Oh, there you are. Oh, cool. I've never gotten a message on you before.
Everything, my friend. Excellent. Hubble Mars Z. Issue 0. All right. I'll take a look at it. Graphic novel about Bitcoin and the crypto for adults and people with a good sense of humor. Excellent. So why is it issue 0?
I was gonna say, so I monetized issue 1 through 4, but for you or anybody else, like, so you just let me know and I'll give you like the promo if you like issue 0. I get it. Like, you read issue 0, it's kind of like the setup. You kind of understand the world and where it's going. And if you like it, then there's it costs them and whatever. But if you like it, then I'll just give them to you for free, and you can read the series.
That's baller. All right, I'll take a look at it.
Cool.
100%. I love to promote art really in any way I can. I think it's an important endeavor, especially with a project like mine. So I'll get people who write books and music and they like to make movies, anything they can really digest. I do my best to. I get some avant-garde things, but then I get some really interesting things as well.
Or do you want sports though?
Yeah, I love sports. I am big into the NFL. Do you have any fantasy football teams?
Yeah. So we run a weekly football league.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had this game since the 1980s with these same people that have been playing.
So your childhood friend?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's amazing. How many times have you won your league?
Never won.
Wow, in 30 plus years you've never won?
Never won first. No. One guy's really good. Just like genius with this shit. You know, football's football.
Right.
So is basketball.
Yeah,
let me tell you how we do it if you want to
yeah, I do.
Every year we draft with a set of baseball cards. So your team just the players that you from the cards, right? And then you're allowed to trade those players for the guys that did drafted and just to straight up whatever you want. And that's how we do it. So it's kind of fun because you also every year at least get to keep the cards for cards that you drafted, which covers some of the cost of entry to the league. Like 1,500.
Okay. That's
for all of them. Yeah, but we do that's for all the sports.
okay. So you don't do hockey?
No one watches hockey.
Right. Okay.
We're in a place where no one plays hockey. Like, it's all because we have like ties to the sports. Like, Aaron Rodgers went to my high school from the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, very well. Are you from NorCal?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, very well. Do you? Okay, so you guys play. You've been playing since when? How old were you when you started this league?
1992.
Okay, how old were you guys? 12?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, that's so cool that you have kept your childhood friendships and been able to do this every and then have a good time with it, and then at the end, you guys get the cards. That's really neat. It stinks that the one guy's so good, but you know it is what it is. All right, so you are like sports, yeah. I'm in like 20, 29 fantasy football league. Like, why that many? I have one primary one for money essentially, and then I just do a bunch of ESPN ones that I just really babysit throughout the year. But then when playoff time comes, I usually have about half those teams that are pretty decent, and then it kind of guarantees me that I'm going to at least win a few fantasy football leagues every year. So I do that. I'm in like 25 fantasy hockey leagues, though I don't follow hockey. I'm in 25 NBA leagues. I just finished my 25 WNBA leagues. Those were I don't normally follow the WNBA, but it keeps me interested a little bit more than normal. Just finished baseball. Baseball, I did okay. Football is the real one though that I like, and so I'm in a football league with a bunch of people from a cryptocurrency, and they're good individuals, and we play and have a good time. So, yeah, I do like sports. In addition to watching those sports, I like to play golf. I like long distance running. I like tennis, racquetball. I really like any kind of racket sport, pickleball. Um,
What's the longest distance you're in?
I ran 113 miles in a week once. I've run 30 miles in a day within 24 hours. About it.
Yeah, that's like Native Americans. Really fast.
So I've lived with sub 4 minute milers, and they kind of taught me how to run long distances. And what we would do is, like, to me as a normal person, to run more than like 5 miles is, why would you do that? Punish yourself that much. But if you're doing it with someone and you have someone with whom to speak and like enjoy their company, the hour or two that you spend running kind of flies by. And so I started doing that. This was a few years ago, but I would like basically, like, this is how I started, as from going from a 0 miles per day to 113 in a week. His dad, like, a friend of mine won Foot Locker, which is like the biggest high school race in the United States, and his dad, he just started walking a 5K a day and lost a lot of weight. And I was inspired by this, by saying, like, look, if this guy's in his like 50s or 60s able to just walk 5K a day and do really well. I think anybody could do it. So I started with just walking a 5K a day, and I did that. And then I started to run it, and I did that for 100 days straight. And then my friend was like, "Dude, 5K is nothing. Like, you're like it's really good, and you've really gotten into good shape doing this. But like, if you really want to start to run, start expanding." And so he and I then started doing like 10Ks, and then we started um, like I like to run in Southern California, so we would do different runs, like parks. We'd run at like the beach, and then we started expanding that to long runs and up in the mountains and such. And I really enjoyed doing that, and like we both had like both busy during the day, but I found that if I ran before my day, I could run like 13 miles in the morning, and then do what I needed during the day. And then when he would come home about 5 o'clock or so, we would go running again, and then I would run another 15 to 15, sometimes more in the evening, and then over the course of the day, that turns out to be like a marathon. Now, it's not a marathon all at once, but you're running like half marathons, and it puts a lot of wear and tear on your body. But really, all you need is a pair of shoes and shorts, and you can. That's all you need. You don't need a whole lot. So, long story short, I was just around people who were like Olympic like athletes. My friend, he and his brother at the time were the only two American brothers to ever break the 4-minute mile, and so they were more like not necessarily sprinters, but like that's also not long distance runners by any means. But we got into that just because of his training, and that's how I got into long distance running. And I'm a little older, so I don't do it as much, but I do respect running a lot more than I think a lot of other people. Um, Especially like cross country track, really interesting to me. They don't get uh, a lot of publicity, but I do know them. So um, I enjoy running. I enjoy golfing. Actually, started from golf. It was during the pandemic, and was I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial to be able to do this and not at work and such. And I, after at the time during the pandemic, had a uh, career working um, for a Fortune 100 company, and I decided after work, since there wasn't anything really to do, people in person, you had to stay 6 feet away and everything, that I would go and hit balls at the driving range at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim. After every I would go there. I joined his club. They're just it's like a public course, but at least they have something called the Players Club, and that allows you like a certain amount of balls every night, and so I would go and hit golf balls, and I wanted to view my swing. I'd never had the opportunity to see what my swing looked like on camera, so I started taking my iPhone out and recording my swing, and then I would just forget to stop the stream sometimes, or the video, I should say. It was just a video. I would make jokes to myself whether I slice the ball or hook the ball, and I thought, you know what, in the future, if I ever had like to someday, they might think funny that I have video of myself before they were even in my eye. And so I started taking that video at night after work and uploading it to like Google Drive, and did that for a few months. And then I started to get GoPros to do it. But once you start getting into that, start really running into upload speed and getting throttled by your speed because uploads are just, timely and such. And I thought, you know what? I'm at the point now where I'm comfortable enough on camera, enough done the golf ball and mistakes that I doing this live. And so I didn't know anything about social media really, and I just created a YouTube account, and I thought, you know what, if I'm going to do this, I want to do this better than anybody's ever done it. I don't want to just do it from one stream, like, hey, this is my first desktop stream. I'm going to buy a bunch of computers and put them all around me so that I can see myself in 360 degrees and start really archiving myself like the Truman Show. And so I started that in the fall of 2021, and here we are 4 years later, and I have a data set of individual history.
That's awesome, man. I think that's an amazing inception story.
Isn't it? I think it's cool. So I think it's cool too that, like, basically the world's largest data set could be derived from such a small, almost unimportant set of videos that I did trying to my golf swing.
Yeah, golf's a game. I love golf. Play as much as I can.
Excellent. Do you have?
I'm a bogey golfer.
Okay.
You know what that means.
Absolutely, yeah. So am I. That's really. I mean, in today's day and age, people don't play. I find as much as they did when I was a kid. Like, youth golf used to be really big, and it's not as big anymore. I think it's very expensive to play and to find the time, and kids are really stuck in online apps. But when I was a kid, youth golf is where it was at, and yeah, I quite enjoyed it. Okay, so bogey golf is pretty good. How long have you been playing?
Since childhood.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
I grew up in agriculture on a tree where we just hit golf all the time.
Oh, very cool. So you basically had a driving range in your backyard.
Yeah, exactly. Still doing it right now. I mean, same direction. So,
very cool.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's pretty fun.
What do you grow?
Back then, just all nutters.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, very neat.
Yeah, that's if you know agriculture at all, like nuts or you plant nuts for like your grandkids, are all just now cut down for all the wood. But the people that planted them have passed away now for like 30 years.
Wow. What kind of nuts? Like walnut? That kind of stuff?
Yeah, exactly. Black walnuts, walnut, almonds. So,
Very well.
basically, just put this out here.
Excellent. And do you harvest them as well?
Not me personally. I don't have to do anything. I don't even. Growing up, I wasn't even allowed to use power tools because I was raised to just do like business stuff.
That's cool.
I wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't raised like labor or like have to worry about the. Because it's all about the leasing the land.
And is that what you lease the land?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, it has allowed you a nice life.
Yeah, I got to be a kid my whole life, work and be a friend. Travel and not have to be tied down.
Absolutely. Yeah. What's the longest pay?
Well, I made like 100 for direct DVD.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've got like petabytes full of footage.
Now, are you someone who wants to one day be a mainstream film director?
Well, I kind of was, and then I just failed.
Okay.
So maybe one day.
Why do you think?
Well, I'll tell you the story really quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not some long-winded thing. So I was living in California, and this camera called Red came out. Are you familiar with Red cameras from Oakley?
Yeah. To some extent.
Basically, I put down a $5,000 deposit on a camera 2 years before it came.
Okay.
For 2 years. I'm in Louisiana. And it's supposed to hurricane. And I get offered to just train Warner Brothers Studio cinematography. Be really good at doing that. Work with all the top studios for about 3 years. Get in with Willis of all people and direct my first film. And that's by really bad producers. As a direct, I can only do so much at that point. But made my first film, and just still today, just very difficult to watch. So it's a real release. It was at a few other places, but it basically just got suppressed.
That's impressive.
So, well, the problem with all that becomes I don't want to go to jail, it's got Rose McGowan in it. It's got all these Hollywood stars, Peter Bogdanovich. It's just for me, everyone that's involved in it is so corrupt, and there's some problems that it's just it's better to just go forward maybe with something new. So that's why that comic book that you see is totally outside of my film career.
Okay, so you say you don't want to go to jail, which is totally understandable. understandable. So if you were to take these 100 videos and just publish them on to a torrent or something like that, these actors could have their lawyers cease and desist you, basically, because you're using their likeness, or you're using actually that they had, and they're not making any revenue on it to some extent. Is that right? Residuals.
Yeah, that's what I understand it as in this one like that. The big one that I did with property. So I could probably get like 30 out of 100 of them that could just have open rights. Because not all of them like films are tied up.
Thought of publishing those?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I started with this graphic novel, and then maybe I'll move it back, so kind of step backwards.
I mean,
I was really excited about AI.
Definitely. You have a fascinating story, and you have a giant amount of data that is unseen, which is, for anyone who loves data, in a lot of ways, it's heartbreaking because you want to share the data with people. But if you were to take that 20 or 30 to which you have the rights and publish those on YouTube, you might find some people who really enjoy your work and say, where can I get more of this? I'm with the CEO. I'd like to re-release this. And you may say, hey, I've got another 70 of these, but they're tied up with property issues. You want to help through that? And if they do, you may be able to release them. And it's not about money, I understand from your perspective, but it's about the hard work and the art for any film, like one of your highest goals.
Being portrayed in a proper way. I had the opportunity when in 2012 turn the film into just open. Anyone could edit the film. They would have everything however they wanted. At that point, and then the other people all said, no, that won't be a good idea. If you just do that, you'll be rewarding the data with the world,
right?
And letting people, or like learn from it. You don't have to keep all secrets for yourself. You can show that file and show them the different stages of filmmaking.
Right. And is it something that you're still considering?
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm a big, a good Jubilee year. I don't know if you're familiar with the Jubilee year in the Kid.
Because it's like a 25th or 50th or 100th or something.
Yeah, every 25 years they have a Jubilee year where from all faiths kind of visit each other. And so I've been having a good Jubilee year, and I think that maybe the film stuff is going to be something that I pursue in 2026.
Okay. Well, if I were you, I think you've got a huge amount of data to be able to share with the world. I would have my production company create, or whatever I am, upload the 20 to 30 those movies that you can, and you'll get enough people who have interest in what you've done to be able to network and work through the other issues and create new movies. But I know you're just with a graphic novel. I get that. And I also get that AI has an opportunity to really enhance some of your projects. But if people can't view the videos that you have, your eyes, and I think that as someone who's of art, never wants that to happen.
The revelation I've had this year is that my artwork is ready to live because it'll now translate performances of the voice correctly to all the other languages of the world. Before, we could never do that. So my audience now is the world for real. And it's not going to cost me a ton of money to do that. Before, the big cost was and it never was correct. It was horrible. whenever it was in other languages.
Right.
But now it keeps that perfectly.
Right. And you'd get captions that are correct as well, right?
You have to manually check it yourself. See, that's what I just ran into. It had an 85% correct right. I had to do 15% in most languages, and it took me about 100 hours. I had to do it in Mandarin and Cantonese. Let me explain. Sorry. I had to do a quality check for a film just to do a test in Cantonese, and it only got 5% of it correct. So I still had to go change all that, and that took me about 100 hours to do an hour and a half movie. So you can do the math of what it would just the hard copy to do that is per language.
Right. I get that. Not easy.
You're talking about $100,000.
Yeah, but I mean that was
if you do every language on earth.
yeah, but that was wasn't it?
No, I'm saying right now still.
Okay.
Because, again, the AI, so you still have to watch the whole frame by frame. Like, you understand, I watched the whole thing. I did reference it and make sure the characters.
I get that.
And when it wasn't, I had to, like, manually change it and then make sure that it understood that that's not what it was.
I get that. Well, but couldn't you just release it in English and just let somebody use like their own software and they're not 100% right, but then you don't have to pay any of that money.
I don't need that because it's going to do it.
The AI?
Yeah, the new AI Firefly. I don't know if you've seen it from the Firefly stuff.
I'm familiar with it. That's what I was thinking as well. That's what I was saying that now isn't possible to be able to do it flawlessly, and it does seem to be that way. So if you have, let's say, 30 movies to release, and I don't know how many popular languages, 10 maybe? How many would you release it in?
Oh, just start with 4.
Okay, so let's go with, so that's right there, the 120 version movie, or of 3 movies, apologies, 30 movies that you can do. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of content for people to be able to digest. Then people are going to be like, "Hey, what's the name of your?" If you don't want to reveal it, that's fine. Eventually, people would be like, "Have you seen Avaz's YouTube stream or YouTube account? They have 120 movies, 30 unique movies, and I want more content from them."
That'd be awesome. I've been looking for that since like 2007.
Well, that's the way to do it, especially if you have it in other languages. You're going to get somebody from China, hey, where can I get more of this content? And you'll be like, well, I made it years ago. You're going to say, well, I have an investing source. I'd like you to create a new movie.
I'm just checking. So that went to DVD was in 2003.
Okay, so 2000.
The last film I made that went to DVD was in 2016. So it's been years since I've even made a film.
So that's a perfect, and that'll have a lot of nostalgia in it. People love nostalgia.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you what happened this year was, and I treated it as if I was my grandma the movie. Right?
Okay.
I was like, okay, let me re-edit it, like the rated G version,
Right.
And it made it so much better. It really did.
Okay.
By just making it sweet and just not having it as gratuitous. Because when I was in my 20s and I made these movies, you really are being bold and going for it.
Absolutely.
Now in my 40s, when I look at it, I'm like, oh, well, I just need to tone it back a little bit, and you still get the point across because I went so extreme with made it.
Just edit it and put out the family friendly versions or whatever you consider it to be. And then you have any restrictions on your YouTube account. And if given enough time, somebody's going to see this and want more, contact you.
That would be awesome. That's what I'm looking for.
I mean, basically sitting on a library and not letting anybody see it. And that's cool if that's what you want to do. But the beauty of art is to share it with people. And YouTube's the which anyone in the world can view your art. And if I were you, I would share my.
I've got a YouTube account. Had it for a long time.
Okay.
Vimeo was tough.
Why do you say tough?
The cost was really expensive.
With you, when it was like $800 a year, and no more expensive than that now.
Yeah, I had zero. Whereas with YouTube, at least I have organic traffic.
Right.
And it was also when I met people, hey, check this out. It's on. I know I downloaded an app on their TV, like look at it.
Right.
Whereas YouTube, I think, was just more indoctrinated in everyone's phone, and people have YouTube accounts, and like that's just
right.
Like it's like part of their monthly goals.
Exactly.
Whereas Vimeo just never caught on.
No, it didn't, and it's very expensive for a user. So take your content and put it up on YouTube. You basically have your own streaming site.
Yeah, and then I've been using X to like talk about. That's how I found you tonight. Was I'm doing the SEO searching and just a lot of research this last year.
Absolutely. Do you ever use X video space?
I personally never used any video space or like any video space.
What you should have seen when you viewed my X space is that it's video, which is different than other videos. Just about any other Twitter space.
Well, not me. I've got like right now I can see like.
But there are thousand Twitter space going.
Well, that you can see. I mean, did you ever use Periscope?
It was purchased by Twitter.
It was badass. Man.
Right. And
Periscope was like tons of video streams everywhere all day.
Do you know what Spaces board is?
Spaces dashboard?
Yeah. Spaces dashboard. You know what I'm talking about? Spaces dashboard.com.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I get it.
Have you been there? It's okay if you, yeah.
What are you trying to tell me?
It's like how you find anybody's space going on in the world. And as you, someone like finding open mics and such, right now.
Yeah. So, like I said on Mac,
right.
And I click that, the SEO at the top.
I've got that too. You can't organize it by what space just started.
The newest one.
No, that's a good enough way to do it. Or categorization. You can't just go into ones. You can type cryptocurrency, but if they don't put that in the text of the space, they're going to find it.
Well, that's true. Yeah, but if they use basic, like, hashtag,
no, but
you'll find it.
No, maybe 25% of people are doing that. Most people are not.
No.
So, absolutely.
Well, it's got to be higher than that.
Absolutely not. It's clear that you're not seeing the majority of Spaces. Right now, how many Twitter Spaces are going on in English, according to you? I can tell you right now there are 500.
Told you, and you're correct. I'm wrong. Where I said I was just going to type in how many spaces are currently going on, and the AI assistant doesn't work in the window that I thought it did.
That's okay. So I'm giving you a heads up. Spaces dashboard is the perfect place for you to be able to get data for what you're looking. Right now, I can tell you of the 503 English-speaking spaces, categorization, 10 are on cryptocurrencies, 6 are on NFTs, 5 are on technology, 5 are on investing, 4 on digital creators, 4 on entertainment, 4 on U.S. national news. But a lot of them aren't categorized at all. So just like you should know, a lot of people don't press those categorizations. They'll just be like, okay, well, we're going to space. I'm gonna hit start. And the people who they're gonna join the space. I don't really care if other people join or not. They just don't have this to recognize that these things better. And Twitter is a terrible people. So I'm just saying, you'll see, like right now there are 400. But guess what? It's in the middle of the night in Japan right now, or it's gonna be, or absolutely during the week. At least when I checked this morning, the United States had 700 and Japan had 33. Japan uses Twitter more than any other country. And giving you a heads up, like there's an untapped Japanese. How you get into it if you don't know Japanese. But if you look the Twitter app, you don't get access to all of the different spaces that are currently going. Like right now, if I ask you in English, what is the largest space going on? How many people? And Twitter should make this available to its users. So with Twitter's Spaces dashboard, tell you that there are 506 people in the top English space right now. This one, 287. Biggest one, 270.
Can you send a link to that? I'm still trying to find it. I can't.
Okay. A browser and type space SPACES dashboard DASHBOARD spacesdashboard.com.
Okay.
Do you find it?
Yep.
Okay, now this is going to be your best friend. So instead of you having to use the searcher on Twitter, doesn't always work that well. So do you see there are 493 English-speaking? You have to categorize English, but
no, I got it. Yeah. I know you use GUI.
Excellent.
I assume it's all GUI.
Yeah. And do you see that the top space right now for English is the @Kit and Walt Show open mic 2 minutes shills?
That's the online.
Okay. What?
The Kid and Walt Show open mic 2 minute shows.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah, exactly. Like, retweet, and follow, and you'll be able to talk about whatever you want.
Oh, cool.
Exactly.
And then does it direct link from?
So you can, if you press live, take you there.
Yeah, there's a little up and whoa to join and work so.
There you go.
And then, I like it because it doesn't make me auto join. It says do I listen or not.
Yeah, there's.
Because it didn't kick me out of this. Because I think that'll just and drop me from this rugby.
Nice stuff. Yeah, no worries there. But that's what you were looking for is open mics. Well, the biggest English speaking.
Well, that's way easier. Thank you.
You're welcome, big dog. That's why I was so aggressive. Like, do you know about it? Are you using it? Because it's phenomenal. Now, not only that, but it also tells you if you combine all the speakers at once, how many people uh, those people combined to have. So in that Kid and Walt, there are 10,000. The number two is a crumb of context. EDG Sarah, she's 27,000. That Trash Discourse, they have at six. They have six get from Twitter. I've said it before. You should buy this website, but they don't. I don't understand. It's an amazing website. It also has a search.
Have you ever used BankerBot?
A second. Retweeted by it, I think. But tell me about it.
I wouldn't trust it for more than like $50 transactions. Banking system that I can't tell if it's a scam or not still.
Okay.
It's weird. I mean, that's all I can say about it. But it works with your X account. It comes with it. And there's a website similar to this that gives you information and whatnot. And it'll make transactions back and forth from your crypto wallet to other X accounts through like automation.
I automate Twitter myself. I've created. I have right now that automatically repost anything that somebody says on the topic of cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Discord, NFTs. Basically, um, um, focus on any keyword that I want, and then what it does is it knows where to click the repo, and it reposts any people, and then they that reposted them that says to join my Discord, and it might be something that you might want to use as well if you are interested in self promotion. I just use macros basically. It's pretty easy to program. It's basically drag and drop. What you see is what you get programming. It's not, you don't need any languages, but it gets a lot of interesting people in here. So if you're looking for bots, that's one as well that you may be able to use. Okay, so the banker bot, it comes with Twitter, you say?
Well, it's like a separate website. It doesn't come with Twitter. It just uses X to communicate back and forth. It's no big deal. It's not like a hot topic or anything. I was just wondering if you're familiar or not.
Okay. I just checked the one that retweeted me. It's actually called Blinkbot. So apologies, it's not BankerBot. So where would I find this? So bankerbot.com?
Yeah, exactly. Or maybe it's .net or something. It comes right up.
Okay. Interesting. Maybe if I put a space in. BankerBot. Add BankerBot Discord bot. It's with an R. BNKR. Okay.
Yep.
So it's banker.bot. Okay. Powered crypto banker. Trade with banker, but you said that you don't trust it all the way yet.
I don't know. I've never done more than like $50. So
Okay.
it's just considering it for my filmmaking stuff to like use it for obvious reasons. But I just don't know if it's the best way to deploy or like trust that it would actually collect that much money.
Very cool. I'll check this out.
I wish that there was to make the world more peaceful, that cybersecurity was more open, and that you could tell when stuff like this was actually legit and wasn't.
I'm in agreement with you on that.
There's a few organizations that are dedicated to that, but the way that they do investors is kind of silly.
Why do you say it's silly?
Well, are you familiar with the system of like in America for investing in the different tier system?
To some extent, yeah. And the different accreditations you have to have.
I mean, it's really easy to remember. Like, SEC advisor is what you have to be. So if you come up with that much money and that much of an idea, and then everything underneath that to about 4 million is about the same. And then from 4 million and under, it's a whole nother world.
What do you call someone from 4 million to 25 million?
Oh, they're like the little fish.
I know, but you said above 25 million is called an SEC investor or an SEC advisor. Apologies. What do you call someone from 4 to 25?
They're learning their lessons, trying to get to 25.
Okay, don't have a name.
Yeah, it's just there's a lot of failure there. But at 25 and above, it's not much failure.
Right.
But 4 to 25 million, there's a lot of failure.
I'd imagine.
Yep. So, and then 4 million and under kind of doesn't matter. Like, the laws don't really apply.
Right. It could be anything.
Exactly. It's like, come on, like, they all know they made. This is why the Chauncey Billups thing with the NBA is pissing me off. I'm like, oh no, what'd they find? We found one handgun, some Cuban cigars, and $3 million total. Like, to ruin like a bunch of guys' lives, it's stupid.
Right, and as I understand, this goes back like 4 years, right?
Probably, who knows, man? I mean, it sucks. They're just raiding everybody. Diddy, you got NBA coaches now can't even have a legit poker game. Like, come on, that's like Al Capone days.
Did you see the technology they were using?
Oh, it's all global technology. I've been on it since the year 2000. Like, I'm a believer, but I'm very familiar with observation, and since Project Edward Snowden and all that, like, it's out there. And anyone that doesn't think that you can easily just be targeted in America, you're silly.
Well, what I'm talking about are like the cameras that see through felt. Do you know what I'm referencing?
Yeah, for them to cheat. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so they call them an X-ray table. Basically, it's just a table that has cameras facing upward that can see through felt, and then you can tell what the cards are on the table.
Yeah, can I tell you a really funny story?
Sure. Go for it.
So during COVID, what they do to keep playing poker, these little, literally, they're like plastic, like individual seats with like a plastic thing around you, right?
Right.
But what do you think that did to the visibility of the cards?
Made it reflective.
Exactly. So in certain positions, you can see everyone's cards.
That's really interesting.
And then so they had to take it down. They were like, okay, this is. We figured out that everyone can just like everyone else's cards. Now it's just all over the place. So I'm familiar with what you're talking about too. The table, there's card technology. You know who normally is cheater in this whole thing? Is the dealer.
Okay. I can see that.
The whole. Yeah, you get what I'm saying?
Right. They have the most control. They control the table.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever. So the law in Oregon that the guy, everyone can deal, right? They can't have a house dealer.
Oh, interesting.
For poker games. Yeah, but you can have poker games wherever you want, just you can't deal with a house dealer. Everyone has to be able to deal the cards.
Do you have to deal in Oregon, or what if you don't want to? Do you want to just pass?
Well, that's what happens. Is normally a guy sits there and he protects all the money, and he's the dealer, and he deals himself in every hand, and he just bucks his own hand every time.
Oh, okay.
But he's allowed to play too if he wants to. And you kind of like buying your chips from him or
Okay.
her.
Yeah.
And they're responsible for all the money in that trade. So like your chips become money through him and the money that's in that trade right there. There's no cage. There's no place to go cash out afterwards. It just stays on the table.
I take it there aren't casinos in Oregon that aren't on tribal properties.
No, they have those too. They're just different.
Oh, okay. So you're talking
poker, like it still has a Wild West spirit for poker.
That's cool.
Yeah. But it's illegal in other places. Poker, like where they're charging them, poker's illegal. But they did it in Oregon, it would have been fine. I think that's why he was trying to go went to Portland, because the games are all legal games. But it's the games that they play in other places legally.
Do you think he actually took the job as the coach of the Portland Trailblazers because poker laws?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Wow.
Yeah, that's like absolutely would not take the job any other way. It's probably set up that way. Especially with Damian Lillard. Like that guy, man. Come on. Now he's gonna be back there. He's gonna be running that city. Like that guy, dude. Come on. Some big money.
Do you think Wembanyama is going to have a big career than LeBron?
No, I think he's getting 2 years.
He had 40 points. He does not look healthy running down the court.
I think that he's getting the Yao Ming syndrome.
That could be.
I also think, well, here's the reason why these guys don't work out in the NBA. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
It's the planes, the flights, and whatnot, and the schedule. They're too tall, so their blood doesn't metabolize back and forth, and it's horrible. It's why, like, Nikola Jokic, he's up there in the big old Mile High Stadium. That's why he's the best. It's because he's the healthiest. He has to, like, travel and acclimate and, like, do all that. But not everybody can do that, and Spurs are probably like really old in technology for their travel and not spending that money. They haven't had a championship win since ever. When's the last time they had a championship? Tim Duncan?
The Spurs, they had one in the mid 2000s.
Yeah.
2010s.
Yeah, they're not doing anything else for the kid. So he's just too big. It's gonna just really be bad going in the airplanes back and forth. Because it's actually the plane that he's in.
You would pressurize it correctly.
No, it's all the money they're spending. You see what I mean?
I get
Yankees
what
have
you're
the
saying.
best travel on the planet, it doesn't matter. You're just paying for the best. And Wembanyama is on not a team. He's not on a guy's team. So he's just not going to get treated right.
Yeah, it's interesting that San Antonio, of all places where he went, do you think he'll ever get traded, or will he be a franchise player?
He's definitely going to get traded to Miami. Yeah, because they're nothing but a farm team. And the last good Spurs team, and since then they've just been a farm. Sacramento Kings. They just kind of farm people out in the West and send them to franchise cities.
Interesting take. How do you think Cooper Flagg's going to do?
Who?
Cooper Flagg.
I'm not even familiar. Who's that?
He was the number 1 pick this year out of Duke. He plays for the Mavericks now.
Wow. How did I miss that? I didn't even look at this year's draft. I've been so caught up in my team. I haven't even thought about this year's draft team yet. I'm all about Portland this year.
Okay.
So that's I just followed Yang Hansen.
All right. Well, he was the number.
Yang Hansen's attributed to because he's on the blockchain.
Okay.
I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's pretty cool. So he's from China, and he's been on the blockchain his entire life to be a basketball player. And so now he's playing in America, which is like his lifelong dream. And I think he's really talented. I think he's like an underdog, probably the best player out of this draft. And we'll see what he does. But I think he's going to play really, really well. And hopefully get Portland into the playoffs when Damian Lillard comes back next year.
He's a big boy.
Just got to get rid of some other stuff.
He's a big boy. I'm surprised he went 16th in this year's draft, that he wasn't higher.
Yeah, you think a lot of other teams would love the 7'4" center, right?
Right.
And then he came with this company that does haptic response. So he's been VR with haptic response, straight up like science fiction.
That's wild.
And now that technology is coming to Portland because of the trade. So I've been following that and those types of stocks and the NBA stuff. I try and correlate sports to crypto as much as possible.
Why do you like Portland more than Golden State?
Because Golden State is located in a ghetto, and Portland is located in like a city of just beauty and love. It's like the city of roses.
Okay. Are you a Lakers fan?
I don't know. I'm not a criminal.
Okay, so you have to be a criminal to like the Lakers?
Yeah, and the Dodgers. If you have a Dodgers hat on, you're a criminal. If you have a Lakers jersey on, you're a criminal. Like, that's just what I've learned in my life.
Okay.
I'm not trying to say it's true for everybody, but the majority of the fans I've ever met are very dangerous. Like, if that's like saying I'm a Raiders fan, you know, or like a Cowboys fan that wants to yell "dem boys" all the time.
I've gotcha. All right. Maybe don't necessarily judge books by the cover, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just very indicative of culture too. Like, aren't the Lakers like the most like the rich crypto arena like thing?
Yeah.
They're the first one that did the crossover, I think, to crypto and tried to really sell out.
Well, I mean, Staples Center has become Crypto.com arena.
Yeah, and it's like a dystopia there. They've got like graffiti buildings all next door, and like just abandoned, like everything.
That's true.
Just like in the middle of a dystopic wasteland now, from all the photographs I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad, but I get what you're saying.
Well, I'm sure it's been worse in history. Like, my mom says it's right now is the time like in the 1970s.
All right.
Yeah. It was, I don't know if you were alive during the 70s because I wasn't, but they had like gas rationing and like lots of unemployment.
Right. No, I was not alive, but I do recognize that. There was an interesting thing. If your license plate ended in odd, you could buy gas on certain days, and if it were on even, you could buy it on the other days.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think we might just go back to like a time of that for a little while. Like communities having to come and like during the jazz times, someone's house and different, and then all come together and eat food and play music and do stuff. I think that we might see more of that, more like microeconomics.
That could be.
communities come together, especially in the winter, like seasonally, when it's so cold and people can't afford to heat their house or power grids go down or whatever.
I follow you.
And most of the people I talk to, they say rent just needs to keep the lights and the water clean, and we're going to be okay. And I have to keep remembering that like whenever people talk about apocalypse situations, I don't think at this 2025, I really believe that our government figured out how to keep the lights on and make sure that it's going to be all right, electricity-wise.
Time will tell.
Are you in California?
Yeah, a bit. Irvine.
Awesome. I'm going down there in December.
All right, very well. What do you like to do down here?
Yeah, I got to go to 26th and Olympic in Santa Monica, the water tower buildings.
Right.
Yeah, that's normally where all the business is all done.
Yeah, that can be an interesting for the world as well. Santa Monica.
I own a limo, so I just drive. Yeah, I can do all the meetings in the limo.
No way.
It's really easy, and then it's classy. Yeah,
Yeah.
Old Hollywood too. You feel like okay, cool. Like, all right, we got to go pick up like the producer, okay, the actor, the cool. We're on the limo, they're having a drink or just saying hello. So yeah, just feels nice. It's always gotten the deal sealed too.
Interesting way to do it. And then when you're done, you just drive back up.
Exactly. I like sleeping at the ocean and then just driving back up.
What year is
I'm
your
a big fan of the ocean.
What year is your limo?
2012.
All right.
It's a C6 Cadillac.
Okay.
Don't need a chauffeur's license to drive it.
Oh, very cool. Well, if it works, right?
Yeah, I can just write it off as a movie prop too. I just have to film it this year.
Very cool.
Sure, I can write something into it. Do you still golf and practice, or have you ever been to those virtual golf things in Vegas?
Like a Top Golf?
No. It's like a party room where you can just play golf
With like simulators? Golf sims?
What now?
Golf sims?
Exactly. Yeah.
I have, I think, like a long time ago was technology was still where it needed to be, but they've gotten so much better. I've considered it, but then again, to play there is as expensive as playing in the great outdoors, and I'd rather be outside and do that. But I've talked to some friends about perhaps going out and renting one for a couple hours. Do you like to do golf sitters?
No, I mean where I live, we have and the pitch and putt is only $8.
Wow, you can't
Play 9 holes.
you can't beat that.
No, $8 for 9 holes on the pitch and putt is so much fun. And then to play the day at the country club here is $72. But that includes the like the gym rental So you can use like the sauna, the pool, all that stuff, and play all 18 holes. And it's on a, just beautiful, beautiful course. And you can walk in the shade the whole time. There's trees everywhere. So it's a fun one to play because it's not like just flat. And, during the summer time, it's cool to just walk through there all year round. Then the third one is Bucks, and it's at a Indian casino, and it's like a driving range. Like everything's like a par 4, and it's just you walk one way, and you turn around, and then you walk the other way. You turn around and go the other way. And there's no trees out there. It's like, have you ever seen those types of golf courses where it's just like a driving range back and forth?
Like a links course?
Is that what they call them?
Yeah, like what you get in Scotland without any trees.
Yeah, I'm not familiar, but that sounds like that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I've played those. They're very forgiving because you can hit the ball like 2 fairways over and still, come back and make par or bogey because you don't go into the woods. Do you have individual greens, or do any of them share the same green?
Each one's an individual green. 18 holes.
That's good.
They also have a lot of disc golf here that's very competitive and in difficult places to play.
I imagine so. Do you ever play disc golf?
Yeah, I love disc golf. It's another fun one. Because it's really inexpensive. I mean, it's like $5 or free.
Wow, you can't beat that.
No, and you're on your walk the whole time. You're with nature. You're just, just out there.
Right.
Having a good time.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
And you can just disc golf with 2 discs, like a driver and a putter.
Yeah. Right. It's something I wanted to get into. I'd like to get into it in the future.
That's cool. I had hernia surgery a few weeks ago.
How did that go?
It's still going. I'm in recovery.
Okay.
And stay healthy.
What do you find to be the easiest way to stay hydrated?
I fill up a gallon jug of water, and I make myself drink it every other day.
Okay.
I have to drink at least 1 gallon of water every 2 days.
All right. Do you keep it refrigerated?
Nope. Keep it warm.
So just
I don't like cold water.
room temperature?
Yeah, that's my favorite. Room temp, and then I might even just eat like a spoonful of sugar or honey, or like peanut butter or something, and then drink the water with it.
To make you thirstier?
No, just add some protein because I'm trying to just slowly like build my stomach back up.
How does sugar add protein?
Well, no, I'm trying to build my gut microbial back up.
Oh, okay.
So the microbes, like my whole body, trying to use glucose and trying to build protein and trying to like fix this scar tissue.
Any idea what caused your hernia?
Yeah, I'm in agriculture working my whole life and making movies and just lived a really rough life. So just from years of doing that, I think a lot of men get them. A lot of dancers get them too.
Yeah.
A lot of dancing. martial arts.
Right.
I've done all that, a lot of it. I've done
Okay.
stuff. I just think much use. I'm in my 40s. I'm like 45 now.
Yeah.
This is about the age where that happens.
Right. Well, you don't sound it. You sound very young and vibrant at the 45. I'm 40. So, but I mean, you have the interest and energy levels of someone probably in their early 20s.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely.
I appreciate the compliment.
Most certainly. You're well-rounded.
I noticed one.
Go ahead.
No, you guys. I'm listening.
You're a very well-rounded individual.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
We met at a really good time. I'm like I said, I'm in recovery now until January 6th.
Okay.
Yeah, and the hardest part was I just got off Soda like 3 or 4 days ago. So recovering from that has been tough. Everything else feels good. The pain and all that.
All right. Well, at least until January, but even more, if you ever need anybody, I'm here for you. If you ever bored, you want to just come hang out. I'm a man.
Yeah. No, this is awesome. I was wondering, room in X Spaces.
It's hard to get people to come to your space. I get people today, but I don't really pay too much attention to it. It's just one of the devices I have, and it's just an old iPhone, so it's not like a
No,
big.
I awesome what you're doing. I was wondering, that I was working with on Spaces, averaged like 7,000 listeners a week.
Oh yeah, nothing like that. I mean, like I've had.
It's easy to get those numbers like on Spaces. There's like a trick to it.
Okay, what's the trick?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, it depends on what the content is, right? And in this specific group, it's all about angel investing. It's the group that runs the space. So it basically is a seminar on like teaching people how to pitch and how to actually shill and what people are looking for. And then a deep dive into like all the nuts and bolts, how to set yourself up and like really protect yourself as if you're gonna create IP, intellectual property, seed money, or seek actual investment for venture capital.
Okay.
And then you have the people on there that are actually investing and making those moves like instantly when they hear the right things. I think that's why the audience is there, because the people that are listening or talking are actually making the investments on the show.
I could see that.
So,
I don't.
yeah.
I mean, if I want to go and show someone, or I want a bunch of people to listen to me, I just go to someone else's space, and they usually give me the opportunity to speak. My really the reason why I do Twitter Spaces is because it archives my footage. So that's why I do it. Data that I'm creating.
Well, that's awesome. Do you personal camera for fun? Do you take Polaroid? Do you do like social media for yourself?
Yeah, Polaroid. Let's see. Like this, I can't tell you the last time I've taken a disposable picture. Um, I use pros, so digital. The last physical picture I probably of myself was from I had some friends who bought a bunch of Polaroids at a party and put them all around the room. Polaroid cameras. They're just like disposable Polaroid cameras, and you just take pictures. Or have people take pictures of you. And a few Super Bowls ago, we did that, and then just put them up around their house.
Yeah, I think that's a cool way to archive. I used to call it the 4 gigabytes. Polaroid. I mean, it's like the conversion to digital.
Right.
If you want it to be the same resolution.
Right. It's changed now. I could see the nostalgia of Polaroids becoming popular again, especially with its pretty inexpensive technology.
Well, I think physical. That's what. There's a book I just read from one of the founders of Apple. He believes that physical is going to become popular again and be worth a watch. So we're going to have a turn to physicals. And he was pretty correct. He wrote the Bitcoin Supercycle by Michael Turpin.
I have not.
Are you familiar with Michael Turpin? They call him the godfather of crypto.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar with him.
Yeah. I've been, I saw them at Tokenize last year in Vegas and been following along with their angel investment companies for some years.
Would you say that?
Interesting.
Would you say that the primary place that you platform that you utilize for investment and just your interest really in general is Twitter or X?
Well, for investment for me has always been the golf course. That's like the social media stuff. Then yeah, X is the platform to talk to people.
Okay.
And especially spaces, because you can get a lot of people in the room at once that can confirm back and forth, and you can get down to the bare facts of what can be deployed with the people in the room.
Absolutely. I said I built a robot. I don't normally show people a robot, but I'll show it to you. Okay, so just one moment. And so what you're seeing is it's going to take a while. I'll show you. Join. So are you familiar with this where you have to verify you're a human? Oh, interesting. All right. Well, here's my bot. I don't know if you see that pink hand. Do you see the pink cursor?
No, I made you full screen tonight.
Do you see the pink cursor?
And down.
Okay. Do you see? There's a device that I just pulled up. Not one like. Hold on. Do you see me right now? Do you see my face?
Yeah.
On the new device that I just have, finger pointing at it. Do you see it?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to flip it. Do you see a pink cursor?
Yeah.
Okay, do you see it's pressing the repost button?
Yep.
What it does is just wherever there's a repost, it clicks it. And it does that.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, I get it now. Yeah.
It does that about 2,000 times before I just create another one. Usually I create them every 12 hours or so. And then what it does is it sends a notification of the person's profile, and my Discord link's in there. Then I just get random individuals that come in over the course of a day. Or they come to my YouTube streams and comment or whatever. And it's just a really efficient way to promote. It's absolutely free. Very few services will give you 2,000 impressions for free.
After on YouTube.
Sure, in the upper left corner of Discord, you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams.
Okay.
Put that into your browser, and you'll see I have more live social media, more live YouTube streams than any person you've ever seen.
What's your name on YouTube?
I've got a bunch of them. So put that in. That's one of them. Okay, do you see the link? When you put that link in, do you see how many live streams are going simultaneously? Okay, that's not what I want you to do. Okay, if you're going to do it that way in YouTube, type in YouTube Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live.
Okay.
To find you. I didn't
talk to you from 3 months ago.
Type in Rabbi Rothschild into the YouTube search. Did you?
It says I can subscribe to you.
That's not what I want you to do. Rabbi Rothschild into the YouTube search. Did you do that?
Yep, I did.
Okay. Got a filter?
No, how do you filter?
Okay, so you should see a filter right to the right of the.
Yeah, I got it. Yep, search filter.
Okay, now press live.
Okay, press live.
How many live lines do you see?
Oh, 1.
Incorrect. Type right 2.
I see 2 now.
Incorrect.
3.
There you go.
4.
There you go.
5, 6.
There you go.
7.
There you go. There you go.
9.
There you go.
10.
There you go.
11.
There you go.
12.
There you go.
Oh, that's a cool view.
The ceiling?
Well, my room I used to have a projector. It was a little different. I put the ceiling with a projector. And would just lay backwards on my bed and watch. Like stare into the ceiling. That's where your movie is.
Well, I can see it. So behind me, the reason why behind me is I want people to know what I'm watching when they watch the stream in the future, and then I have it in front of me as well.
Yeah, it's a cool view. I can join any of these.
Yep. How many total do you find counting?
Okay, So I'm gonna tell you from the bottom up. Ready?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 total.
Excellent. And I have others, but they're not linked to that name, to my name, Rabbi Rothschild. They are basically redundant streams just for backups. But yeah, you've never found anybody with more than one. Nobody on YouTube stream, right?
Well, I've seen it only at times, but never 24/7 like what you're doing. Ever.
And not for more than.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm saying like sure 10 or less at like an event or something.
Exactly. But yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I can see that. Maybe 2 or 3 for a limited amount of time. But yeah, not.
Yeah. I'm not trying to discredit what you're doing.
No.
I think we're doing awesome.
I don't think you. I don't think you. But what I'm basically saying is when people start seeing this, they'll be like, wow, this is. I've never seen anybody with so many streams going. And I really do it for redundancies in case any of my streams get a copyright strike or whatever. You can lose streams in any amount of way.
Have you read the new digital mind for the future? It's going to mine information. AI is going to pay for info at a price higher than ever before. That's why I've been working on that like comic book and trying to become freehand artist to try and work and train AI through like human artwork. You know, so AI can understand art better.
Certainly.
I mean, it's kind of important.
That's why I say, that data is Earth's number one resource. I don't say it. The Economist magazine said that in 2018. I'm just utilizing it today. But basically,
absolutely, you're right, 100% right. They said in 2018, they said the number one commodity is going to be American entertainment, and that people's information that they're going to start recording themselves. That the world is going to be so interested in what Americans are doing, and AI models and all this other stuff. That people actually recording themselves and selling that information into AI models is going to be the future.
It is. Essentially, what John D. Rockefeller was 120 years, 140, 160 years ago is what I'm creating today. This is a new gold rush. This is 1849 for a new generation.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, I think you're in that era, man. It's going to be a fun ride. I'm glad that good on you to get into this, and what you're doing is amazing. I love that you have 17 different.
Oh, more than
I'm
that.
trying to click.
Some work better than others. Some are darker than others. Do you see my ceiling cam?
I went in and clicked one randomly.
Okay, so I do have one that shows me from straight on, but also the ceiling at the same time. So some of those cameras actually have multiple cameras within them. Nevertheless, I mean, they all are basically just documenting this conversation and what I'm doing. But in addition to that, to documenting what I do, I keep the radio on 24, so that literally from any hour of day over the course of the last 4 years, you can know what's going on in world politics, world of, and I think that's a really neat aspect of it as well. So you can basically use this as a timeline or a time capsule of human history.
Yeah, you've got timestamps. That's awesome.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering about the Polaroids, because a lot of times maybe taking your photograph like with a physical newspaper or something, like getting a physical newspaper delivered still, if that's possible.
It's possible. It's just rare. Apologies for interrupting. It's possible. It's just rare. But yeah, I mean, that's how you used to prove certain things, where you were on a given date. You take a version of the newspaper and take a photo on a given date.
Yeah, and then put it in an envelope.
That's true.
Like it's like a poor person. Like if you didn't have a notary or something, you had to just like make sure that they knew that here's a picture of me with a document in a newspaper. So it's when you said that it needed to be done by. Here you go.
That's right.
Yeah, America's awesome. It's got a cool history. It's an amazing place to live. I really like it here.
Yeah, I mean,
It's fun talking with you. You're a really interesting person.
excellent. Well, fun talking with you as well. You should know that I was here for you. So, as you recover from your hernia, the land of Oz, come back, update me with what's going on, and if you ever come on in here, we're always doing something fun.
Yeah, hopefully we'll play some video games or something at some point. And you check out the issue 0 whenever you get a chance.
Most
You're
certainly.
on the 24/7 thing. So.
Most certainly.
Yeah. Cool, man.
I have it in my inbox, and once we bid adieu, I'm going to check it out. It's
Well, yeah.
HooverPress.myshopify.com.
Yeah, that's it. Have a beautiful day.
You too, my friend. Take care.
Bye.
Shout out to the land of Oz.
celebrity endorsements didn't work. Anyone with a few brain cells knows these people are completely full of shit. Any comments on that line? He's dead on, dude. He's fucking different. Yeah, I go to like I said before, where do I find out my shit? If I already get separated. Right, on podcast. British on Instagram, baby. Yes. It's not shop.com. It's not the flex you think it is. First of all, what is he in reference to? There's been like 4 sentences before that sentence. It's not the flex you think it is. What the fuck is the flex? Maybe you think it is. Maybe that celebrity endorsements are very good. Oh, these celebrity endorsements are not the flex they think you think it is. I didn't say I was smart. We start this episode like I'm smart. Well, yeah, I mean, celebrity endorsements don't work. Ben Nara, مثلا çalışmayı duraba, ben var. Aslında şu an komik kısa bir may or assaults on us. In the future, Rothschild will give every single tzaddik 310 worlds. שנאמר, לחיים חרבי יש, Rothschild saying Amalei, Yesh, Gematria, plus Me'abasara habits. We'll say whatever it means. Well, you read the thing in the world once again. What it means is it's understood that the tzaddik lives a life of deprivation. I will say that all of us are tzaddikim. And we all know that to grow in Torah, to grow to be over Hashem, I have to sacrifice. And we make these sacrifices consistently and do this. I promise you, whatever, I will absolutely give back to you. Tanya, Rabbi says, the way in which you act, as far as who acts towards you, either can never need up. This good. Yeshua, the Avsham, it's more possible. Also, no single all of my boss. So it's a if I give a handful to a pauper in this world, Hashem gives me a handful back to come back. Shemayim is our talking. The handful comes back with so much more than money. So in other words, if you should need the Gemitah, what that means is whatever I give, I'll get. But if I give it only a handful in this world, I get back so much more for the person. So the Ata Yeta Omakim, the Meruba, Midas Tova, inside. These will be the Meruba, Mida Tova Meruba, or Mida Paros. So again, remember, even though we say that you need that, right, that there's reciprocity at the end of the day, what is there a greater measure of reciprocity? For good or for bad? On the days, what I say, on the days, having a flying. However, Mida Tova Meruba Paros. So let's say we know the answer to this. That Mida Tova is Mida Paros. There's always reciprocity. There's always reciprocity for bad. If I do bad, it's going to be bad upon me. That's the way it works. But the reciprocity for that is a much more equal amount. On the other hand, when I go and have good things, the reciprocity is even more. It gives me that more than I have given. You guys talk about sick, they start giving now, the dynamite stuff. And then I lay in the from the parents who Saluba Sasha need to cook me as parents say by super up the biggest of course. So you want to see over here that the meat is even greater than the large. You know, it's me as parents say to a little piggy and national post. We both told us love Samus for our show that. And we're Savalo on Samus is talking again most of Shia. We're only after we see the arrival of Mashiach, we're all of those who died in the Mogul will be part of it. Moshe gets the puts his finger in fire and he's burned immediately. Kishish no snake and twelve from Chalakapa. No snake and 12 from said the Macau Kavasam. It's beautiful.
Miss Aquarius.
How are you, ma'am? To receive their punishment.
There you go.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. How was your day?
I'm ready to play now.
Oh, Play-Doh?
Yeah, we're playing Play-Doh.
All right, well, you have an invitation.
Let's go.
Nice spare.
Thank you.
Look at you.
Yeah. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
No
Come
doubt.
on. Okay. Come on. Got it. Got this one.
Miss Aquarius, that was an amazing spare.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
You've had 3 spares in a row.
Oh, you got it.
Word, girl.
Let's go. You got the lead. Let's
I
go.
don't have to lead. You have to lead.
You're going to believe we just did a strike.
We'll see.
About to leave because you got a strike, Rabbi.
We'll see, Miss Aquarius.
See? I bet you what? Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
That was not good.
I thought you get over it when you do a strike. See? There you go. Almost. I don't know. I don't care how it does.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Miss Aquarius about to take home the W. Get this, girl.
Nope. You got it, Rabbi.
She leaves the door open.
You got this. You got this, Rabbi. You got this.
Oh, no. No, I don't. The split is too hard.
You get that window.
Get it. Oh, man, that was close.
Yeah.
You
Well,
get,
you still win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. That was a great job.
Let's go.
LFG, girl.
Got this one. Let's go, Rabbi. Rabbi, you got this. You got this, Rabbi.
It's you, girl.
Yes. Let's read. Go. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what
Let's
I'm
go,
talking about. Oh, is this difficult?
Okay. So try to get one. Nope. That's out. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi. Let's go. Come on, Rabbi. That's right, Rabbi. I saw Puppy again this morning and Chill Boy. I told you I seen her.
Oh, cool. Yes. She comes at wild hours, so I don't know when to expect her. Oh, Miss Aquarius, not what I wanted.
No matter, you leave it. Let's go.
Give it to me.
Let's go. Okay. We won't worry about it. Yes. Respect. All right. Good, good. Good. Yeah. Yay, you win, Abby.
I win, Mr. Aquarius. Undefeated bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job.
Okay.
Alrighty, you. Take care, my friend. Excellent. Sweet
Good
dreams.
to be here.
Thank you.
Punishment comes powerful gives cloth to the begins to receive their reward. But I must say that the incredible part of here is as follows: that even if we believe in a system of nida can never nida, reciprocity, right? Reciprocity for good is much greater than the measure of reciprocity for goods. I know that when I do averos, there's going to be punishment for those averos. So that's the way it works. And whatever I do in this world, there's going to be reciprocity for it in the world to come. So whatever I did wrong is going to be reciprocal punishment for my misdeeds, assuming that I didn't do tshuva. If I do tshuva, I erase everything. But assuming I didn't do tshuva, there's reciprocity. But for good, I won't say. It's not just simple, like direct reciprocity. Whatever I do in this world, the Lord gives me the reward, and the reward, I guess, like the spark far out the good that I do in this world. Incredible. Let's go ahead. Rabbi Kiva Omer. I have to quite be son of one. So Rabbi Kiva says, even to read Svama Kitzonis to Rabbi Koros. What's the Svama Kitzonim? Tana B'Sifri, sorry, Sifri Tzedukim. And look, some of this, remember again, who is Tzedukim? There's Tzedukim when people do not believe the Torah about that. But Yosef, Sifra Don Sila Nami also in the thing. Again, the Yosef says, it also to the book of Ben Sila. As we're going to see, the book of Ben Sila was a book of knowledge that was compiled by this guy Ben Sila. So the Gemara suggests that that's also called apikarsi. So the Gemara says, I'm going to buy it. My timer. Now, what's the reason? Right, it's so bad about the blood. Right, what is it that it has in there that's so bad? The way the Shibik Sidbei, look, Pintosh Yodonam Odne. So maybe it means it says, do not fish, right? Don't take the skin off of a fish. Rashi says, it's really right inside. But Sipshon Kildan Odne. Don't peel off the skin of the fish, because if you peel the fish, you're going to waste the skin. We'll stop over for today. Excellent. So we did a block. Right? But we did most around back. Let's say credible Gemara. So can you pick out then see tomorrow near Hashem? All right, have a great day, everyone. Jerry to that stream coming out of the college of Hashem near Hashem. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors this morning. Here to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the for dedicating all the children's Roshos this year. And from Sarah's Talmud to Am Yisrael. The Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Hava Alinu Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and his Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael the merit. All of the neshamas, the families in the Chama, all of those who need a refuah, Chole Yisrael. We want to bring home all of our hostages and our holy Maaseh Yedehem. But with that, let us, we have a lot to do today, like a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. 100, and our beginning on the days 99B. Left off 4 lines down from the top. But let's say it as 81 lines up from the bottom. Let's be positive about this. Right? It says the Gemara as follows. Let's say beautiful. And again, two special welcomes. First of all, special welcome to Rabbi Tobias, our online listeners, Baruch Hashem from New Jersey. Baruch Hashem. If you didn't drive in last night, Rabbi, welcome. And a Baruch to Rabbi Yosef Orshan. Yosef a second ago. Yosef in the back. Not turning around. I'm back with me. Okay, good. That's welcome to Rabbi Yosef Orshan. It's supposed to have you. Let us begin. So, I'm Rabbi Lazar. Lazar says as follows. We'll say 5 lines down from the top. This is beautiful. Man created to toil. All of man was created to toil. Man was created to work. We'll say, it's going to point out, you see this theme over and over and over in Gemara. Life is about the work. Life is about the struggle. Sometimes the greatest leap we make in life, we have this expectation that life is supposed to be calm and easy. Now, of course, there are periods when life is easy and there are periods when life is comfortable. But that is not the default state of the human condition. A person was put in this to accomplish, and accomplishment comes when there is struggle, resistance, when there is work. As we encounter resistance, it means, that must mean we're doing something. Okay, it's just the opposite. Sometimes the greater the resistance, the greater the difficulty, that means that I'm usually on the cusp of something great. So man was created to work. Is that so? So sorry. Any odea or any odea in Lamo Pet Nivra, so I said this is very interesting. But again, okay, so man was to work. So what was he created to work for? Perhaps at the end of the day, shoes, or was he created ultimately again to work? You know what it says. Yeshua Omer, when the pasuk says ultimately again, that literally I saddled to his mouth, the Gemara says, that shows that man was ultimately again created for toil. Now, of course, it represents Torah. The person was put in this world ultimately to toil in Torah. But I die in Yodea. But still, in Yodea, I don't know, in the Amal Torah, in the Amal Sicha. So I know that this verbal toil. Does verbal toil mean schmoozing, or does verbal toil mean Torah? Yeshua Omer, Lo Yomosh Sefer Torah Zemipicha, have the Omer La Amel Yivra. Ultimately, like this Sefer Torah will never leave. It teaches me that the verbal toil that I am obligated to do is verbal toil. And the Amar Rav, and this is what Rabbi says, Kulu Bi Draftaki, or Draftaki. So I say ultimately again, the entire body was committed to toil. However, Tov L'Dizachi Dahadi Draftaki Da'araisa. Praiseworthy is the person whose toil ultimately in Torah. So everybody has to work. Everybody has to put in effort. Praiseworthy is the person whose effort has to be expended towards Torah. It's like tremendous. Like again, so there's a lot of lessons. There's a lesson that life is about the struggle. It really is. It's about the effort. It's about putting in the effort. It's about willing to work hard. But what it also tells us is, and this is very important, Torah it's so iron and comfort. I remember that in yeshiva, one of the most profound Musar Shmuzim, that I was the Mashgiach had gotten up, Yitzchak Cohen had gotten up, and he said, he's like a friend type of personality, and he said, if you think that you're going to find greatness in Torah with your Gemara in one, your coke in your hand, and your feet up on the couch, like you think to yourself, great, that sounds great, I'll take that. You think you're going to find greatness in Torah, you are wrong. He says you can acquire knowledge that way, right? You can acquire knowledge, comfortable, soda, l'chaim, feed up. Of course, you acquire knowledge. You can't acquire Torah. Torah is acquired. Torah is acquired through struggle. Torah is acquired through effort. Torah is even acquired through a little bit of discomfort. That's the way it works. Push myself. That concept of, because that's the mechanism. In other words, it's not just that Torah is acquired through, like, okay, you can acquire anything through learning. What makes Torah different than any other discipline? It's the struggle piece. If I have to push myself, if it's uncomfortable, a little bit difficult, that's ultimately, again, where Torah comes from. Incredible. All right, let's go back. Says the Gemara. So literally, again, the pasuk says, a man who commits adultery, is missing heart. First of all, just in general, the profundity of that pasuk is pretty straight. That a person who engages in immoral and engages in any taiva, it's about taiva. Obviously, can't keep your desires. And Shlomo says that's not what it is. It's not taiva. It's chaser leiv. A missing hearts, right? I'm just of ourselves and go through like trying to fill it. This is what you fill it with. So it's easy to fill it with a misleading way. So someone who engages in immorality, not just say as a problem, desires and lusts. He's missing his heart. He's missing his thought. He's missing his emotions. He doesn't understand that those things that he's filling void with are not going to make him happy. They're not going to give him what he wants. In fact, end of the day, it's just going to make me feel more empty. The Gemara goes like this. So, Rish Lakish, what does this refer to? It's incredible. Zehalomid Torah. This is wild. This refers to someone who learns Torah episodically. Today I learn, tomorrow I don't learn, the next day I learn a little more, it's a little bit less. If you're not consistent in your Torah study, the Gemara Rish Lakish says that is like a man who commits adultery. Now, what is that about? Rashi points out there's something very interesting. Look at Rashi says over here, Lomi Tadir, Ve'ino Lomi Tadir, Ve'ino Lomi Tadir, K'yushino Isha, Uba Pamzu. So a person's not married. So what happens? Sometimes this woman, sometimes he's with that woman, and sometimes he's with this one, sometimes he's with that one. So what happens? So the Gemara says so sometimes a person who goes ahead and is not consistent in their learning. The person who's not consistent in their learning is like this guy. Sometimes he's with this one, sometimes he's with that one. It's not just the fact that I'm learning everything, I'm learning everything with that lack of consistency. Shlomo compares to life of immorality. A person will act like, impotently. Yad Rama means like an outstretched hand, intentionally. This refers to Nashon and Chizkiyahu. Shayoshe because who would expound, he would teach nonsensical drushes in Torah. Amar, Bechidel Moshe Lichtov El Va'achas Lotan Timno, Timno, Haisa Prilegesh Lev. Because Vayilech Ruben Yitzhitim Vayisad Udaim Basader. So what Menashe used to do is he would quote these psukim in the Torah, and these psukim at first glance seems totally irrelevant. Like for example, why do I need to know that the sister of Tan was Timnah? Timnah was the concubine to us. Eliphaz was the son of Esau. Who cares? Like, what does it matter to us? Or that he went out into the field to collect Dorim. Who cares? So Menashe would say it's clear that the Torah is not authentic. The Torah maybe that is off, maybe it's not all for God, because after all, you have all fikim in there that don't seem to make type of logical sense. They don't seem to matter all that much. So the Gemara says as follows: Yotza Baskal Amrlo, so Baskal to Tesha Tasha Ba'Chika Tidaber, then he never to Dofi. Eva Sis Becharashti. So it's like they came out and said, essentially, you don't know what you're rebelling against your brother, your sister, as we're going to see in just every passage in Torah. profound meaning. Furthermore, about just like National History said, so this is actually very profound. Woe with the ropes of nothingness, and like literally again the rope. It also means like ropes. Yeah, ropes of the wagon. What is it? Reins. And the reins of the wagon. So the Gemara says, most of the pasuk are very interesting. The pasuk begins by speaking about Moshe Alam Bechevlashav pulls sin with ropes of nothingness. Chevel is like a rope. And then it begins to speak about reins. Reins are than ropes. The Gemara says, what does this mean? From Rabbi Yitzhahara B'Tila Gomel Lachot Shel Kuvya. Wow. So listen to this. You know the way it works with sin is that in the beginning it only holds on to me like a spider's web. Like just like a rope of spider's web, right? Of a spider's web. But at the end it holds on to me like a rope with the reins of a wagon. I'll say what a profound Gemara. Like times again when we in the beginning when there's Yitzhahara has a very limited hold on me. And its hold is like a spider's web. I can easily break free. But after a while of choosing not to break free, making the conscious choice not to break free, sin holds on me with the thickest of rings. Incredible. So the Gemara goes right there. Thus, I said I was rebuking but what is the purpose of these psukim? In other words, why does the Torah tell me about Timnah, the daughter of Lotan, who becomes the concubine of Eliphaz? Like, who cares? I was like, get ready for this Gemara. This is ridiculous. Timnah was a princess. The word aluf essentially a king without a crown, like assistant, like not quite, but it's also monarchy. So Timnah monarchy. So what happened? She wanted to convert. Timnah wanted to convert. Avram Yaakov would not accept her as a best. She became a Pelagish of Eliphaz. Amra, she said to herself, it's better to be a maid of Israel than princess for a nation. Enough fucking now, like the Samuel Yisrael. Who was her son? Her most famous son. The most famous son of Timnah was Amalek. Amalek is the of Esau, the son of Eliphaz and Timnah. So the Gemara says, Yisrael to this very day. The Gemara says, by the way, my time so like wanted to go ahead and convert him. Yitzchak and Yaakov essentially no. Goes and she marries us, and they have Amalek. So she produces like what which the Gemara says is incredible. The Gemara says, Abraham, Yitzchak and Yaakov should distance. Don't have distance. And I will say the kind of piece about this, and he highlights this. Like what is going on over here? So the Rothschild says something beautiful. He says it's possible that they were right in not converting her. It's possible that maybe they saw something. See, look, let's go through. If she becomes the mother of Amalek, this is broken down. So the others might have a legitimate reason for not converting. Because sometimes even if you have to say no to someone, there's a way to say no to someone. There's a way to deal with someone. Sometimes you have to say things to people that they don't want to. You have to do things to people that could be full and difficult. But there's a way to do it to minimize the case. The U.S. holding the others liable for how they dealt with Timnah. Not necessarily liable for telling her no and not converting her, but holding her liable for how they dealt with her. An incredible Yisrael will say. Sometimes again, what has to happen is going to be difficult and painful. But the way you deal with people in difficult situations, the way you make them feel, and the way they walk away from the interaction, for that is what I part of them. It's incredible. So now we'll say, so why is it? So now the story of Reuben. Why is Reuben was collecting flowers? Like what's the pshat over there? So very simple. Where was Reuben first from? Where was he collecting flowers from Hefker. So what's the whole story? What's the point of the story? It was like, you're walking by someone's yard, you see a flower over there. Okay, it's just a flower, I just pick it. Reuben was not good. If he was going to bring home flowers for his mother, where was it going to come from? Hefker. Why? Because tzaddikim are careful with the property of other people. He found flowers in the field. Okay, type of flower. Maybe Amar Sigli, Amar Sipsiki. Okay, different types of flowers. So it turns out that again, even the psukim that we say to ourselves, like there's no deeper meaning in that. There's deeper meaning in everything. So the story of Timnah, because again she was rejected by the others, becomes the mother of Amalek. From here we see sometimes you have to reject people. Sometimes you have to say no, but how you do it, the manner in which you interact is of key importance. Reuven, why is Rosh Hashanah to dime? Because what makes tzaddikim tzaddikim? It's not just about the Torah. It's not just the amount of Torah that they learn. What makes tzaddikim is their interpersonal actions as well. A tzaddik is careful not to hurt and not to harm the other, even in the smallest of ways. Incredible. It's like Kalos is crazy. Kalos is Torah Mason. Shalom, but Hamalya Shalmala, Hamalya say person learns Torah Lishma. Person Torah Lishma. What does he do? Makes shalom between the celestial sphere and the earth sphere. They will say, what's Torah Lishma? What's Torah Lishma? Torah Lishma, by the way, learning Torah at this time of the morning is Torah Lishma. Right? How do you know that? Because you are too tired to have any other intentions for anything else. Right? It's not. But say Torah Lishma just means Torah for the sake of Torah. It's not Torah for covet. It's not Torah for money. It's not Torah for self-aggrandizement. It's not Torah for so many eyes of it. It's just Torah because learning Torah is beautiful, and learning Torah offers me an avenue of connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. When I learn Torah Lishma, that creates harmony between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth, I must say, it's such a beautiful use. What is Torah? Torah is the bridge. You ever wonder why that when you learn Torah, you feel a certain level of tranquility? Right? It's interesting. I personally feel a level of tranquility by Torah that you can't feel by anything else. Why is that? Because on the end, Torah comes from Shamayim, but it lives here. Torah is the daughter of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but yet she belongs to me. Which seems inherently contradictory, but that's the beauty of it. Torah bridges this Jesus. So a person learns Torah Lishma, literally they create a harmony between heaven and earth. And we feel that harmony, we feel that equilibrium, we feel that tranquility. Shalom li, shalom yaseh. So Rabbi says, when you learn Torah, it's as if you palace of the Ribon Shalom Shamato, and the Palestine is Shamato. Shnei Mar, Va'asim Divrei Chicha v'Sayadi Kisicha, Linkra Shamayim v'Yisod Haaretz. Amrei Shlakish Af Magin Al Kulo. When you learn Torah, you protect the entire world. Torah Mikna U'Matzla. Torah has the ability to protect. When I learn Torah, again, I'm creating some level of protection for the world. As Ne'emar, U'Betzel Yisisi. Amalevi says, Af Mikari V'Sayki. Wow. When you learn Torah, you're bringing good a little bit closer. What's that we all want to know? What we can do to do Mashiach. All I want more than anything else to do with Mashiach. So what could I? So I learn. Every time I learn, I bring Mashiach with ability. My definition is Bulosh Ne'emar. The Lomar Yon Amiyat. Amrish Lakish. Kalamalamin is Chavir Torah. Ma'ala Avakasa Kilu Asal. It's beautiful. If you teach your friend Torah, it's counted as if you've created him. You've created him Shana Emar. Ve'as hanefesh asher asu b'chala. Torah says Adam made neshamas in chala. How did you taught them Torah? When you teach Torah, you are giving credit almost as if you birthed the individual. Which makes perfect sense. Because when I teach someone Torah, by definition, I'm giving them life. Torah's life. Torah's everything. So when I go ahead and I give them Torah, manage if they birth them. So Omer, Kilo Asar Divrei Torah. This is beautiful. The Rothschild says that when you learn Torah, listen to this. It's as if you've created those very words of Torah. Now, at first glance, it seems a little bit strange, even a little bit intense. Now, what does that mean? I've created Torah. What you are telling us, sorry. Rashi said, "Ki'ilu asa lo'osav dvar mitzvah." Let's say, in general, when a person engages in active spirituality, the important to understand is creating something new. Like we're teaching Torah. So what I'm doing, there is spiritual energy created that wasn't here in this world. I do a mitzvah, I'm creating something new. I do a chesed, I'm creating something new. The beauty of Yiddishkeit, the beauty of Torah, chesed, everything we do is we create new spiritual energy in this world that did not exist before. Has somebody been learning Sanhedrin, studying Testament base? Sure. But it wasn't me. Now that I'm doing it, I'm creating new spiritual energy in this world. And when I create something, I'm creating it. It exists before, and I'm creating it now. Incredible. Rabbi says, Kilo asa atzmo. Kilo asali atzmo. This is beautiful. When you learn Torah, there is when a person learns, it is as if a person is himself. Time I learn, I'm recreating me from new. Isn't that overwhelmingly beautiful? So as I think for many of us, right? If you had one wish in the world, what would it be? One wish. One wish. No one ever thinks about this. Right? One wish. Start again. Right? What I wouldn't give for a do-over. Now for a do-over with all the knowledge that I have now about all the incredible mistakes that I made over the course of life. It's just a do-over. Like how that wouldn't that be good? Can you imagine that? Armed with all of that you have, the ability to start over again. And decisions of the Torah was every single time I learn the Gemara says, I am recreating myself with the very fabric of creation. In other words, remember, the world was created with Torah. Already created the world. So by definition, when I learn, I'm realizing the blueprints of creation. And the Gemara says, when I literally have the opportunity to remake myself. So that thing that we want, anything a fresh start, is available to us with every single line that we learn. Incredible. This is great. If you force your friend to do a mitzvah, you force your friend to do a mitzvah. Force your friend to do a mitzvah. There are many ways you can force your friend. Polling is an excellent way, right? And plenty of ways to force people to do mitzvahs. And don't feel bad about it. Don't feel bad about it. It's okay to put people on the spot to do or make people uncomfortable and say like they have no choice but to do something. And guess what? If you see someone and back them into a corner to do something, you get credit. The forcer, right? That's the right word. The forcer, or the enforcer, right? The forcer, the one who forced the other person to do something, gets credit for doing it. So they both said, this is important, right? You know, in today's society, everything is all about making people feel comfortable. Like, actually, not anymore. I guess that's changing. Right. But Lamai's right. It's all about everyone should feel comfortable. Who says that making people feel comfortable is regular? Of course, it's supposed to make people, but like in a Klal Yisrael sense. I don't say, but so much of life is making people feel comfortable so that they're able to go ahead and push themselves to accomplish the things they really need to accomplish, but they just feel so comfortable that they don't want to move. Right? So, the Gemara says it's okay. It's okay. You guys this is a very important sort of parenting also. It's okay to make your kids uncomfortable. As long as you create discomfort, like the definition that pushes them to become more and to do more. This is certainly important for us. If you do that, the first serve gets credit as if he did a good thing. So it's interesting. Hashem refers to Moshe Rabbeinu the staff that you Moshe to hit the Nile. If you Moshe didn't hit the Nile. You must since Moshe told Aaron to do it, Aaron did it because of the force of Moshe. Therefore, Moshe gets credit if he did it. Incredible. Because also the Gemara says, remember again, these people don't have the long haba. So who are these people? So the Gemara says, what's not Rabbi Chanina what's not Koris? And Apikoris is one who embarrasses a Tam Chacham. Or it's not really just embarrass, it's degrade. He's going to degrade, like to diminish the honor of a Tam Chacham. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan Yoshev and Levi Amar Sam Avazer B'fnei Tam Chacham. This refers to someone who embarrasses his friend in the presence of Chacham. Most of the I think this is fascinating. Right? It's never the way we ever thought about Apikoris. Right? Apikoris is much more like theological. It's interesting. The Gemara is describing it as someone who either degrades Talmidei Chachamim or degrades his friend in the presence of Talmidei Chachamim. Very interesting. So the Gemara says, I understand if you say that it's Koris is one who embarrasses his friend in front of Chacham. So the Gemara says, then if you embarrass Tam Chacham himself, that's called Megala B'Tor Shelo B'Halacha. That literally reading Torah in an appropriate way. That's called Tam Chacham. But if you say that embarrassing the Tam Chacham himself, that's not Koris. Then what's the category of Megala Panim B'Torah Shehalacha? Literally like expounding in an inappropriate way. What is that refer to? Kigon Menaskia. That goes as Menashe Fiske. What did Menashe Fiske say? Fiske was the one who said, "Come on, why is there all of these nonsensical psukim? Like Reuben went to get to do that. Like Timna became the wife of Eliphaz. Dikadam, Dikmaskila. I say for others it's English differently. Torah. What's the other one? Torah? Rabbi Chanina Amri Zamavasa Tanit Chacham to someone to embarrass the Tanit Chacham. Rabbi Yochanan Shobel Levi Amri Zamavasa as Chaver B'Fnei Tanit Chacham. Okay, so Mishnah Rabban Damavaza Tanit Chacham Atzmo Megala Torah. So if you say that degrading a Tanit Chacham himself, that's called Megala Torah. So the Gemara says Mavaza Chaver B'Fnei Tanit Chacham Apikoris. If you embarrass the friend, you're not Apikoris. Apikoris can go in by. But if you say that ultimately again your friends in front of the Chacham, that's Megala Torah, then what's an Apikoris? What is that? What's the Apikoris? Rabbi Yosef keep going hiding the Amri, my Ahanu Le'Rabbanan. So what's an Apikoris? This is interesting. Another introduction to Apikoris is people who say, what good are the rabbis? Right? What exactly do the rabbis do? Right? What do you do all day? Right? What is it exactly that you do for us? So the Gemara says, sorry, but we go ahead. All they do is they learn for themselves, they interpret, they do all these things, all these things are best for them. That's also Megala Panam Torah. Such as Apikoris. It's also inappropriate interpretation or expounding on the Torah. You sit in Lobrisi Yoma Machalai, Lochukos, Shemaya Ba'aris, Lo Samti, or Ravachama Yitzvak, Mehami, Shmami, Mahakanami, Shmamino, Shene'emat, Sasi Lachalamakum, Ba'avuram. Hello, we go. Yosef Kamei Rabbi, the Nafal Ishmael B'Dokis. What's an example of an Apikoris? Here's a Apikoris. You're sitting in front of your Rabbi, and you're learning something. Nafal Ishmael B'Dokis. Va'amar Rev, Va'amar Hachi Aminar Chasam, Va'amar Hachi Amar Mar. So an example of an Apikoris would be a person's learning with their Rabbi. They're learning a particular topic, and it's reminiscent of something else that the Rabbi says, and the Talmud quotes the teaching, but doesn't quote the teaching in the Rabbi. Consider it to be insolent behavior. Which I says very dramatic. Not at all, I think, mention what an Apikoris would be. But you begin that again, the Apikoris is this person who does not exhibit the appropriate behavior towards his Rabbi. So let's say, why all the emphasis on the behavior from one's Rabbi? So first of all, understand, let's say from the Gemara perspective, your Rabbi was the one who was linking the chain of Torah about that. Like it's not like today. It's not like today, Baruch Hashem, a person really like we live in a time where a person, okay, this all Rabbi, but even without I could learn. And as the Torah about that, Mama's like the Rabbi was my link in the chain. Disrespect of that link, by definition, tarnished the Torah. In fact, he gives us. He must Rava Amar going Hani Dei Yamin Asya. Listen to this. So what's the example of Rabbi Koris? It's like the people of the house of Binyamin Asya. Asya is a doctor. Binyamin the third. What do they do? Binyamin the doctor. They're Amri, my Ahani le Rabbi. Why? How did the rabbis with us? Like, right? What do they do that's actually beneficial? After half of cup, let's say 100. Incredible. Go Charlotte or Asriel Yona. It's not like they ever did it. What do the rabbis do? The rabbis just simply tell us what we already know. It's not like the rabbis figured out a way to permit or to prohibit the. In other words, what they were saying is like figuring out anything new, anything all that different. They're just regurgitating information that we already know. So there was an incredible Rava, Kavamaisi tripped at the Binyamin. It's interesting. So when in the household, Binyamin the doctor, when they would have a shayla, and they would go ahead and bring it to Rava. Listen to this. When he would find the reason to permit the treifa, look, I'm permitting for you a raven. In other words, so Rabbi was saying, it's not so clear that this animal is kosher, right? So that the sheep is kosher. So look, or when there would be a reason for an look, I'm prohibiting to you a Yonah. Rabbi said a little tongue in cheek. So what's amazing about the story? Here, in the doctor's household, they disparaged the Rabbanim. Yeah, what? When they needed them, they showed up. Even when they showed up, it's such a profound, it's always easy. It's always easy to knock down leadership. This in general, this is this time, for whatever reason, you have an overwhelming like preoccupation with knocking people off pedestals for whatever the reason that is. So again, especially when it comes to it's easy to not. Everybody can be knocked off a pedestal because everybody's a human being. Everybody has their faults and deficiencies. So baby, say here you go. They're speaking about the Rabbanim. And then you Rabba. They have a Shiloh, and then a Shiloh. Suddenly again they need it. Incredible. Where was Viper? The U.S. as follows. Rabbi Amar Kigon the Amar Hani Rabbanan. Example of an Apikoris. Apikoris is an example of a person who says those rabbis. Those rabbis. In other words, if you notice, by the way, the theme here is that Apikoris is someone who's disparaging me. About the Papa Ishtori, the Amar Kigon Hani Rabbanan. A bunch of engaged in a discussion, and he forgot for a moment referred to the Rabbanon and those rabbis. And he said it the Asa B'Tanya stuff. He fasted because what he did was so profoundly disrespectful. Incredible. Lehi Bar Shmuel v'Rafuna Bar Chia Hakim Makechos Sifrei Dilei Rabbi Yehuda. This is Bar Shmuel and Rafuna Bar Chia were changing like the kind of the scrolls in the yeshiva in the house of Rabbi Yehuda. Esther, when they got to Mas Esther, they said, Esther lo bay mipas. Esther doesn't need a cover. Amar lahu, ki I gavna nami Mexico. A statement like this, attribution to their Rabbi, also has the appearance of Rabbi Karsos. Incredible. Rav Nachman Amar Zeri Rabbi B'Shmo. What's this? Calling your Rabbi by his name. That's Rabbi Karsos. Again, was like the Gabbai. Was the Gabbai of Elisha. Why was he punished? Because he called Elisha by name. So therefore, introduce those attributes. Just Rabbi Yirmiyah, Kamei, Rabbi Zera, Yosef, and Kalmar. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Asadak Kodesh Baruch Hu Lahotzi Nachal Mibeis Kachi HaKadosh. In the future, I will say, in the future, right? The Rebbe will bring a river, stream from the Kodesh Hashem. It's going to be a stream of Kodesh Hashem. I love all types of delicacies are going to be growing. So again, from this stream, on its banks, all types of beautiful trees, fruit trees will spring up. Lo yibale, its leaves will never wither. But lo yibale shall be every month, essentially the trees will bring meimav min hamikdash umayosim, because when the waters emanate from the mikdash, the hayas kilo in the ma'achal, its fruits will be consumption, the alemu l'tshufa, and ultimately, so we'll say, so what happened? So remember, this was Rabbi Yirmiyah was sitting in front of Rabbi Zera. Rabbi Yirmiyah said over this passage, he said over the drasha. He said, the first stream will come out from the base of the drasha. He quoted this passage. He says, it was an older gentleman who was sitting there as this was being said. And he said, Shkoyach, Yosher. He said to Rabbi Yirmiyah, yeah, Shkoyach, beautiful. Rabbi Yochanan, Yosher. This appears like apicorsis. So it's like we're really getting into a very strict definition over here. So in other words, I don't know anyone likes the shkoyach, right? But apparently, again, is given to shkoyach is given to the gadol. It has the, I guess it depends who you give the shkoyach to and what you give the shkoyach for. Yirmiyah says something, and I said shkoyach. That Rabbi Yirmiyah doesn't need the shkoyach, right? That's not the shkoyach. Amalei, but again, no, there's actually an affirmation over here. In other words, what the older man was affirming that which Rabbi Yirmiyah was saying. So what could be wrong with Rabbi Yochanan Dash Nechai? I want to see an example about the curse. There's so much with this Shakadash. Like, what is that? What is a stream coming out of Kodesh HaKadoshim? So again, I want to point out something amazing. What does water represent? In general, water represents Tara. Right? Water represents everything. It's interesting. Water is one of those things with multiple symbolisms, right? Again, it represents Torah. It represents life. It represents creation. But Torah really what water represents is this notion of Tara. Why does water represent that? A person's Tareh, they go into a body of water, they become Tara. Why does water is a beautiful interpretation? So he explains his lashon is water is the prime substance of creation. I don't know what primordial means, but it's a primordial substance of creation. One more time, the primordial substance of creation. If you throw in the hand motion, so the nice guy, originally all the earth was water. So it's so beautiful. When you immerse yourself by very substance of creation, and I come out so much. That's why it's only water that can affect power. Water is the substance of creation. You can recreate yourself in water. What does it mean that Lamaisa stream comes out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim? So let's say, when you think about Kodesh HaKadoshim, what do you think of that? What do you think? Kodesh HaKadoshim is like top of the mountain. I mean, quite literally, the top of paradise, right? That's like the peak of Dusha. If somebody were to ask you, so where do you go? There's nowhere, at least not in this world, but there is. There's no such thing as reaching the ceiling of Kedusha. Even if you're in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, there's a stream that comes out of the Kodesh. What does a stream represent? Torah. Stream is water. Stream is creation. Stream is recreation. Stream is building. Even from the Kodesh HaKadoshim itself, there's water to immerse yourself. There's no such thing as when it comes to our growth. All these There's still more to do. Incredible. So we We've actually seen this story before. Listen to this. In the future, Messianic era. In the future, the Moshe is going to bring precious stones that are 30 amos by 30 amos. The Choki and Esebrim Esrim, Umamin Shalayim. And what happens? What happens? The Moshe is going to go ahead. And he's going to chisel out these stones into the entrance ways of 10 amos by 20 amos. 20 amos by 10 amos. Right? And what happens? And these are going to be the entrance way to Yerushalayim. Shneimar is something. Okay, so Rabbi Yochanan is giving this over. Also Talmud. So what was the Talmud saying here? And he chuckled. He chuckled at this. He said, essentially, like, that's ridiculous. Hashka kibi asa b'tziltzala, lo meshkachinon, kule hamshkachinon. So I don't understand. Today, you can't find precious stones that are the size of the eggs of small birds, or small eggs of small birds, right? Talmud say, come on, you're going to find precious stones that are 30 amos, that's big stones, it's very big stones, right? It's like 40 feet by 45 feet. Like, what, you're going to find stones that are that big? So you can't even find stones like this. Okay, that's the end of the story. What happened? First white line, one that was traveling by sea. What happened? He saw in the middle of the ocean angels that were there chiseling out stones. So the Talmud said, no, who is this for? Says the Malachim said, oh, that was creating for the entrance to Yerushalayim, which I was, by the way, is such a beautiful idea. You see this over and over and over. The devotion is preparing every day for the Messiah. Let's be honest. How long would it take us to wash these stones? You could snap your fingers and we're done. The idea is the Ribono Shel Olam waits for us. We wait for, like we saw before. Everybody's waiting for Mashiach. All these is waiting. Everything is waiting. All the pieces are here. We just have to push ourselves a little bit more, just to do a bit more, just to grow a bit more, learn a bit more, a bit more stuff, a bit more, and we can bring this. But again, the Malachim are working on it. As we sit here, the Malachim are working on the gateway to Yerushalayim. So what happens? The kid comes, the Talmud comes back. So again, the Talmud comes back to this man. Yochanan is darshaning. Amalei drosh ulecha na'el lidrosh. Such a right. Talmud comes in. Rabbi, preach, right? Preach. Continue to preach, and you're shkoyach to you, right? You're doing a great job. After all, Kashem Shamarta Kafraisi. Exactly what you taught in Shir. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the Malach making the entranceway. Amalei. So the Yochanan says to you, empty one. And had you not seen it, you wouldn't have believed it. You are one who disparages the word Hazal. The Yochanan said his eyes upon him and it became a pile of. So again, first of all, we've seen before, in general, when the word talks about becoming a pile of bones, what does that mean? Does that mean death? Does that mean just the person, unfortunately, against the private of their holiness? You're leading to take the bunch of shot here. That was about a profound Gemara. The whole essence of Yiddish is to believe what you can't see. If you can see it, then it's not belief. Then it's not belief. It's beautiful. The hardest thing about Yiddishkeit, which ultimately again is most beautiful, the ability to believe in things that you cannot see, but to believe no less than the things you can actually see. So Rabbi Yochanan says there's no great difference in believing in Allah, preparing for Mashiach, if you see it with your own eyes. That's not spirituality. That's not Hashem. the entirety of all that. Believe, use all of my things that I cannot see, but to believe in them no less than the things that I actually see. Incredible. Let's go back to me. So now the more questions. So remember, according to one of the takeaways over here is that the entrance ways you should be 20 amas by 10. Now the Gemara is the cash and telling us, I'll bring you up right there. So Rabbi Omer, the entrance to Yerushalayim will be 200 amas high, twice the height of Adam Rishon. According to Mamar Chazal, Adam was 100 amos high, 100 amos tall. So I'll say, so by the way, just as an aside, what do you do with that? The other was 100 amos tall. We'll say, so the Maral brings down and says, doesn't have to take it literally that was his height. Rather, again, we'll say often what height is metaphorical for is potential. Adam had 100 amos. What Adam could have been, we'll say, maybe so the Gemara is about Adam and Cain with Shuvah. And what Adam could have done with all of that potential. But in the future, what does it mean that the entrance to Yerushalayim is going to be tight? This is beautiful. Also listen to this. That in the future, the entrance to Yerushalayim is going to be twice the height of Adam Rishon. It means that again, in the future, that we will be able to unlock within us is infinite and overwhelming. So the Gemara says, "Omer, Kof Amad Keneged Heichal, 100 Amos, 100 Shnei Amar Sher Baninu Kinetim B'Galu B'Oreim, V'Nasenek Kizav." So which one is it? So I'm going to touch before that the entrance rate is 20 amos by 10 amos. Now we're saying it's 200 amos. What's going on over here? No. Keep coming. The cover basic. Rabbi was talking. I was going to say entrance rate because they're going to be so tall. But air circulation. The air ducts will, so to speak, be at a height of 20 amos, but the themselves will actually be much taller. So my going back to what does it mean that the leaves that grow from the stream will be for medicinal purposes? One will say that consuming those leaves, if the person is mute, will give them the ability to speak. The will say that if a woman is barren, it'll act as like fertility treatment. Same idea. The truth mamish. Rabbi Yochanan says mamish from this is my truth. What does this mean? The Torah panim shall bow head. But ultimately, again, it will make the Talmud blackens his face over words of Torah in this one. I was like, what does this mean, blacken my face? What it means is that these are statements of depredation. Generally, again, a person doesn't eat the way they're supposed to eat, so their complexion becomes like a little bit ashen. So the idea over here, a person who indulges a little bit less, tries himself a little bit more, in order to put his focus on Torah. I don't have the full measure of physical enjoyment in this world because I'm devoting myself to Torah. So what happens? Part of who Mafik Zivav the Olam Haba. Rosh gives him a radiant grace in the world to come. So a person literally translates himself to Torah. What does that mean? It means that literally, again, my focus is Torah to the point that I act, or I just don't focus on certain material. So in other words, if I'm missing meals, so to speak, for Torah in this world, Baruch will satiate me. Come Shnei Amar, Yirmi Dashin V'Secha. So I will say again, what's the theme over here? What we said before. Spiritually, sacrifice. It does. We have certain things, whatever those things may be. A lot of times, it's things in the material. I will say it's true in every aspect of our use. I will say, can you imagine? By the way, imagine a moment if you didn't have to pay tuition. Or imagine just imagine if you didn't have to pay tuition. Like just imagine for your what that would look like. What that would look like, right? We'd be having a yacht, right? Something like that, you know. Right? Imagine what it would look like. Again, it's not just true for tuition. There's a lot of things in our Yiddishkeit that really cause us to sacrifice. But the telling us, just understand, whatever sacrifice you make for your Yiddishkeit, I'm sure all of them will give it back to you in the next. Just understand, right? So whatever, we give up time to learn Torah. We give up other to learn Torah. We give up our money for tzedakah. And again, I will say, sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's really difficult. Just understand, whatever you sacrifice for the Ribono Shel Olam in this world, He will give you back multifold in the world to come. It's incredible. The Gemara goes by this. It was also in the future, right? Also, the future will give us a handful of brachas from Him. Shneimar, Baruch Hashem Yom Yom Ya'amos Lanu Hakal Yishlasenu Salam. Okay, follow for Jesus. Follow for Neymar. Mi Madad B'Shalom Mayim V'Shamayim Mayim V'Shamayim B'Zeres Tavim. The Gemara says, "Say Hakadosh Baruch Hu gives us a handful is massive." So how could it be that the Rosh Hashanah is going to give you a handful? I can't take a handful. I love Gemara says, "Amar my time lo shichas ba'agarata." Right? Why did you not show up for shir? In shir we learned about agarata. I'm Marav. Senator Tzom Shmei Durava. I'm Marav. Asakadosh Baruch Hu Litin Chol Tzadik Tzadik. Gimel Mea Va'asaz Olamos. Rosh Hashanah will give every single 310 worlds. Shneimar Lahanchile Yesh Vos Amalei Yesh because community. So we have 310 worlds once again. What it means is it's understood that the tzaddik lives a life of definition. I will say, by the way, all of us are tzaddik, and we all know that to grow in Torah, to grow to be an Oved Hashem, I have to sacrifice, and we're making sacrifices consistently and daily. Which is, I promise you, whatever you sacrifice here, I will absolutely give back to you. Tanya over Meir says, "The midah sha'ada moded in law." The way in which you act, Baruch Hu acts towards you. Midah k'neged midah. T'chsev b'sa'asa'ah b'shalcha sh'edana. Good. Amar Rabbi Yeshua b'chi'er shalom hakim is that so la'ani ba'olam hazeh who no sin no mala'om solibah. So I will say, could it be this world? Hashem gives me a handful back in the world to come back. See, Shemayim desire the handful of Hakadosh Baruch Hu is in mind. So in other words, you say midah k'neged, what that means is whatever I give, I'll get. But if I give an only a handful in this world, I get back so much more from Hakadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says, "Va'atzim yeto making eda meruba midas tava midah ruba or midah paranos." So I'll say, so again, remember, even though we say midah k'neged midah, right, that there's reciprocity. At the end of the day, a measure of reciprocity, for good or for bad. Amud days, what I'll say, Amud days, having a flying. Having Omer midah tova meruba midas paranos. So I say, we know the answer to this. That midah tova always eclipses midas paranos. In other words, there's reciprocity. There's always reciprocity. The reciprocity for bad. In other words, if I it's probably going to visit bad upon me. That's the way it works. But the reciprocity for that is a much more equal math. On the other hand, when I go ahead and I is even more. It gives me back more than I have given. The Gemara says, "You need us to sit, but you say, "Shchakim lima." But thou say, "Shamayim psach." Vayantir alem nan lechol v'mituf aminos v'omer ta'arubas ha'niftu minas paranos k'sid vayetzu v'ro b'tegre v'sufkan. So the Gemara says, "Well, you see over here that the midah tova is even the midah tova." The Gemara says, "Minas paranos k'sid vayetzu v'ro b'tegre v'sufkan." Both told asam losamos v'asham losit. Vayitiron l'chol basar. I think we're saying Allah is talking about yeah. We're ultimately again after we see the arrival of Mashiach, we're going to see in this going to be a valley of corpses for all of those who died in the war of Gog and Magog. be part of it. Marshmallow, Adam, Moshe, Arba, sticks his finger in his fire. Ella Kishino Snake, Shwahul Clark, or Shamakal, some Kach, no Snake, Shwahul Clark was the Kaval. It was beautiful. In the same way that the Ribbon Shalom gives the kafir a shine to receive their punishment, Kadosh Baruch Hu gives koach to the tzaddik to receive their reward. But I must say that the incredible part of here is as follows: that even though we believe in the system of midah, reciprocity, right? The reciprocity for good is much greater than the measure of reciprocity for good. In other words, I know that when averos, there's going to be punishment for those averos. I'll say that's the way it works. And whatever I do in this world, there's going to be reciprocity for it in the world to come. So whatever I did wrong, there's going to be reciprocal punishment for my misdeeds, assuming that I didn't do tshuva. If I do tshuva, then of course I erase everything. But assuming I didn't do tshuva, there's reciprocity. For tova, for good, I will say, there's not just simple like reciprocity. Whatever good I do in this world, the Moshe gives me schar, gives me reward. I get from HaKadosh Baruch Hu far outweighs the good that I've done in this world. Incredible. That's why Rabbi Kiva Omer, I've acquired the Svanach Hitzonim. So Rabbi Kiva says, even reads Svanach Hitzonim Rabbi Kolis. What is the Svanach Hitzonim? Svanach refers to the books of the Tzaddik. Remember, the people who do not believe the Torah about that. Rabbi Yosef Amar B'Seir. So again, Rabbi says it applies also to the Ben Sira. As one book of Ben Sira was a book of knowledge. The Gemara suggests over here that that's also called Hadithos. So the Gemara says, I'm going to have my timeline. Now, what's the reason? Right? What's the book of Ben Sira? Right? What is it that is in there that's so bad? You know, Sidbei, Tintosh, maybe it means, because it says, do not skin a fish. Don't take the skin off of a fish. Rashi says, don't Rashi on the right hand side, don't peel off the fish, because if you peel off the skin of the fish, you're going to waste the skin. Wait, we'll stop over for today. Maybe a little bit of a serious cliffhanger. We'll say, by the way, excellent, shkoyat. We did a blot, wrong blot, but we did most of the wrong blot. Incredible Gemara. Shkoyat. You can see it tomorrow night. All right, have a great day, everyone. Jerry, you're the closest to that stream coming out of the Shakadosh and Hashem. I'll be open to see you soon.
It's one of those things where it's like a bunch of friends talk about it, and they're like, "Hope never mentions it." Yeah, that's what that might be it too. I guess. Yeah, dude, you can't say anything because that's the surprise. Brendan Travis really. Oh yeah, that's the surprise.
Say good morning. Let us begin by for this morning church of faith. Our annual Talmud Torah reflection period is 57. This year, host for the South was followed on Israel. When the Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, carrying speaks in, loving Maria, his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef, Cohen, Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Zev Shmuel, Nathan, and after the memory of Judy Golden, with biggest answer Bas Alazar, and Gadi and Shane Cohen, Dr. sponsors for today of the Arts Center. His grandfather, Alvin Cohen, Avram Ben Reb Yaakov Cohen, to find the draft from York and America. Of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nishal Stav and Aliyah, families in the Chama, all to the Refush, and having to go to the Israel. Mishpach Shinder Hashem bring home our hostages and our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Dehem. And let's do that. Let's give a lot to do. Pray Baruch Hashem. Incredible Gemara, like I said. I run out of adjectives. I have nothing even more. Just how enormous and how incredible this Gemara is. It's also fascinating. And I guess because like that Yomi is 7 a.m. 1.5 year cycle, you forget like cycle to cycle just how incredible she is. Anyways, today's daf is Sadik Tes 99. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Sadik Tes on the base, and we are picking up the thing Rabbi Yochanan. It's probably about 20 lines before it gets wide. Rabbi Yochanan. Yes, Rabbi Yochanan says, I have authority Meretz Hashem through the coming of Mashiach, but I don't want to see it. And this echoes the sentiment. Let him come, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment that we began to yesterday's daf of this group of Rabbanim, who of course believe with all of their hearts about Mashiach, but also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that is going to precede us. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I want it. I know. I believe it. I want it to come. But I don't want all the pain and suffering is going to precede Mashiach. I'm really lucky. So I say, first of all, it's a very dramatic statement, right? There are so much of our whole lives. I want to see Mashiach. I want to see. Rabbi Yochanan saying, let him come, but I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty going to proceed it. I'm going to church. My time up. Rabbi Yochanan, what's your problem? What is it that you're concerned about? You shouldn't just sit. Kashish mitnei ha'ari. Agahados. Uba ba'at yada l'akir b'nash kol nachash. So you see the way that the Rabbi describes, the way they describe a little bit of the Messianic era, or the pre-Messianic era, is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulation. So, for example, that a person will run away from the lion and he'll run into the bear. Then he'll come home, he'll put his hand on, and the snake will bite him. So the way that he's describing it is essentially in the pre-Messianic era, you go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So is that in other words, is that overwhelming nature of challenge to challenge, difficulty to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come, and I don't want to see it? So this is so perfect. Rish Lakish says pretty much characterizes our life in this world. For example, we'll talk about Santa. Person goes out into the field, into his own field. And who is he finding in his field? The surveyor. Or actually, who is the surveyor? This was the guy in the government who's trying to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and private government. In other words, Teddy was there saying, you go out into your field, you're trying to take your stuff. Don't look shimmy to the body. It's just like a lion is a predator constantly trying to devour up. So you walk into your field, you see someone trying to devour your property. Here, then you come into the city. Pagabal Gabai. You run into the tax collector. And the tax collector, when he sees you, he's not interested in Shalom Aleichem, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, the Gemara says, it's like right there. So you come into your field, run into surveyors, so run into the lion. Then you come into town, right? And you run into the tax collector, and it's like running into the bear who wants it from you. Then you come home and you find your kids you again are hungry. And you're like, well, what's this highlight? What is this highlight? But I can just, even now, forget about Moshe Mashiach, even now, everywhere I turn, challenges, there's difficulty. In the business surveyor, in the town collector. And then I come home, Tommy has its own set of problems. Don't make me shanash chosh. And it's just like being bitten by it. So let's say, so Rish Lakish, there's two things I think are coming out of Rish Lakish. One, Rish Lakish is saying is, you're so concerned about the difficulties, the challenges, the goodness, Newsflash. There are difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in life. We have this is easier. The pre-messianic era become difficult. Life is challenging right now. That's all you're saying to the this, which is incredibly important. One of the most we go through life is the expectation that somehow life is supposed to be. And for some reason, we have this notion. Like the pieces are supposed to drop into place, and things are supposed to be okay. When they're not okay, that's the issue. That's the abnormal piece. I think we should don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life not easy. Life is filled with constant challenges that come upon us one after the other. Are there moments of tranquility in the midst of a sea of challenges? Yes, there are. You go into the field, there's a challenge. You come to town, there's a challenge. You come home to me, there's a challenge. And that's what doesn't mean doing something wrong. It's just that is the reality of life. And I will say sometimes when we go through life, and we expect things to be tranquil, and we expect things to be easy, when they're not, they become solutions. I'm so upset and so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Everything was hard. You seem to Yochanan. Life is hard. It's hard now. It's during the Messianic era. That's the way it is. But if you embrace it and you relate to it and you accept the end, the things are incredible tomorrow. Ella, Bishop the State, Sharona, in Yalaja. Maybe what is it? My right, you see cold together. What does that mean? I've seen all that. And I also have just meaning the Rabbi over here is writing is interesting. Why all these seem to be describing the previous as we are Rabbi. And it's like a man will grasp his stomach, right, and turn pale like a woman, like a pregnant woman. So the Gemara says, my right, you see cold. What does it mean? See all men. I'm Rabbi. I see a Baruch. Okay. My neck. What is it? Pale. What does that mean? What was like this? The little again, means like the palace. The celestial mean is incredible. The Shamrat Kadosh Baruch Hu Halu Masi Ladai Halu Masi Ladai. Hey, Elu Mitne Elu. So let's listen to this. The Moshe says like this. These are my creations and these are my creations. How can I destroy these before it's like this is incredible Gemara. The Gemara is headings like this. And is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Rothschild and the downfall of other nations. It is important for us to understand that as much God wants to bring about our success, when the Rothschild brings about the downfall of others, why is it painful for him? Because we are all Jews have not cornered the market on God. God, the Rothschild belongs to everyone. And everyone belongs to the Ribono Shalom. And he loves everyone. And he cares for everyone. And he wants the success of everyone. It's true. As a people, as a nation, we have a different and unique relationship with our Kadosh Baruch Hu. But the relationship is for all of humanity to have. Besides that, before, remember again, I was trying to make I got the remember again, once upon a time when we learned like Gemara, so you remember again, you had the whole right? How do you look at a Kadosh Baruch Hu who loves everyone? If you also only loved God else, then you would have a mitzvah to proselytize, convert the world. Yet, amazingly enough, we don't. In fact, just the opposite. We say, don't convert. You got some mitzvahs. Do that. Hashem loves you. You don't need to do what you do. We don't need to do what you do. And everybody love that. So Messiah comes and Klal Yisrael was lifted up, and the other nations are punished. That is hard for Hashem. It's hard for the Rebbe to have to punish even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, is this adage, is this adage that when your is running and it becomes injured and it can no longer its trough, put your horse by that trough. What's the problem? Then when and it's ready to go back with its trough, the problem is you feel bad for taking the away from the trough. Okay? The metaphor, of course, is that Klal Yisrael had greatness. We lost our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. Gave our position to the nations of the world. And then when the Messianic era comes, he's taking that, giving that back to us. It's difficult for us. And listen, a really profound word for the Ribono Shel Olam to go ahead and do this. I'm not Klal Yisrael is going to reap the benefits of the years of Mashiach. Of course, it's great. Of course, we're going to reap the benefits. In other words, if it's not Klal Yisrael, if we're not going to reap the benefits of it, let's say it's an expression. Like Shimon, who's this not Klal Yisrael? So they're giving very Hillel. Coming to a school position of Hillel, so we're going to see that Hillel is not Hillel. Like we did with Hillel a number of times today. For Ein Mashiach Yisrael, not go ahead and reap the benefits of the future Messianic era. Why? First, why mine? 98B. Because we have already reaped the benefits of the during the heyday of Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda. This is Rabbi, we've already received the historic benefits of the Moshe Mashiach during the days of Chizkiyahu. Therefore, Rabbi says, in the name of God, that's not true. We reject that position. In fact, we will reap the glorious benefits of the Messianic era. Every element of the this is a beautiful part. That says, it was worth for the Rebbe to create an entire world just for David HaMelech. Just for the Shmuel says, the Moshe, it was worth it for Hashem to create an entire world just for Moshe Rabbeinu. For the Yochanan, the Mashiach, it was worth it for Hashem to create an entire world just for Mashiach. So that actually points out over here, what's the name of David? Because David said, beautiful Shira, beautiful song. Moshe brought down the Torah, and ultimately in Mashiach, of course, Mashiach's going to work his mouth. Mashiach is going to bring about dramatic change to the entire world. Let's say, but the deeper message of this Gemara, their potential, which is the denominator over here. David HaMelech, potential. Moshe Rabbeinu actualizes his potential. When a person actualizes their potential, creates an entire world for one person to actualize his potential. And the truth is, the original phrase is, insert your name here. It's worth it for Hashem to create the world for David, worth it for Moshe, worth it for Mashiach, and let it be that it was worth it for Hashem to create the world for you. If you maximize your potential, you actualize your potential like David, like Moshe, like Mashiach, then it was worth it for the entire world just for you as well. Incredible. So the Gemara says, incredible. The Gemara says, Mashmo. By the way, Mashmo. What's Mashiach's name? Mashiach's name. Because remember again, Mashiach is much more of a descriptive term, someone who's going to go ahead and bring about salvation. Why should I say this? Mashiach means anointed one, like Yeshua. Like, what's his name? So the name of Shiva, Shiloh. His name is Shiloh. The Shema at Kiyavo Shiloh. Just like when the bracha that Yaakov gives to Yudah, right? Lo Yosef Sheva Kiyim Chokik Midei Raglav at Kiyavo Shiloh. So again, Shiloh is the name of Mashiach. The Rabbi Amar Yinon Shmo. His name is Yinon. Yinon means continuity. Shema Amar Yish Shmo. Olam B'Fei Shemesh Yinon Shmo. The Rabbi Amar Kanin Shmo. His name is Shema Amar Asher Lo Ekin Lochem Kanino. The Omrim Menachem ben Chizkiah. Others say no, his name is Menachem ben Chizkiah. I will say what does Mashiach do? So the Holy Soul Mashiach brings about comfort. Mashiach brings about consolation. So it's interesting. Menachem, he's the great consoler. He consoles. Then he's great. That could be his father's name. This is restricted. This remember again is Chazin Ka. But ultimately again, where does the power of Mashiach come from? The power of Mashiach comes from the Ribono Shel Olam. Incredible. So the Rabbi wants to point out the Yerushalmi like this as well. The Yerushalmi says is Menachem. That's where he brings down to Mashiach ben Menachem. That's incredible. Rabbana Ami Ivra Dei Rabbi Shmuel. Interestingly enough, the Rabbanan say that his name literally again the white one of Rabbi. The Rabbanan say, what does that mean? Rashi says you have Mitzorah Shab-based Rabbi. Ultimately, again, Mitzorah-based Rabbi. The Rabbanan seems to loop back into what we saw before today's daf. That where does Mashiach live? Mashiach lives by the gates of Rothschild. What does it mean that he's a leper of the house of Rabbi? Rabbi was a direct descendant of the See, he's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Shimon Emar Ahi Chalinu Kimasa Machavinu Savanu Anachnu Chavenu Nagua Mukha Amram Nachman. Sorry, E Min Chayu. So that's incredible. But Nachman said if Mashiach is someone who is alive, currently alive, I know, then he's probably someone. Okay, now let's say that requires a little bit of interpretation, right? Right? It's always been confident, right? If Mashiach is someone who's up living, it's probably like me. Now, let's say, what does that mean? Well, Nachman wasn't proclaiming. What they're not saying was the meaning that one represent number one, he was the Reish Chalusa. So he had number two, he had Torah. What he was saying was he was this notion of Mashiach being the leper by the gates of one coming. So let's say, it's interesting to think about this. I think what we think about Mashiach as being someone great, because after that, how this pattern will be very interesting to see. Well, it says if Mashiach is alive, probably someone like me with connection and with Torah. Not true. Mashiach is someone like the living. If you want to say like he resembles someone who's currently alive, he's more like a Hudanasi. Like a Hudanasi. If he's someone like he's dead, he's going Daniel Ish Chamudos. Be like someone who's like Daniel. Now, also Rashi points out that like Daniel. If you look at Rashi says over here, even Kimi Kigo Rabbeinu HaKadosh, also Shechayim Achshav, Haynu Rabbeinu HaKadosh to solve the common denominator between Anasi and Daniel. They both suffered. Like even Anasi suffered from terrible that ultimately claims his life. Suffered a lot in his life. Also, like being the trusted servant of Nebuchadnezzar, that was not easy. In front of a lion. Then not easy. Right? So the idea of this Gemara is the ship is someone who's battle tested. This goes back before to the conversation between Rish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan as well. Rabbi Yochanan says, "Let Mashiach come. I don't want to see him." Rish Lakish says, "What's your problem? You think that because the Messianic era is going to be difficult, life is difficult. But you know what the secret? I think that we become great not because of our difficulties. It's not. No one ever says, you know what? I really became who I am because of the brachos that I have. You have so many brachos, and because of all those brachos, the brachos really pushed me to excellence. In fact, it's just the opposite. You know what the challenge with brachos is? The challenge with brachos is brachos sometimes have the danger of keeping us tethered to mediocrity. Because hey, life is good. Everything is good. People become great because of their challenges, not because of their lessons. So let's say, so that's what that's what Rothschild is saying to the Yochanan. I'll give it. You want to say, understand Mashiach is someone who suffers. You can't become a Mashiach easy life. You cannot become a Mashiach if you always take the easy path. You can't take every single time things difficult, you run the other way. That's not how it works. Mashiach is someone who suffers, battles through it, makes it run the other side, scarred, battled, and bruised, but stronger. Don't say it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We so often spend our lives running away from difficulty. Challenges. Let me find the other way. It's uncomfortable. Let me run the other way. I don't like it. Instead of saying, no, this is what makes me. The comfort doesn't make me great. The breakfast doesn't make me great. Challenge makes me great. And when it presents itself, he's like, I got this. I'm not running. I'll stare it down and I'll right through it. That comes from. That's where Mashiach comes from. That's where the mercy comes from. That's where Daniel comes from. You want to say, think about almost any single great person through the history of God himself. And ask yourself one simple question. Do they have an easy life? One great person in the history of our people has had an easy life. And it's not, oh look, they become great despite the difficulties. No, that's a false statement. They become great despite the difficulties. They became great because of difficulties. Rabbi Daniel, Mashiach, Lakish, Rabbi Akiva, Sharenu, David Amel, it doesn't matter. You plug into the name of every single great, the narrative is the same. I think it's just some heads and maybe like Mesa. Just whatever. What maybe Yeshua is. This is as follows. So much. Sorry. So what says going to be another David Amelech, right? It's going to be another David Amelech. When Mashiach comes, remember, part of Mashiach comes is mostly part of what we have not done purposely because we didn't get to it is the Rambam. Because remember again, there's like a lot of stuff that's happening over there. There's Kevin Mashiach, there's Mashiach, there's a Mason, this thing called Olam Haba, but it may also be what's called the period after Mashiach. Now the timeline for all of those events, the Gemara hasn't really been clear on. Causes all subject to controversy. We're going to get to the timeline also, but the point of it says is there's restoration of the Vedic monarchy, which means, amazingly enough, there's another David Amelech. Another David Amelech. So it says, V'iddu es Hashem Elokeichem, v'malkam asher akim lohem. And you will serve David, who I will establish future tense. It does say, I did establish, I will establish. So there'll be another David Amelech in the future. I only have a couple of Rabbi, I said, David Abdi, Nasi Lahem Olam. But we already have David Amelech, so there's another David Amelech. So you're right, you don't king, who powered this piece. Kind of like a king, and then ready for this. Get ready for this. There'll be actually restoration of the Davidic monarchy. There's going to be Davidic. There's also going to be progressing. What's going to happen with David Amelech? He's going to be the assistant king. So let's say rather if former David Amelech was the assistant king, can you imagine who the new king is going to be? You just imagine what that absolutely is going to be like. So new king, new Davidic king, and former David Amelech, or first David Amelech, ultimately again, is going to be the Shane Lo. Is going to be the assistant king. Incredible. Darsha Smaloi. Mike Siv. Hi. Hamisavim es Yom Hashem. Lama zeh lachem Yom Hashem. Koshech Lo'ar. So what's what is this? So again, he's talking about desiring for the Yom Hashem. Of life. What is this mean? Much like time ago, but at least in the art. Those are the stories, right? is like a muscle of a tentacle is a chicken. Hatalik is a bat. Is a bat. They're both waiting for daybreak. I'm going to talk about Hatalik. So the chicken said to the bat, he says, I need to stop below. The chicken said, rooster. He says, listen, I'm waiting for the morning because it means that the morning is my thing, right? I do mornings, right? You guys like, oh, I wish I was. I do mornings. In other words, when the morning comes, I think, right? The bad. You don't use light. So what are you doing? What are you doing with the morning? So it's a type of test 99. Rashi says over here, I'm sorry, before we go to Tzadik, sorry. The last Rashi on 1980, Shaul Shaliu, Shish the name Ros and Antisi Nanis, but Kaki Shal the Chapel of Duma, Shiyoma Hashem Yeh Or, about all people of it. Lama Mekhavin also, Shali Lo Shekel Or. So it's a card which is Messianic era, why this process of light. For the nations of the world is not going to be light. For the nations of the world will be darkness. And okay, so again, to what we spoke about before, because the Messiah is going through this upset of power. God Yisrael is the rooster, and then he brought the bat. So we'll say, so there was this Rabbi Yavo. He must say Asiyah. That's what he gets when he has Mashiach coming. When darkness devolves upon you, the old day go up. That's when Mashiach will come. So the men said to Rabbi Yavo, I'm seeing him. Why are you cursing me? I'm the crux in me. I'm not cursing. I'm telling you up to the Pasuk. Because again, most of the Yisrael, darkness for the world. Tanya, he wants to Mashiach, I bunch on it. So now, interesting enough, you might use the second duration of the Moshe Mashiach. How long does the Messianic era on for? I was saying, it's interesting that Lumar seems to be operating right now that, like I said, there's Chevet in the Messianic era, and then after Moshe Mashiach, that Olam Haba will come. So how long does the Gemara says, Rabbi Yonezer Moshe Mashiach, I bunch on 40 years. Shnei Amar, right? You see this phrase all the time. It's like, think about what it's saying, right? 40 years, akutz b'dod. So again, that's what I'm saying. And those guys are over shitting shana 70 years. Shnei Amar, Yava Yavahu, Yishkak Sur Shana Kini Melach. Kini Melach. You want to say? Okay, Rabbi says, Shalosh Doros, 3 generations. 3 generations. Shlosh Doros. Man, Ucha Ishemesh, Ne Yareach Dor Dorit. Hillel says, Ein Lahem Shech Nisra. I spoke to him before. And Hillel says, Chevra, enough. There's greatness waiting for us in the next era. Which is why Shekra, we already enjoyed the benefits of Messianic era. Here's a Chizkiah Hanavi. I'm going to say, sorry. I'm going to say this. Sorry, late Margaret Pillow. The sentence is, the pillow got you for you. How can you even say such a fact to say that Mashiach, that we're not going to enjoy the benefits of Mashiach? Absolutely inexplicably wrong. I'll tell you, it's very simple. When did Chizkiah live? I actually showed you. Chizkiah was king during the days of the first days of Mikdash. He was Chariot. Hari Bas Yisrael. Makech Yabon Chod. U'ani Barokin Achamo Ba'asana. So the Gemara Rabbi Yosef says it's not. I'll tell you why. Chizkiah lived in the first place of Mikdash. And yet Zechariah is prophesying during the days of the second based on Mikdash and telling us that what? Mashiach's going to come. So you see from here again that even the Navi understood that Mashiach's going to come. And you got Rabbi Elazar Omer, you want Mashiach Abban Shana. Rabbi Elazar says, the Messianic era lasts 40 years. Sivha says, Vayan Kavi Yari Vachavi Achilcha by the month. Shaddai says, Hashem afflicted you, you deprived you, and he gave you money for 40 years. Sivha Samchinu, Kimos in Sanu, shows make us, give us joy corresponding to the number of years that afflicted us. The same notion of affliction, affliction by month, which was consumed for 40 years, and Hashem will save us from the Messianic era of 40 years. When we go to the David Nails Shana, again it's 400 years. Sifah, it says over here, the renewal of some Arba Mission, it's by Polish Messiah. Messiah will abuse us for 400 years. Sanchinu Kimos in Son. That ultimately will have simcha like years of affliction. Affliction will not for 400 years. He must have Mashiach for 400 years. Rabbi says this Gimel male in the Chamish Shana. Kimisachama. Messianic era was 365 years, corresponding to the number of the year. Shene Emaris Nakam Balibi Ushnos Kula Bili Bar. What's actually quite beautiful. It's almost as if that Hashem will make up for all of the difficulties and suffering that we have endured over the years. I will say first one line, when we see the environment that we see, it wasn't because when it comes to the Messiah, so he can keep it close to his chest. Right? Hashem says that ultimately again, but even the rest of my wings to be don't that Hashem says, I know Mashiach is coming back, which also goes back to yesterday's daf, right? When again, when Rabbi Yeshua asked Eliyahu Navi himself, who was the messenger, right, to herald in the Mashiach said, I don't know. So he was like, tell you, being great Rabbi Abel. Was his second white line. You want these? So Shivas Alafim Shana. Incredible. You want that goes on 7,000 years. That sounds good. Let's go with that one, right? Hey, you see, again, 7,000. Where does it come from? Under these right? Then this is absolutely beautiful. Listen to this. Shene Emar. So Chasan. How beautiful is this outside? There's ultimately again. So Yosh sometimes. So Chasan Akala Yosish Allah Hashem Lokafa. Will rejoice over us like a chassan does a kala. Just like a chassan kala have sheva brachas. So when the eyes like a one day like 1,000 years. So therefore, so to speak, Messianic era is like sheva brachas. So it's such a beautiful idea. The Messianic era is like the sheva brachas. When Klal Yisrael, they'll go on for 7,000 years. I'm not either sure. You know, so Mashiach, Kimino, Shenivra, Olam, the Akshav. And he said, the Shmuel, the Messianic era will extend the amount of time from now. That amount of time. Shneimar, Kineh Shamayim Alar, Yiskak Amar, Kimi Ad Akshav. It goes from the days of Noach until now. Shneimar, Kineh Zosli Hashem. I don't care about Yochanan. Kol Nevi'im was his name here. Kol Nevi'im was not the only Moshe Mashiach. In general, the Nevi'im only prophesied Messianic era. Let's talk about this more. What does this mean? The Nevi'im are filled with incredible and beautiful and synchronicities about what the future is going to hold for Klal Yisrael. These prophecies are about the Moshe Mashiach, the Messianic era. About the Olam Haba, when it comes to the world to come, Ayin lo ra'asa Elokim v'asecha, Elokim sam mechashe lo. Comes to Olam Haba, the idea about the greatness of it. All of the greatness that we find contains all of that description of beautiful, euphoric, type life. That's for your Moshe Mashiach, Messianic era. But Olam Haba, any idea about the greatness that is has any idea about the beauty that is waiting for us in all of that. So the Gemara goes like this: Shmuel, Shadi Shmuel, Gamar Shmuel, Ein Dina Or Mazal Masor, Shias Elash Shibun Malchus Global. Shadi Shmuel. Shmuel says there is no distinction between Yom Mashiach, the Messianic era, and ultimately again Shibun Malchus. Now we'll say, Elash Malchus. Now this is interesting. Shmuel says Messianic era is pretty much regular life. Shiach comes regular life. What's the difference? So what's the word? We're not oppressed by anyone else. Just by the way, there's no spite where the world leaves us alone. The world respects Klal Yisrael. So there's no Shibud Malchus. But I'm gonna be you should just keep you have to keep a running list of these machlokim. So once again, what is the most Moshiach? What is the era? Is this some type of supernatural, overwhelming type of existence, or maybe it's just simply it's regular life. Regular, you gotta pay your bills, you gotta pay. And hopefully they'll do like full vouchers, you know, we can open look at that out. Everybody, so nice again. So nice. It's a regular world. It's a regular world. Everything goes on the way it's supposed to be going on. It's Shiva Malchus. Further about all of the beautiful bracha that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that's what Bali Tshuva will get. About Tzadikim, Gemurim, Allah Salakim, Zurasach. But for absolute Tzadikim, the eye fathom. The eye has not even seen the great schar is waiting for them. So all the great things that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that's for Bali Tzadikim, Gemurim, for absolutely right. Only HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows the greatness and the beauty that is in store for them. Now listen, I watch this. Makom Shabbat Tshuva Omdim, Tzadikim Gimurim Einan Omdim. Rabbi says no. Bali Tshuva are greater than Tzadikim Gimurim. The place where Bali Tshuva stand, Tzadikim Gimurim could never stand. We now have a fundamental machlokas over here. Who's the righteous person who perhaps sinned? Obviously, every person, but never sin in a direct way, or the Baal who sinned and clawed back. Who is Rabbi said this is a fundamental. And ultimately again Rabbi Avo. Rabbi Avo holds Rabbi Yochanan Tshuva, and Rabbi Avo holds that Tshuva is greater than Shenehemar. Shalom, shalom, shalom. For the one who is far, the one who is near. Bereisha ba'adar karov, my rachani karov. Rachel karov, Bereisha. So I said ba'adar karov. So I said interestingly enough, Rabbi Avo says, Rabbi Avo says that if you notice Hashem gives Shalom first, the one who is far. Who's the one who is far? The one who was far and then came back. That's the Baal Tshuva. The Baal Tshuva gets the first Shalom Aleichem from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only after the Baal Tshuva gets the Shalom Aleichem, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives it to the Tzadikim. My Rachel, come to me, Kara. My Kara, come to me, Kara. With the hashtag. Rabbi Yochanan says no. The Rachel, Me'aveda, Kara should Kara. They're the second. No. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Kara, Rachel means the one who was always distant from Aveda, i.e., the Tzaddik. The Kara. Those two Aveda, they now changed their relationship. So let's say the fundamental machlok is about who has greater standing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Tzaddik and Damar, all about Tshuva. Incredible. Like, why see what I'm already Yochanan? So it's the all the rock that the Nevi'im had, right? Is a reference ultimately again to someone, his daughter to a Tam Chacham, who also Takmat the other Chacham, or one who goes and does business with a Tam Chacham, or Mahana Tam Chacham in the Chasa. And one who gives benefit to the saying, there's reward for those who seek Torah. and for those who get Torah. Okay, and the overwhelming reward. Atzman. But a husband supporting Torah is what? Becoming a Talmid Chacham yourself. And if a person becomes ultimately, again, the reward is so great for the person that no one has seen that reward besides HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's incredible. My ayin ra. So I'm going to show them. So I said, what is this reward? By the way, what is this reward for the music? What is it? What is this? All the great things you see in it, that's for a person who helps support the Talmid Chacham, who helps support Torah. But the Talmid Chacham himself, gosh, the reward that is waiting for him. What is this great? So this is incredible. Zeh yayin hanushuma ba'anash liberations. That is one aged bottle of wine. Right? So this is wine that comes from that were created in the city of creation. That great reward waiting for Talmid Chachamim. It's incredible. There's much to say about this. What does that mean? What does that mean? So let's say we know this, that when a person learns Torah, and when a person devotes themselves to grow into, and this applies to all of us. They will say what they're doing is they're aligning their minds to the purpose of creation. The purpose of creation was the actualization of Torah, was to take the beauty to learn it and to live it in this world. When a person makes themselves into a Talmid Chacham, they're fulfilling the very purpose for which it was created. How is that manifest? You get to drink wine from the 6 days of creation. It's almost like a perfect circle, this perfect harmony between life that I am living and the very purpose of creation. Rothschild says, Zeh Eden. This refers to Eden. That the Talmid Chacham enjoy Eden. The Gemara says, Zeh Eden. What do you mean? How do you know one ever saw Eden? Adam, how do you show lived in Eden? In Tamar, Gan who Eden. You say Gan is the same thing as Eden. I will not now Yotzim Eden Hashkos Sagan. The Pasuk says that a river beyond Eden had ancestry in the garden. Both sides. Gan and Eden are two different. We call it Gan Eden. But Gan is there's the Gan, there's the garden, and then there's Eden. So Adam Rishon ultimately again lived in the Gan, right? But at the end of the day, Eden is that place that is reserved only for Talmid Chacham. Incredible. So let's back to Mishnah this morning. One of the things, remember again, the Mishnah is saying that calling Israel every year, every has a portion of the world to come. And then in the Mishnah then went to enumerate the people who don't portion of the world to come. So one of those people was, the person says not divine. The person says that such a person does not have a portion in the world to come. I said because. So what does it mean when it says that he degraded, he divided some things like degraded the word of Hashem? This refers to some Torah is not this refers also to because we'll define this term a bit. This refers to dances, inappropriate interpretations in Torah. Without part of the Torah. But again, reveal this is just inappropriate interpretation. The es mitzvah sahar. This is bliss. This is someone who knows this. So he carries, so we cut off. He carries Baal Mazah. He carries all the and the next one. I don't know about this. We're learning all these based on this. Someone was like who again disparages or profane kabbalah. Someone who goes ahead and degrades them in Kelvin. Or one goes ahead and announces the bliss of circumcision. The Gala Paramator Shlo Kabach, who advances the interpretations of Torah that are incorrect. Someone who embarrasses his friend in public. Even though such a person is Torah, he does not have a portion in the world to come. It's a very, very, very profound tomorrow. he degraded the word of Hashem. Zeh Omer Ein Torah. The person who says the Torah is not divine. Not only that, Ati Omer Kol Torah Kol Hashem. Chutz mi pasuk Zeh. Shva Omer HaKol Elamon Shemipi Atzmo Zeh Divar Hashem Biza. See what the person says the entire Torah is Hashem, but one pasuk. Oh, Hashem didn't say this. This must have been Moshe who said this. This is also called degrading the word of God. And again, it doesn't divorce the word. Amar, Chutz מדיקטוק זה, קל וחומר זה, נגזר שווה זו, זהו דבר כי דבר ראשון. If a person says, maybe the entire person, but this deal, this gzer shava chomer, that is ultimately again degradation of the word of Hashem. Such a person forfeits his point to come. Tanya, Rabbi says, "Halom Torah beinu lamda zeu dvar Hashem bizos." Says beautiful. Rabbi says, you know what it means? A person who learns Torah but doesn't teach it, this is a degradation of the word of Hashem. So let's say it's so beautiful. This Torah, the Torah we learn is not just for us. The Torah we learn is meant there. And if a person learns it but doesn't share it, there's a missing in their Torah. If you learn and you don't share, it means that Torah, when you hear something beautiful, you hear good news, you want to share it with whoever you can. How do you know that Torah makes a true impact on you? If you learn it and you want to share it, if you learn it to someone else, that means that Torah has not permeated your neshama. You hear it, you're like, oh, that's nice, and you have no desire for it, which means Torah does not have an effect on who and what. So Nelson says as follows. I'm sorry. Rabbi Nelson called me Shir Mashkiach Al. And Meir says, what's the Bar Hashem? What does that refer to? That's someone who is not careful with the interpretations of Mishnah. Wow. What does it mean to degrade the word of Hashem? If you can learn Torah and you don't do it, that ultimately again is degrading the word of Hashem. That's incredible. You have the opportunity to do so, to seize the opportunity for Torah is in and of itself a degradation of Rothschild. Idolatry. The first, the word ultimately again grades the very word of the Lo, Shemar Lo, Lo, Sinai, no Keshem, Kacha, Lo Yalachal Kimachiri. Says, last two lines. The says, someone learns and doesn't chazek, doesn't review. The Gemara says, Domer la'adam shezoreah ve'ino concept. Those is beautiful. This refers to someone who ultimately, again, listen, learning things is a little shvach. I'm not outing anyone, but it's been a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for. Right, it was going for a little bit of time, and then really significant in the fushling of the Neshamayim. Right, so I thought you finished study, but okay, but there's something wrong. I was going to say, right, for the middle, why is it important? Well, even maybe it's not 540 anymore. On the book side, I want to put that something very, I think this is something that we have to take into account a little bit. We live in such an incredible times where we have such a proliferation of Torah, such a Torah. So one side, and like there literally is like more yomim than a person could keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. Now let's think balance between sons, more is less. And I was trying to figure out, should I be doing more things, or perhaps focusing, doing a little bit, seeing more things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are different. People learn differently, people absorb things differently. But I think a lot of times what ends up happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on. Really acquiring on a given day, I'm getting what's mine. And this is something that is contemplated for ourselves. So the German God says, it says if you learn and you don't know what it's like planting, but not harvesting. Planting, but not harvesting. So you plant something beautiful, it's incredible. And now it's like the produce, it's right there. It's sitting for you. But if I don't harvest it, I don't reap it, I don't reap what I was. It's so interesting. Just some, again, for us and learning and different things work for us and Ruchnius. Everybody's got to find the right balance. This is what I need for myself in life. But I think at least doing something to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm planting all of these beautiful things. And once the imagery is so profound, my beautiful personalistic spiritual field is sprouting with so many beautiful spiritual saplings sitting in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not ultimately something for myself to attain. Incredible. But it's all there. This is very intense. Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to all adults. And what is that metaphor is meant to be shocking. Hey, and then ultimately, what is it saying? Is that let's say the beautiful learning Torah is you birth something. You birth something. I don't remember it, or I don't take the time. I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. Simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful stuff, it is to take hold on to that beautiful young tin, to nurture him, to stand him, and to raise him as a very profound. On the days. This is beautiful. The Kiva Omer, Zemer B'chol Yom, Zemer B'chol Yom. Sing every day. And I will say, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, I am the Satan with it. Half a piece of city the people. So let's say, so again, it appears at first glance already, you keep us thinking on the same theme. That literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music, you know the. So the Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. Once again, see my idea. Engrave yourself in your Torah. Chazir your Torah. Make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. Listen, there's also, we'll see more. Well, let's just finish up. Omer Yitzchak by Rabbi, by Abu Juju. Mike, what's the part? Nefesh Amamami, Ki Akafala, Ki Amo the Mokum, Zad, the Torah, so Mokum. So it's a quite beautiful. The puzzle from this place. Nefesh Amamami, like literally again, if the soul toil, it will toil for you. He akapala you. You have tethered your mouth. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, so akapala you. Who amal the makom? If you work on your Torah in this world, your Torah will work for you in the world to come. What a beautiful and incredible idea. If you put in the effort for Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. That she says over here, if you work for your Torah will for you. Next Rashi, if they דברים בפיו קמצו וכבשה לחמור. תחבינה, זרע כועסת בשם זמירות, תדיר, nasa zera. Okay, so it's like, so quite beautiful, the idea over here. If you put in the effort in your spirituality, in your Torah works on your behalf. When I create something new, and that creation, as a child, parent takes care of the child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I put Torah in my life. I understand now my job is to I learn it, I love it, I review it. And then the happening is that Torah is such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world, and ultimately, again, it takes care of me in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Torah Malaslo, Shemech Hazar Salar, Bakeshes Meis Kona, Liso Tame Torah, Isidra, Kakwan, Mishuko, incredible. So, in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazar. Because if I don't chazar in some way, to chazar something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like a, in other words, again, which means yours should be pleasant, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah, and if you take care of your Torah, ultimately, your Torah takes care of you, both in this world as well as so also, there's also another beautiful idea by Rabbi Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So Rabbi Akiva says, Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer b'chol yom. The Lord says, this is Rabbi Akiva. How should you live life? Sing every day. The Lord says, any given day, you have a choice. Any given day, you have a choice. Every day is just wake up in the morning. What do you want to be? You want to be happy? You want to be sad? The Lord says, happiness, people make the mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of life factors. As you often find people saying, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy. Sentences begin with, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if. You will never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always I need. One of the most important pieces in Yiddish type is, happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy, I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, but I choose emotional disposition. And what I think Rabbi Akiva is saying is, choose happiness. Because again, alternative. You can choose to be happy, or you can choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems, but at least it gives appreciate everything that Rabbi Akiva went through life. Everything he went through. From the time he was young and little bit to the moment he died. Difficulty, adversity, derision, all these different kinds. And Rabbi Akiva is saying the life of Simcha. How profound and overwhelming that really is. I was at the top of doing great, incredible, ridiculous. I'll say, look, continue to Hashem. Zara, we'll continue to Hashem. Singing all more tomorrow, everyone. All right, Kevin.
So I guess he's just a snake, correct? Every time 15 years ago, man. He's acting like calling him a pussy makes him almost. I mean, it's got to be a fight. It's just
Good morning. Let's begin by thanking oranges for this morning should take our annual commentary response to reflection period in year 5785. The Toast Mishpach of Israel, dedicating all the Midrashos this year as is good Soros Tavos followed in Israel. Commentary responses for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving Marie of Terry's father, Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel of Israel, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar, Gadi and Shane Cohen, got 20 sponsors for today. Very sure it's Gadi's grandfather, Alvin Cohen, Avram Ben Reb Yaakov Cohen, all of your Shamos have now the families in the Chama, all those who haven't been of Kol Israel. Hashem brings home our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. Kol Maaseh Yadayim. And with that, let us move a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Really like Gemara, like I said, I run out of things. I know to describe anymore. Just how enormous and how incredible this Gemara is. Also fascinating, and I just because like that film is a 7.5-year cycle. You forget like cycle to cycle, just how incredible all of this Gemara is. Anyway, suppose today's that test 99. We are picking up the Miras Hashem on Sadik Ches Amriz, and we are picking up it's about probably about 20 lines before it gets wide. Rabbi says, I believe already in Miras Hashem through the coming of Mashiach, but I don't want to see it. Sentiment. Let him come, but I don't want to see it. This was the sentiment that we began to see yesterday. Of course, believe all of their hearts about Mashiach, but also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that is going to precede the Messianic era. So, you know what? Let Mashiach come. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I believe it. I want it to come, but I don't want to see all the pain and suffering that is going to precede Mashiach. I'm going to reach Lakish. So I'll say, first of all, it's a very dramatic state, right? So much of our hopes is, I want to see Mashiach, I want to see the law. Here we have Rabbi Yochanan come, and I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty that is going to precede it. I'm going to reach Lakish. My time on. Reach Lakish says, Rabbi Yochanan, what's the problem? Or what is it that you're concerned about? Even we shouldn't see Kashayanos Ishtari. Upaga Hado. By Samak Yadala Kefon Nachash. So you're going to see like the way that the Rabbi described. The way they describe a little bit of the Messianic era or the pre-Messianic era is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. That a person will run away from that lion and he'll run into the bear. And then he'll come home, he'll put his hand on the wall, and the will bite him. So the way that the Navi is described is essentially the pre-Messianic era. You go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So is that what's bothering you? Is that overwhelmingly difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it? So because this is so profound. All the most of all of my that, Rish Lakish says this pretty much characterizes our life. For example, person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. The Rusi finds in his own field. This surveyor, who was the surveyor? This was the guy in the government whose job was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and make it part of the government. In other words, that he was there, see, you find someone essentially trying to take your stuff. Don't should call you body. Just like body. Just like the lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour up. So you walk into your field, you see someone trying to do Nichnas La'ir, then you come into the city, Hagabal Gabai, you run into the tax collector. And the tax collector, when he sees you, he's not interested in the Shalom Aleichem, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, Paga, the Gemara says, running into the bear. Into your field, run into the surveyor's reward. Then you come into the, right, and you run into the tax collector, and it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. Then you come home and you find your children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. And you're going to say, what is this? What is Lakish highlighting over here. But I can just forget about Moshe Mashiach. Even now, everywhere I turn, there's challenges, there's difficulty. In the field, this is in the town, there's the tax collector. And then I come home, and the family has its own set of problems. And it's just like being bitten by a snake. So there's two things that are coming out of Rish Lakish. Number one, Rish Lakish is saying is you're so concerned about your Yochanan. You're so concerned about the misfortunes of the difficulties, the challenges of the pre-Messianic era. Newsflash: there's plenty of difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in day-to-day life. We have this stuff now. It's not like now, easy in the pre-Messianic era becomes difficult. Life is challenging right now. So that's the one Rosh Hashanah saying to the Yochanan. What's the other thing from this, which is incredibly important? One of the most potential mindsets that a person, as they go through life, is the expectation that somehow life is supposed to be easy. And for some reason, we have this notion, right, that life is supposed to be easy. Life and pieces are supposed to drop into place, and things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not okay, that's like that's the abnormal piece. I think what Rish Lakish is highlighting is that is not true. Don't walk around life with the notion that it's easy. Life is not easy. We're constant changes that come up one after the other. Are there moments of tranquility in the midst of a sea of challenges? Yes, there absolutely are. But the de facto state of life is one of challenge. You go into the field, there's a challenge. You go into the town, there's a challenge. You come home to your family, there's a challenge. Okay, it doesn't mean something wrong. It's just that is the reality. We go through life, and we expect things to be tranquil, and we expect things to be, and when they're not, I'm so disillusioned. Where did I go wrong? The expectations are flawed. Everything is very Lakish. You seem to be life is hard. It's hard now. It's pre-Messianic era. That's the way it is. If you face it and you lean into it and you understand it, such an incredible Gemara. Allah said, "Shalom nauru akamadori isipo gamayadla kileta." Inabchu kopanum liyarako. By the following pasuk. What does the pasuk mean? My Raisi called Geber. What is a woman? That was interestingly enough. Rabbi over here is describing. It's interesting. Once again, all of these seem to be describing the pre-Messianic era. This is my Rabbi, and he's saying like a man will grasp his stomach, right, and turn out like a woman, like a pregnant woman. So the Gemara says, "Okay, what is the next? See all men." Called Gvura Shalom. Okay. My next miracle. And what does it mean if the Baruch's face turns pale? What does that mean? What it refers to is like this. Literally again, Malia means like the palace. The celestial palace, the earthly palace, what is this? So let's listen to this. These are my creations, and these are my creations. How can I destroy these? I will say, this is an incredible Gemara. Messianic era is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal Yisrael. It's important for us to understand that as Rosh Baruch wants to bring about our success. When Rothschild brings about the downfall of other nations, for him. Right? Why for him? Because we are all God's children. This is incredibly important to remember. Jews have not cornered the market on God. God, the Rishon, belongs to and everyone for the Ribono Shel Olam. And He loves everyone, and He cares for everyone, and He wants to see everyone. It's true. As a people, as a nation, we have a different and unique relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But the relationship is for all of humanity to have. This is why I will say this ties again earlier in Sanhedrin. It's hard to remember anything but Agadatah in Daf Yomi right now. But remember again, once upon a time when we learned like Gemara, so you remember again, we had the whole sugya of Shemus and Noah. Like, how do you, if Rosh Hashanah only loved Israel, then we would have a mitzvah class to convert the world. Yet, amazing enough, we don't. In fact, just if I care, we say, don't convert. You got 7 mitzvahs, that and Hashem loves you. You don't need to do what we do. We don't need to do what you do. And everybody's going that. So when the comes and Klal Yisrael is lifted up and the other nations are punished, that is hard for Hashem. It's hard for the Ribono Shel Olam to have to punish any of his children, even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, this is the famous adage, right? This is the famous adage that when your ox is running, it becomes injured and it can no longer feed from its trough. Put your horse by that trough. Well, what's the problem? Then when the ox is going to feed and it's ready to trough, is your back taking away from trough. Okay, so the metaphor, of course, is that Klal Yisrael had greatness. We lost our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. Because Baruch Hu gave our position to the nations of the world. And then when the Messianic era comes, he's taking that back and giving that back to us. But it's difficult for us. I must say, a really profound thing. It's difficult for the Ribono Shel Olam to go ahead and do this. I'm going to give it. I see things rather officially Shnei Mashiach. Klal Yisrael is going to benefit. We're going to benefit of the years of Mashiach. Rav Yossi is great. Rav Yossi is Pshita. Of course, we're going to benefit. Who else is going to get it? In other words, if it's not Klal Yisrael, if we're not going to eat the benefits of it, who's going to get the benefits of it? Chilik, what's the expression? Chilik, like, Joe Schmo. Who else is going to get it if not Klal Yisrael? So we must about who's going to get it all. Coming to school, we're going to see a number of times. Rabbi Hillel, by 2 different people. So we're going to see the position of Rabbi Hillel a number of times today. The Amar Ein Mashiach Yisrael. Rabbi Hillel says Klal Yisrael will not go ahead and reap the benefits of the future Messianic era. Why? The first wide line is because we have already reaped the benefits of the Messianic era during the heyday of Chizkiyahu, the benefits of Yemos Mashiach during the days of Chizkiyahu. So therefore, Rabbi Hillel says in the name of Rav, that's not true. We reject that position. We reject Rabbi Hillel. In fact, we will reap every element of the David. Rav says it was worth it for the Ribono Shel Olam to create an entire world just for David HaMelech. Just for David, Moshe, it was worth it for Hashem to create an entire world just for Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbi Yochanan says the entire world just for Mashiach. So Rashi over here, what does it mean with David? Because David went ahead and sang Yeshira, beautiful song. Moshe brought down the Torah, and ultimately, of course, Mashiach is that's going to work his magic, right? Mashiach is dramatic for the entire world. We always say, but the deeper message is when a person actualizes their potential, which is the coming of David HaMelech actualizes Moshe Rabbeinu actualizes Mashiach will actualize. When a person actualizes their potential to create the entire world, for one person actualizes his potential. And the truth is, the beauty of that Gemara is one more phrase. The additional phrase is insert here. It was Hashem to create a world. Worth to create a world of Moshe, worth to create a Mashiach, and now, let it be that it was worth it to create the world for you. If you maximize your potential, you exercise the potential, like Moshe, like Mashiach, then it was worth it for everyone to create the entire world just for you as well. Gemara says, incredible. Gemara says, Mashmo, by the way, Mashmo, what's Mashiach's name? Mashiach's name. Because remember again, Mashiach is more of a descriptive term of someone who's going to go ahead and bring about salvation. What, or I should say, Mashiach name is like anointed one, like Yeshua. Like, what's his name? Shiloh. His name is Shiloh. Shiloh, Parshas Vayechi, when the bracha that Yaakov gives to Yehuda, right? Lo Yosef Shevet Yehuda Mecholkik Mibi Lo Shiloh. So his name was Gino. Gino means continuity. Emar Yihi Shmo L'Olam B'Fnei Shemesh Known Shmo. Be'er Chanina Amar Chanina Shmo. His name is Chanina. Shnei Asher Lo Etim Lachem Chanina. Yesh Omrim Menachem Ben Chizkiah Shmo. Others say no, his name is Menachem Ben Chizkiah. They will say Shnei many Menachem Yeshiv Nafshi. What does Mashiach do? Also, the Holy Soul is Mashiach brings about comfort. Right? Mashiach brings about. So it's interesting. Menachem is the great consoler from years, from thousands of years of colors. Then Chizkiah. Chizkiah doesn't necessarily have to be his father's name. It could be a descriptive name. Chizkiah, remember again, is Chazek Ka. Again, where does the power of Mashiach from? The power of Mashiach Bono Shalom. Incredible. So Rabbi also point out is Yerushalmi, like this as well. Yerushalmi says that the name of Mashiach is Menachem. That's where he brings down also Mashiach and Menachem. That's incredible. Rabbanan Amri Chivra Dei Rabbi Shmuel. So interestingly enough, the Rabbanan that his name is literally again the white one of Bei Rabbi. Now let's say what does that mean? Rashi Metzora Shad Bei Rabbi. Ultimately, he is the Metzora of Bei Rabbi. Now let's say this seems to loop back into what we saw before today's daf. That where does Mashiach lives by the gate? He's a leper. What is it? He's a leper of the house of Rabbi. Rabbi was a direct descendant of David HaMelech. See, he's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David, from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. Gemara says, Shemo, Shnei Emachim Chalinu Nasa Machavinu Savanu Anash Venu Nakuamu Kimunu. Amram Nachman. Amram Nachman. I Min Chayu. So this is incredible. Nachman says, if Mashiach one who is alive, keep going, Ano. Then he's someone like me. Okay, that requires a little bit of interest, right? It's always good, right? If Mashiach who's of the living, it's probably like Nebuchadnezzar. And what does that mean? Rav wasn't proclaiming himself Mashiach. What Rav Nachman was saying was the following idea, namely, what's Rav Nachman? Is that number one? He was the son-in-law of the Reish Galusa. So he had power. So what Rav Nachman was saying was he was rejecting this notion of Mashiach being the leper, the gates of Rome, but rather Mashiach is someone prominent. He was say, I think in our mind we never think of Mashiach as being the leper by the gates of Rome. We think about Mashiach as being someone great, because after all, the kid is got to repent. Everyone has to accept him. What's going to happen will be very interesting to see. But Rav Nachman says if Mashiach is alive, it's probably someone like me, with connections and with Torah. Shemar ba'aya adilan menu emotional mikirbo yitze amrav even chaya rabinu hakadosh. Not true. Mashiach is someone like the living. If you want to say like he resembles someone's current life, he's more like Rabbi Yossi. It's a good Yossi. Even Messiah, if he's someone like he's dead, he goes Daniel Ishdos. He must be like someone who's like Daniel. Now, also Rashi points out over here, why like Daniel? Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Imin Hehu Kimin Kigon Mashiach me also Shechayim Akshav Bada Hainu Ranu Hakadosh to Solach Halal. Now, what's come to now between Yehuda and Nasi, Daniel is both suffered. They both suffered. Like Yehuda and Nasi suffered from terrible intestinal illness, ultimately claims life. And Daniel suffered a lot in his life also by being the trusted servant of Nebuchadnezzar. It was not easy being thrown into a lion den, not easy, right? So the idea over here, the Gemara saying over here is Mashiach is someone who is battle tested. And I will say this goes back before the conversation between Rish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan as well. Rabbi Yochanan says, let Mashiach come out and see him. Rish Lakish says, what's your problem? You think that because the Messianic era is going to be difficult? Life is difficult. But I will say, but you know what the secret I think that we've learned as we go on in life is we become great not despite our difficulties. We become great because of it. If you think about it, by the way, no one ever says, you know what, I really became who I am because of the brachos that I have. You have so many brachos, and because of all those brachos really push excellence. In fact, it's just the opposite. You know what the challenge with brachos is? The challenge with brachos is brachos sometimes have the danger of either to mediocrity. It is good. Everything is good. Become great because of the challenge, because of the blessings. So I'll say that's what Rish Lakish is saying to Rabbi Yochanan. I think that's what's happening over there. Understand Mashiach is someone who suffers. You can't become a Mashiach with an easy life. You cannot become a Mashiach, always take the easy path. You can't take Mashiach if every single time things get difficult, you run the other way. That's not how it works. Mashiach battles through it, makes it their side, scarred and bruised, but strong in it. It's absolutely incredible. We so often spend our lives running away from difficulty. So, let me find the other way. It's uncomfortable. Let me run the other way. I don't like it. Let me run the other way. Instead of saying, no, it makes me great. The comfort makes me great. It makes me great. And if when it's present, you say to yourself, I got this. I'm not running. That's where greatness comes from. That's where it comes from. That's where Yehuda comes from. That's where Daniel comes from. Also, think of life of any single great person through Israel and ask yourself one simple question: do they have easy life? And you can answer absolutely. The answer is no. No, there is not one great person throughout the history of our people who has had an easy life. No, that's a false thing. Despite they became great because of the difficulties. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, Daniel, Mashiach, Rish Lakish, Rabbi Akiva, Moshe Rabbeinu, David HaMelech, Sarinenu, and plug in the name of every single great person in the narrative. Already we don't have. I think we're just going to do some hedging, maybe like through Pesach. No, just whatever. Well, maybe two shuas. First is as follows. So much. So we'll say it's going to be another David HaMelech. This is exciting. Right? It's going to be another David HaMelech. When Mashiach comes, remember, part of what Mashiach comes is mostly what we have not done purposely by the because we're going to get to it is we're going to go through the Rambam. Because remember again, there's like a lot of stuff that's happening over here. There's Mashiach in the Messianic era. There's Mashiach. There's Tchias HaMesim. There's this thing called Olam Haba, which may be where you go after, right? But it may also be called the period after Mashiach comes. And there's restoration of Davidic monarchy. Now, the timeline for all of those events, the Gemara hasn't really been clear on. Causes also some controversy. We're going to get to this also. But the point of what the Gemara says is the restoration of Davidic monarchy, which means, amazingly enough, there's another David HaMelech. Another David HaMelech. So Gemara says, "Ve'ivdu es Hashem Elokechem, ve'Elokechem, David Malkam, Asher Akim Lohem." And you will write and you will serve who I will establish in future tense. It doesn't say I did establish, I will establish. So there'll be another David HaMelech in the future. I only have a couple of Rabbi said David Avdi Ahamni Olam, but a real David HaMelech. So this means another David. So you're right, Kikon Case, Upal Kesa. Like a king and an assistant king. So what's this? Get for this. Get ready for this. There'll be after Mashiach, there'll be restoration of Davidic monarchy. There's going to be a new Davidic king. There's also going to be Tchias HaMesim. So what's going to happen with former David Melech? He's going to be the assistant king. Now listen, by the way, if former David is the assistant king, imagine who the new king is going to be. Can you just imagine what that absolutely is going to be like? So new king, new Davidic king, or first David Melech, ultimately again is going to be the assistant king. Darsha Smaloi, Vaydichsiv, Hi, Hamas Adam Esyom Hashem, Lama Zelchem Yom Hashem, Choshech V'Ar. So we'll say, what is this? So again, he's talking about designing for the Yom Hashem Mechanic Era, be a day of light, dark, and not light. What is this? Marshal Tanagol Atalation. Supposed to there was a story, right? So of a Tanagol is a chicken. Atalef is a bat. So the chicken said to the bat, he says, I need a sapala ora sha'ora shali. Sha'ora shali. So he said, I'm waiting for morning because it makes sense. The morning is my thing, right? I that's like, oh, I wish I did, right? I do mornings. In other words, when the morning comes, I crow. That's my thing, right? You don't use light. So what are you doing? What are you doing with the morning? It's the top of test 99. Rashi says over here, before we go to the side, sorry. The last Rashi on 98b, Sha'or Shalu, Shishli Naim Yos, and Sisi Names, Kaki, Southern Chapel, Gula, Shiyom Hashem Yah Or, Vala Opiko Fabim, Lama Mekazim, O Shar. So it's like Klal always going to say us is going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's not going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's going to be darkness. And I will say so again because the light is going to be this upset of power. So Klal Yisrael is the rooster, and the nations of the world are the bat. So let's say so there was this this non-believer said Rabbi Yavo. Say Asim Mashiach. Yes, Rabbi Yavo, what is Mashiach coming? When darkness devolves on you, the old day called him, that's when Mashiach will come. So the men said to Rabbi Yavo, cursing me? I'm just asking a question. Why are you cursing me? No, I'm not cursing. I'm telling you what's the pasuk. Because again, most of the way the pasuk describes Messianic era, dark nations of the world. You also Mashiach. I will say so now. Interesting enough, you might give a discussion about the most of Mashiach. How long the Messianic era go on? I was also saying it's interesting that the way the Gemara seems to be operating right now is that, like I said, there's Chavre Mashiach, Yemos Mashiach, and then afterwards that begins Olam Haba, the world to come. Does Messianic era go on? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer Mashiach, Abam Shana, 40 years. Shnei Amar, incredible. You see this phrase all the time, because you don't necessarily be saying, right? 40 years, Akut B'dar. So again, that's right for the Messianic era. Rabbi Eliezer is how you Omer, Shivim Shana, 70 years. Shnei Amar, Hayaba Yavahu, Nishkachas, Sur, Shivim Shana Kini Melech. So the Gemara says, "Elu Melech miyuchad." Havi Omer Mashiach. Okay, Rabbi says, "Shalosh Doros, 3 generations, 3 generations, Shalosh Doros." Ne'emar, Yira Ucha Ishem, V'lifnei Dar David. Hillel says, "Ein lahem Mashiach L'Yisrael." So Rabbi Hillel as we saw before. Rabbi Hillel says, "Chevra enough." There's no greatness waiting for us in the Messianic era. The Gemara says, why? We already enjoyed the benefits of the Messianic era from the days of Chizkiah and Rabbi. Sorry. Rabbi Yosef listen to this. Shari lay Mar Reb Hillel. So essentially, Hello, God should forgive you. You even say such a thing like that. To say that Mashiach, that we're not going to enjoy the benefits of Mashiach, absolutely unequivocally wrong. I'll tell you, it's very simple. When did Chizkiah live? Chizkiah was king during the first days of Mikdash. He was Zechariah, Chamisnavi B'Bayishini V'Amar, Gili Ma'oz Bas Sion, Hari Bas Yushalayim, Hine Makef Yavot Tzadik, Ani Barochi Achamor Va'al Va'asal. So again, so the Gemara Yosef says it's not true. I'll tell you why. The first base of Mikdash, and yet Zechariah is prophesizing during the days of the second base of Mikdash and telling them what Mashiach is going to come. So you see from here again that even the Navi understood that Rabbi Elazar Omer, you want some Mashiach by Mishana. Rabbi Elazar said, the Messianic era lasts 40 years. Sif Haka says over by the month. Shaddai says Hashem afflicted you, He deprived you, and He gave you years. Because give us joy for the number of years that you afflicted us of affliction, which was consumed for 40 years. Hashem will save us from the Messianic era 40 years. The Lord says, ultimately, again, it's 400 years. It says over here, by Mitzrayim will use us for 400 years. That ultimately we'll have simcha like years of our affliction. Affliction went on for 400 years. Gimos Mashiach for 400 years. Rabbi says this is this. Gimos Vashishan the Chamesh. Messianic era will extend corresponding to the number of days in a year. Shnei Amar Nakam Balibi Most Gula Guli Bar. It's actually quite beautiful. It's almost as if that Hashem will make up for all of the difficulties and suffering that we have endured over the years. My Yom Nakam Balibi. Yochanan will say first white line. Libi Galisi Le'Bar. Will say it's interesting when it comes to messianic secret, so to speak. Hashem keeps it close to the chest. Right? Hashem says again, my heart knows, and the rest of my limbs kiviyachol don't know. Shimon Lucky or the Libi Galisi, the Malachias Lo Galisi. Hashem says, I know Mashiach is coming, but don't even reveal it to the Malach again. When Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi asked Eliyahu Navi, when is Mashiach coming? Eliyahu Navi himself, who was the messenger, right, to herald in the coming of Mashiach, said, I don't know. So one goes, I tell you, great Rabbi Abel. What's the second wide line? You want some Mashiach leaves. So Shivas Alafim Shana. Incredible. You want some Mashiach goes on for 7,000 years. That sounds good. Let's go with that one, right? Messianic era 7,000. Right? This is actually beautiful. Listen to this. Shnei Amar u'misos chas is ultimately again. So I'm sorry. Misos chas al kausis alayich Hashem elokecha. The Hashem will rejoice over us like a chasen does a kala. The chasen and kala have sheva plus. So in the eyes of Baruch Hu, one day is like 1,000 years. So therefore, so to speak, Messianic era is like sheva plus. So such a beautiful idea. And the Messianic era is like the sheva plus. So it'll go on for 7,000 years. I'm not either sure. You want some Mashiach? Give me your Mashiach. Olam v'yad action. Even so, the Shmuel Messianic era will extend the amount of time that the world was created up until now. That amount of time. Kimei Shamar Kimei Noach ad Achshav. It goes from the days of Noach until now. Shnei Amar Kimei Noach Zosli Hashem Shvati. I don't care about Rabbi Yochanan. Chol Nevi'im was another beautiful thing over here. Chol Nevi'im is not to Eli Moshe Mashiach. In general, the Nevi'im only prophesied for the Messianic era. Now, let's talk about this just a moment. What does this mean? The Nevi'im are incredible and beautiful and sympathetic prophecies about what the future is going to hold for Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Yochanan says those prophecies are about the most Mashiach, the Messianic era. Avali Olaba, when it comes to the world to come, Ayin lo ra'asa Elokim zulasecha. When it comes to Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness of it. So in other words, all of the greatness that we find contained in the scripture a beautiful, euphoric, utopian type life, that's for your Moshe Mashiach, Messiah. But Olam Haba, no one has any idea about Genesis story. No idea about the beauty that is waiting for all of that. So the Gemara goes like, please, these are Shmuel Damashal, Ein Bina Olam Mashiach, Ela Shibun Malchus. These are Shmuel said, there is no distinction in the Moshe Mashiach, the Messianic era, and ultimately again, Shibun Malchus. Now we'll say, Ela Shibun Malchus go by. Now this is interesting because Messiah is pretty much it's regular life. Mashiach comes, regular life. What's the difference? Shiva Malchus. So what is Shiva Malchus? We're not oppressed by anyone else. Which, by the way, is no small thing. Right? Where, like, the world gives us a love. The world respects Klal Yisrael. So there's no Shiva Malchus. So I'm going to be here, but I'm going to be open. I'm supposed to say, so just put your head over here. You just keep, like, you have to keep, like, a running list of these Malchus. Once again, like, what's the Moshe Mashiach? What is the Messianic era? Is this some type of supernatural, overwhelming type of things? Or the Gemara says, no, it's just simply Shiva Malchus. It's regular life. Regular life. You gotta pay your bills, you gotta pay, and hopefully they'll be like day school vouchers. You know, okay, we'll get that out of there. Nice. So nice again. So nice. It's a regular world. It's a regular world. Everything on the way it's supposed to be going on. Just Shiva Malchus. Let's say it's beautiful. All of the beautiful bracha that the Nevi'im prophesied out, that's what Baalei Tshuva will get. About Tzaddik, for absolute Tzaddik, I cannot even fathom. She say, the guy has not even seen the great schar that's waiting for them. So all the great things that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that's for Baalei Tshuva. For Tzaddikim, Gimur, for absolutely righteous people, only HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows the greatness and the beauty that is in store of them. So listen, I watch this. This argues Rabbi about what is Rabbi about? Makom Shabbalit Shumdim, Tzaddikim Einan Omdim. Rabbi holds differently. Rabbi says, Baalei Tshuva are greater than Baalei Tshuva stand. Gimurim could never stand. So listen, you now have who's greater? The Tzaddik Gomer, the absolutely righteous person, who's never sinned. Obviously, hasn't sinned, but never like sinned in a dramatic way. Tshuva, who sinned and clawed. Who is greater? Listen, this is a fundamental machlok. A fundamental machlok between Rabbi Yochanan and ultimately again Rabbi Avo. Rabbi Yochanan holds that halacha l'maaseh the Tzaddik Gomer is greater than Baal Tshuva, and Rabbi Avo holds that Baal Tshuva is greater than the Tzaddik Gomer. Shalom Shalom l'Rachel u'Karov. Baruch Hu says Shalom Shalom to the one who is near. Bereish Rachel b'Hadar Karov, Rachel Pnei Karov. So sorry, Rachel. So I said B'Hadar Karov. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Avo says, that if you notice, Hashem gives Shalom first to the Rachel, who was far, the one who was far and then came back. That's what gets the first Shalom Aleichem HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only after Baal Tshuva gets the Shalom Aleichem, then Hashem gives it to the Tzaddikim. My Rachel T'mei Karov, my Karov T'mei Karov. With the hashtag, Rabbi Yochanan says no. The Rachel Sherachok me'Avera. Karov Shukarov me'Avera v'Neshakim. No, Rabbi Yochanan says no. Karov always distant from Avera. The Tzaddik Gomer, who was the Karov? Karov was close to Avera, and now changed his place. So I will say, so fundamental machlok is about who has greater standing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's Tzaddik Gomer or the Baal Tshuva. Try to work. The one was like, it's already here about Rabbi Yochanan. On the Nevi'im Kulan, lo nisnavu meisi kikot hamtchacham. So listen to this. All of the bracha that can be right, all the bracha that can be right, ultimately again to someone who marries off his daughter to a Tam Chacham, who also pragmatic the other Tam Chacham, or one who goes ahead and does business with a Tam Chacham, with Mahana Tam Chacham in the Chas, and one who gives benefit to a Tam Chacham. There's great reward for those who support the Torah and for those who help the Torah. Okay, and overwhelming reward. But I will say even greater than supporting Torah is what? Becoming a Talmud Chacham himself. And if a person becomes a Talmud Chacham, ultimately, again, the reward is so great for this person that no one has received that reward besides the Kadosh Baruch. Incredible. I am a Ross. So I'm Rabbi Yishua. So I'll say, what is this reward? By the way, what is this reward? What is it? What is that? It's great. All of the great things you see in the Nevi'im, that's for a person who helps support the Talmud Chacham. It's to support Torah. But the Talmud Chacham himself, my gosh, the reward that is waiting for him. What is this great reward? So this is incredible. One aged bottle of wine. Right, so this is wine that comes from the grapes that were created during the 6 days of creation. That is the great reward waiting for coming. This is incredible. I will say, there's much to say about this. What does that mean? What does that mean? So let's say that we notice that when a person learns Torah, and when a person devotes themselves to becoming a Talmid Chacham, wanting to grow, and this applies to all of us. So let's say what they're doing is they're aligning their lives with the very purpose of creation. The purpose of creation, the purpose of creation in this world was the actualization of Torah, was to take the beauty of Torah, to learn it, and to live it in this world. When a person makes themselves into a Talmid Chacham, the very purpose for which this world was, how is that manifest? You get to drink wine for 6 days of creation. It's almost like this perfect circle, this perfect harmony between the life that I am living and the very purpose of creation. Reish Lakish says, Zeh Eden. This refers to Eden, that the Talmid Chacham gets to enjoy Eden. The Gemara says, Zeh Eden. What do you mean? How can you say no one ever saw Eden? Adam Harishon lived in Eden. Then Tomar Gan who Eden. Well, maybe you said Gan is in Eden. Tamalomar Benar Yotzin Eden Lahashkos Sagan. The pasuk says that a river came out of Eden to go ahead and sustain the garden. Both sides, Gan and Eden are two different things. We call it Gan Eden, but Gan, there's the Gan, there's the garden, and then there's Eden. So Adam Rishon ultimately again lived in the Gan, right? But at the end of the day, Eden is that place that is reserved ultimately for Talmid Chacham. Incredible. So let's go back to the Mishnah. Don't worry, I got it. Does not finish. One of the things, remember again, the Mishnah began by saying that Kol Yisrael Yisrael Chedek every year, every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And then, interestingly enough, then went on to enumerate the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. So one of those people was, this person says Torah is not divine. The person says Torah is not from Hashem, Torah is not divine, so there's not a portion in the world to come. I says the Gemara, so what does it mean? It says that he degraded, degraded the word of Hashem, This refers to someone who said Torah is not divine. This refers ultimately to Apicus. We'll define these terms just a little bit. This refers to someone who has inappropriate interpretations in Torah. Torah. But again, revealed to say just inappropriate interpretations of Torah. This is someone who knows. So he carries, he'll be cut off. He carries Baal Mazah, he carries the other ones, cut off from this world and the next world. We can't listen to this. Well, those are these based on this. Someone who again disparages or profanes. Someone who goes ahead and degrades them. Or one who goes ahead and annuls the circumcision. Someone who advances the interpretation are incorrect. Someone who embarrasses his friend in public. The Torah, even though such a person as Torah Maisim Tovim, he does not in the world to come. Let's say very, very, very Gemara. He degraded the word of Hashem. This is the person who says Torah is not divine. Not only that, let's see, the person says the entire Torah is from Hashem, but one pasuk. Oh, Hashem didn't say this. This must have been Moshe. This is also degrading the word of HaKadosh, and ultimately, again, isn't that portion of the world to come? Even if a person says the entire Torah is from Hashem, but this deal, this shava, this kavachomer, that again degradation of the word of God, and such a person forfeits in the world to come. Tanya Ramir says, "Hello, He's a person who learns Torah but doesn't shit. This is a degradation of the word of Hashem." So what's beautiful, and we know this Torah we learn is not just for us. The Torah we learn is meant to be shared. If a person learns it but doesn't share it, that there's a gam, there's something missing. It's also, by the way, if you learn and you don't share, it means that Torah didn't really feel the full excitement. When you hear something, you hear good news or something wonderful. By definition, you want to share it with whoever you can. You know, if Torah makes a true impact on you, if you learn it and you want to share it, you learn it and you want to give it over to someone else, that means that Torah has permeated you. If you hear it, you're like, oh, that's nice. That's nice, and you have no desire. It means Torah is not a full effect on who and what you are. Rabbi Nassim says as follows. Nassim says, "Kol mi she'eino mashgiach al Mishnah." So I'm sorry. Rabbi Nassim Omer, "Kol mi she'eino mashgiach al Mishnah." Rabbi says, "What's the Hashem Giza? What does that refer to? That refers to someone who is not careful with the intention. Wow. I mean, what does it mean to degrade the word of Hashem? If you can learn Torah and you don't do it, that ultimately again is degrading the word of Hashem. That's incredible. You have the opportunity to do so. Failure to seize the opportunity to learn Torah is in and of itself a degradation of the Rosh Hashanah. This refers ultimately to someone who worships idolatry. This refers to one ultimately again who degrades the very word of the Lo, Shnei Lo, Lo, Moshe Sinai no Keshem Lo, Lo Yelach Elokim Acher, Elohim Acher. Says, this is incredible. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. last two lines. Last two lines. Yerushalayim says, if someone learns and doesn't chazer, doesn't review, the Gemara says, Dome la'adam let's say it's beautiful. This refers to someone who, again, let's say learning Seder is a little shvach. I'm just going to say, I'm not outing anyone, but right, it's been a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for. Right, it was going good for a little bit of time, and then last couple of days, it's really been needs a significant refushling of the right. I'm sorry. 5 reads started, but who's counting? If a 10 minutes Seder is 7 minutes, there's something wrong. I was just right for the middle, but I was like, well, why is it important? Well, so even if again, I'm kidding, but maybe it's not 5 in the morning. I want to put out something very interesting, and I think this is something that we have to take into account a little bit. We live in such incredible times where there's such a proliferation of Torah. Such a like to us, and like there literally is more yomis a person could keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. But there is this interesting balance between sometimes more is less, and a person sometimes has to just figure out: should I be doing more things, or perhaps focusing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, people learn differently, people absorb things differently, but I think a lot of times what ends up happening, I'm learning 50 things, and so a lot going on, I'm not really acquiring anything. So on a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff, but like what's mine? What's mine? And so Rabbi says, and this is so proud of us, it says if you learn, and you know what it's like? It's like planting, but not harvesting. Planting, but not harvesting. So you plant this beautiful, it's incredible. And not like the produce, it's right there. It's sitting for you. But if I don't chazer, I don't harvest it, I don't reap it, I don't get what I don't reap what I sow. So it's so interesting. Just some, again, different things work for us in learning, and different things work for us in ruchnis. Everybody's got to find the right balance. For some of us, it's good. The energy of constantly moving forward on multiple fronts, even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself. But I think at least to retain something, to chazer something, to hold on to something, because otherwise I'm planting all of these beautiful things. The imagery is so profound. My beautiful personalistic spiritual is sprouted with so many beautiful spiritual saplings, but everything is sitting in the field. I'm not anything because I'm not chazering, because I'm not ultimately taking some omish gaf. Very intense line. Someone who learns Torah, he learns, is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. And what is that? So metaphor is meant shocking. What is it saying? Is that when I learn Torah, well, say the beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. You birth something. But if I don't remember it, or take the time to try to remember it, I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful Torah, it is you got to take the time to try to hold on to that beautiful young child, to appreciate him, to nurture him, to understand him, and to raise him as my own. Very profound. Rabbi Kiva says, Omer Beis. This is beautiful. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer b'chol yom. Sing every day, sing every day. And I will say, now what does this mean? Rashi says over here, Haya misadel limudech, afa pi shesidu b'ficha, ki zemer, u'yigrom l'chashetei lo'mava b'simcha b'shirim. So also, again, it appears at first the Akiva is continuing on the same theme. that literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Just like listening to everybody's favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, music, you know the words. The Kiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So in other words, once again, see my ingrain yourself in your Torah. Make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. Those said this also, we'll see. Well, let's finish up. Micro, what's the pasuk? Nefesh amalami lo ki akaf ala piu amal b'mzeh. So quite beautiful. The quotes over there, the pasuk from Mishlei. Nefesh amal right? With a literally again, if the soul toils, it will toil for you. Ki akaf alav piu, for you have tethered your mouth to it. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, so ki akaf alav piu, hu am b'makom zeh, v'tras samas b'makom acher. If you work on your Torah in this world, your Torah will work for you. And what a beautiful and incredible idea. If you put in the effort for your Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Nefesh amal amlabo, mipnei she'amal b'Torah, Torah omelas lo. If you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, Ki agav alav piu, mipnei she mason dvan defev tamid ukav shalach amor. Lishnachmina zemak shosik v'shem is miros tadir nas zemak kach achos v'atorah nas los terrific. Okay. So quite beautiful. The idea over here is if you put in the effort in your spirituality, your Torah works on your behalf. I create something new, and that creation, just like the mother and the child. That creation takes care of it. Just like the parent has a child, the parent takes care of the child. But one day, hopefully, will happen. The child of the parent. I create life and understand now my job is to nurture it. How do I nurture it? I love it. I review it. And then what ends up happening is Torah ends up taking care of me. It takes care of me in this world, and ultimately, again, it takes care of me in the world to come as well. Rashi's here. Rashi Chazeres alav umevakeshes meis konet limsor lo tam Torah v'sidra v'kol kalam nishukav piu al divrei Torah. Incredible. So in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazer. Because if I don't chazer in some way, to chazer something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like the swords again, which should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, that Torah, if you take care of your Torah, ultimately, the Torah care of you, both in this world as well as next. So there's also another beautiful idea of Rabbi Akiva, which is really quite amazing. Saying the verse, Rabbi is Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer b'chol yom. This is Rabbi Akiva. Because how should you live life? Rabbi saying any given day you have a choice. Any given day you have a choice. Every day is the same choice. You wake up in the morning. What do you want to do? You want to be happy, you want to be sad. And also, people make the mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of other life factors. As you often find people say, I'll be happy if. If your sentences begin with I'll be happy when I'm happy, you will never be happy. Because there's always something else I need. The most important yisodos in Mishkai is happiness is a choice. I choose to be happy, I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, but I choose my emotional disposition. And what I'm saying is, choose happiness. Zamer b'chol yom, zamer b'chol yom. Just saying. Because what's the alternative? You can choose to be happy, or you can choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems. least it gives me positive disposition. I was saying, when you appreciate everything that you keep went through life. Went through. From the time he was young until the moment he died. Difficulty, adversity, poverty, division, always. And that he keep us saying, choose a life of song, choose a life of simcha. How profound and overwhelming that really is. Right, we'll stop over for today. We're doing great. Incredible. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. We'll continue Rest Hashem. We'll continue Rest Hashem. We'll sing it all more. All right. Have a great day, everyone. Right. Sure. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us with our sponsors for this morning share to thank. Thank you. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors. I'm your Talmud Torah sponsor. Shin, hey. We're dedicating all the Shimmer drushos this year as his host for the social Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adrabah, Adina Latova, Terry Space, Father Dr. Harry Khan, Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKoin, Ziv Levin, and Bunny families, and Mr. William Zev Shmor and Yisrael's for the Bracha. And I'll be covering sponsor that ever in memory of Judy Goldman, Buddhist Esther Bas Elzos upon the Bracha. The American Vice Torah. All of the Nishon Zav Aliyah. The families in the Hamad, 47 for those calls for the Yisrael. And start putting all of our hostages home, and they are holding soldiers be successful before Mass Day Yiddish. But with that, let us begin. So we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's dot is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97b, and we are picking up into about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Rabbi. Nevertheless, 36 people who are able to receive the face of the Shema in every generation. Also, this is big mark. We all know this. Able again now this we're able to receive the Shema. Shema, Mar, Ashrei Kol They are those who wait for him. Lo. And lo in the mat, Shriya, Lamed, Vav, lo in the mat, Shriya, Fashim Vishis, obviously 36. Incredible. Is that so? It's only 36 from Rabbi. Dora Kamikut Shabiku, Timmy, sorry, Alfie, sorry, Alfie. That again, before I can start off with Radiki. Verse 6, number 8. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So the market MR Shmona Sa'elef. Look, Kasha, how do we start this back? How do we start this back? So it's a very different level. Baklaria means vision. So there's Baklaria in Europe, which means color clarity of vision, and it's Baklaria in Europe, a little bit of a cloudier vision, different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim. You see, the Baruch is Baklaria in Europe, complete clear vision. Then there are many other super sons Baruch, but the vision is not as clear. When we have so many things, whether 18,000 people who perceive that kind of even the level of this Baklaria She'ina Megira is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? It's going to be sure to listen to this. Be sure by a time. Posting this incredible tomorrow. The Hain Moatim, Aliyah, and you are amongst them. Use the Aliyah. Now, what is this? So the Shemai Chai make tremendous statements that there are, in life, one of the hardest qualities to find. Well, now, you need to be a Ben Aliyah. To be a Ben Aliyah, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. A lot of communities in public, because what do you have to do if we go to town call? What do you have to do? What do you have to do? Studying Torah family and inherently enjoyable. We're also going with Chassid. We do Chassid, because Chassid is also inherently says the hard thing to do in this world is Benillah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. You want to grow at all times. Now, again, it doesn't mean that it's tzaddikim. It doesn't mean that they're owning. It means that you're never happy. So, in LF, if there are thousands, excuse me, if there are thousands in the world, I need to run in a hand. Then me and my son, remember again, my son was a losser. Right, my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Mea, and if there's 100, I need you bring me in. And my son and I also them. In Shnai, if there are only people in this entire world, I need Upini. Everyone says, kind of point out, you read more like this, like, whoa, okay, yeah. It's not Gaiva. It's not Gaiva, we'll say, it's knowing who you are. And I'm sure by Chai understood that if there was one thing that he possessed in this world, that he was a Ben Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted. And the son of Elazar, even more than his father. Listen, I don't know how many Ben Aliyah there are in this world. So I can tell you like this, even if there's only two, I know that it's me and my son. So here I both say, I don't know how many like Ben Aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18,000. So much. The Gemara says it looks like once the Gemara gives plenty of Bnei Aliyah. What it's saying is like this: plenty of people, plenty of believers. There are some types of tzaddikim or Bnei Aliyah who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter with now. So what that means, there are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission. Now, of course, we know it means this incredibly high spiritual level. So you find that there are certain people that's what is powerful whenever they want. Look at Rashi for just a moment. It's actually how the idea about you say and back this back value and know look the piece in the person of our ultra and below the shows below Tzitron. So now we're more suggesting as follows. There are 36 seconds and enter into a person with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown older number of people who are able to enter into whatever they see and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 people is Baklaria but need permission to enter. And then some group afterwards that don't need permission but also have this Baklaria Medira. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to so this is really incredible. I'm entirely exhausted discussion about Mashiach. So what ends up happening? So Rabbi comes along and says as follows: you know, so many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. Times. Excuse me. All of those times have already come and gone. Point in a government. If we want Mashiach, Rabbi says, stop with the dates. Stop with figuring out any dates that any beforehand historically dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but bring him. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, Shuvah Meisim. Shmuel says, Ayo la'ada shiyam lo. Ultimately, again, it is enough. For the stay in his evidence. So what is it? Shmuel says no. Just like with suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shmuel says it was a fundamental focus between Rabbi and Shmuel. What Shmuel still holds the date by which Mashiach will come, a defined date. We deserve it, we don't deserve it, matter. Mashiach will come. What Rabbi's saying, that's not true. All of the dates, at this point, at this point, Mashiach only through our Torah and our nice and tov. Incredible. The Gemara goes back to this. I really saw also Shuvah Nigal. They're not a Nigal. The Rothschild says, Mashiach will come. If we don't do Shuvah, I'm going to be Shua. And there is Shuvah in Nigal. If we don't mind Nigal HaMelech, Sheikh Kashas Kahamin, he saw Osin Shuvah Machshir. It's not true. If we don't do the Rothschild, then what happens? What happens? The Rothschild shall orchestrate situations. We have to do Shuvah. So, created the spotted king. The spotted king will force us to go ahead and do tshuva, return us to our correct ways. Tanya Ida, Rabbi Ezer Omer, we saw also tshuva Nigal. The Lord says, if we do tshuva, we'll be redeemed. Shnei Amar Shovavin, Epam Mishlo Sechem, Amar Rabbi Yeshua, Alok Bar Ne'emar, Kedina Mini Karta, the Lord said to God, the Pasuk says, you were sold for nothing, and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? You were sold into that aspect. You were right. You were sold because of idolatry. Idolatry, zero. There's zero value. Yet you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result of it. You will not be redeemed with money. Not even through tshuva and ma'asim tov will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not tshuva ma'asim tov that bring Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a time that time comes, Mashiach will in Hashem come. I says in Amar Rabbi Eliezer Rabbi Yeshua. Hello, Kvarne. Amar Shuvah Shuvah. I but the Pasuk says, return to me and I will return to you, which sounds like Kadosh Baruch Hu is saying to us, if we do tshuva, then he'll bring me Geula. I'm going to do tshuva, not by Ne'emar. Ba'arti b'chem. B'lakachti es echad me'ir. V'shtain mishpach b'vesi eschem siyot. Which sounds like it's up to Kadosh Baruch Hu to bring the Geula. I'm going to be Eliezer. I look for Ne'emar. So let's say if you look at doing things like they're like lobbing the sukim back at each other, Messianic who's Alokvar Nemar, Shuva Vanakas Tushir, I'm not sure of Alokvar Nemar, Koshem, Goal Yisrael, Joshua Visa, Nefesh, the Missa, Goy, Le'evet Moshlem, Loch Mir, top of Tzadiches, Loch Mir, the Kali Sani Shacham, all of those Alokvar Nemar, in Tashuv Yisrael, the Umar Hashem, in Lai Tashuv, once again, the Lord says, I but the says, Shuva, let's return to us. Allah of Yeshua, Alokvar Nemar. As I ish the wish about my shemimal lememe hayor. The yor yimino the smaller alashnai. The yishpa the chay Allah be the more modern. The chatzik the bottom snap as yad am kalish the kalera kosh. The shots are coming down. Suppose at this point again, Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what the machlokes Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying, not essentially, but Eliezer saying that halacha l'maisa will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, that's not it works. Gula comes when Hashem ordains it. The psukim back and forth at each other. The conclusion, the way the Gemara ends, the conclusion is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again was Yeshua's psukim. So it sounds like over here that the Shemish Baruch who chooses to bring him. That seems to be that triumphs. So again, that's in this conversation. Just to understand all these two profound messianic models that remain. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when you do tshuva, or does Mashiach come almost independent of the Shemish Baruch who changes it? Is there just some point in time the world has to be redeemed? Machlokes, incredible. Well, Amar Rabbi, let's say, Rabbi was saying that how could this remain unresolved? Yeah, we have to know these things. And what's the answer? No, we don't. No, this is the same way why the whole is not even explicitly mentioned. To be honest, Rabbi does not want us to be manically focused. Rabbi wants us to be focused on maximizing time in this world. That's how I've heard that. And I've always come the best verse. I've always come the Aliyah. And I've always made a difference. And I've always help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of it to become Bali Tshuva, whether Mashiach will become Chadal, whether our Tshuva ultimately again, whether Mashiach is coming because of Tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of envy to a certain degree is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. Son yesterday is that I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And Coach Baruch will figure it out. It's not really my job. My job is this world, maximize life, maximize my life. Let's go like that. I'm going to be Abba. Kate in the so again, so Rabbi says there is no more revealed taste than this. That actually says over here. And what does this mean? Rabbi says if you want this new parallel, you want some signs of Mashiach, right? Or say, you look at this all the time. Like, truth is, I can live without knowing the Mashiach. What do I want to know? What do I want to know? That it's close. Like, I just want to know that we're headed in the right direction. So this, by the way, is an incredible deal. But the Abba says, anyone who hates me is that if you want to know the most overt sign that Mashiach is coming, the Lord said, what is it? Shnei Amar, Va'atem, Hari Yisrael, Antechem Titenu, Uprichem Tisu La'amei Yisrael. So the Gemara quotes the pasuk from Yecheskel. Yecheskel says, when the land comes back to life, trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that's how you know that the Mashiach is coming. So it's not the marriage, you saw the land. When Claudius was married to the land, and the more the land produces, the closer you know Geula is. Rashi says, well, he says, Geula Mizur, so the first short line, you should take your yas, the ayin. So Yitlach Hakim close, and there is no revelation about the cause of the Mashiach than the vitality of the land down. We all say, okay, a little bit of a random joke inside the shul here. Let me see, like, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael is award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like, the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael is looking at Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the signs Geula is close. So how could one drink wine that is anywhere far Eretz? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of Geula. It's just literally what is the most. Some of us are old enough to remember, right? That remember what used to be the section of kosher wine. What was it? Right? It was manufactured like in a square, like the square bottom bottle, right? Right? Or some malad, like the big thing with a little handle on top. That was it. Such a long ago. I don't know what it is. It's not so long ago. And I will say now, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you wanted. I guess you could drink all the wine if you wanted, right? Yeah, so you're scared to hug up. But it's incredible. And it's not just something, it's so nice. It's of Mashiach. So that, just as an aside, because it's a sign of Mashiach, it's so important to support that industry as well. Money there as well. Because at the end of the day, that's facilitating messianic advancement as well. Incredible. Someone goes back there. Rabbi says, Rabbi says there's another sign of impending messianic arrival, which is that as messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not be money to pay the wages of animals, right? Well, the save a level, shalom minatzar, to those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. What is that? Shalom. Even Talmidei who are known for possessing tranquility, say Shalom Rav. We are they saw a second in Shalom with their coming are known for their tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There is great peace for those who have from our own lives. When you learn and when you are, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. See, coming by definition possess that tranquility in the Pina, in the days of Mashiach, will not be able to find that tranquility. So I'm trying to find out how interesting this is. On the right, the first thing is that you have Rabbi saying the sign of impending messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. Land will come back to life. And then you have Rabbi who says, right, what there's going to be so much turbulence. So let's say, so once again, these heating narratives, right? Is messianic arrival, is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth, heralded by incredible overlogical circumstances? So it's not mutually exclusive. It could seems to be maybe it's both. Paul says, Shmuel said, the sign of messianic arrival, all pricing will be made. The Most High Rashi understands this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Right? This could be good, meaning that everything will be very inexpensive, or that no, even inexpensive items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? It becomes when there's incredible suffering, this is financial suffering. That literally, now, let's remember again, we know from the Gemara's perspective, the remedy is fatty meat, undiluted wine. So the Gemara says, when Mashiach, from Mashiach, is in his poverty, that even you won't be able to find meat for a person. Not only that, after to meet the next best thing is correct. The Gemara is fish. You won't even be able to find fish for a sick person. Below you must Shneimar, as Ashkia Mimei Olif, Ksab Yamahu, Atsniach Karen of Base Israel, Tifla Melchus Hazalam Israel. Rabbi Bachanina says, Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of autonomy for Klal Yisrael. Now, Malchus Hazalam means even a little bit of autonomy, right? So, in other words, even when Klal Yisrael is ruled by other people, is usually some element of autonomy that's there. Mashiach, when Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. Shenemar, the Karas Hazalam Mizmaro. So, see, that's right. Va'isahu Yoval Shai LaHashem Takos Imimshach Umorat. Or is he? I'm Rabbi Chanina. Ein Bein Davin Ba Achich Dasirah. When the Mashiach comes ultimately again, when there are no Gasirah, when arrogant people disappear from Klal Yisrael. Let's say, what does this mean? What does this mean? But ultimately, again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. Isn't that incredible? You know what? Arrogant people, that's what ultimately 98a, about four lines up from before it gets wide. This is going to start another motif, that it's arrogance that keeps away. It's arrogance to shech away. There wasn't a logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is because, remember again, well, let's see inside there. So I'm Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Shimon, Ben David Ba, Achich L'Kol Shoftim Shochim Yisrael. Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist for Klal Yisrael. Now, this is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt people who exploit their power for self-gain. This is beautiful. And you try and nip it, it's stuck. Let's say first wide line. It says that Yushalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. Sion b'mishpat tishadat, tishadat tzedakah. Like Sion will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice. Tishadat tzedakah will return to it with tzedakah. I was saying this is important. So whenever we read this Gemara, what a beautiful Gemara. What do you see from there? That tzedakah is the key to Gula. What did that mean? This is very beautiful. Not in this Gemara, but just in a general sense. He says one of the most mistranslated words in all of Yiddishkeit is tzedakah. He says we translate as charity. He says that's not what it said that. What said that mean? Justice. But first he says like this. In life, there are people who have and people who don't have. And the way it works is, if you don't have, you must share those who don't have. It's not charitable. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way HaKadosh Baruch Hu programs the world to work. So, in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. Those say, and this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities as like voluntary, like this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. It's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have, that if you have more than you need, or Hashem should always go, then by definition there is the moral obligation. It's tzedakah. It's tzedek. It's justice to give, do for the other. It's not just with your money. It's not just with your money. It's with your time. It's with your resources. It's with your abilities. There is a moral obligation to give and to share with the other. So what is the I think more things like this. So I will say, interestingly enough, when does Mashiach comes? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedek is justice, and suddenly I feel I have moral clarity and a moral obligation to help. Of course I have to give. Of course I have to do. Of course I have to be there for the other. Not because it's nice. Not because it's chesed. Not because it's this. But most of the difference in chesed and tzedakah. Like chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents to do that you're obligated to do. The moment those nice things become obligatory things in our hearts, that's the moment that the Mashiach comes. It's incredible. I love you. So it's like this. Arrogant people would no longer exist. The Amagushis would no longer exist as well. The Amagushis actually points out that they are Persian sorcerers. So the idea over here is as long as there's going to be sorcerers, but the corrupt judges would stop to so corrupt Gentile judges. The idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, they bring about these sorts of negative. Corrupt judges, and they bring about Gentile corrupt judges who do the same. So you might go like that. Say third wide line. I'm going to be open on. This is incredible. We'll say if you see, the open says if you see a generation that is suffering from general poverty, wait for Mashiach. Means again, poverty is the precursor for Mashiach. Again, we've seen this motif more and more. So Chakelo Shnemar Ves Am Ani Toshia. The Rebbe Shalom will save and empower. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. If you see a generation where there are overwhelming that literally again are coming upon it like it's just like the river keeps flowing. You feel like there's constant cloud Yisrael. Ultimately, wait for Mashiach. Shnei Amar Ki Yavo Banar Tsar Rach Hashem Nosesas Bo V'Sari Uva L'Tzi Goel. So let's say fascinating, right? I just want to point out something how amazing this is and why it's like the best thing in the world to be a Jew. Let's say how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? A generation where there's poverty, or if you see there's ridiculous suffering, oh, you know what it means, you know what it means, you know what I mean? Let's say what other nation thinks in right? Everyone else, things are bad, that is generally means what? Probably things are going to get worse. It's generally the way bad things work. For cloudy, so probably means that just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously amazing. Yesterday I had this moment where I said to myself, you know what? Like listening to the news. I got one of those days. This is just great. This is just because it's hard to know also, like, is the news accurate? And it sounds like a little bit crazy. Is it accurate? Is it slanted? And it's really when referred to news that are very Israel, right? It's so disheartening. Disheartening. Everything is disheartening. About Prime Minister doing this and this, and Anderson is doing this, and ministers dancing from the two heart lungs. Like, what the hell is going on over here? What it is like the Ganenet, it's like the nursery school church went out of the room and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlach, right? Kinderlach, right? And they're eating crayons. That's what it's like, right? Right. So the schools right now and the Kinderlach are eating crayons. They're colored walls, right? They're doing everything. Anyway, what is this? Like, what is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future and continuity of Klal Yisrael. And to call them children is an insult for children. It's an insult to children. And that's really what it is. Because children, at least, at their core, are Kaddish and Tar. And you want to teach yourself, like, what is this? It's the whole thing. Again, exactly that. The whole thing. And then you're like, okay, it's a smile on your face. Sometimes, like, the worse it looks, chakelo. Wait for it. Because the economies that works is the worse it looks, bracha is even closer than ever before. The mother's like, don't open it. David Ba, Ella B'Doshe Kulo Zakai. It's a reverse idea. Mashiach only comes in a generation that is totally innocent. That tzaddikim. Mashiach comes when Klal Yisrael tzaddikim. God says, just again, on the same page, same line. Mashiach comes when there's complete poverty. Mashiach comes when there's suffering. No, Mashiach only comes when there's complete piety. All kulachai. Or everyone's really bad. It comes either when everyone's really good or really bad. Shimar says, okay. Kadosh Kol Zakai Dixit, make Kulam Tzadikim Nolan Shuares. Kadosh Kol Chai Dixit, Ayar Ki Ish Vaishim Ki Im Afrilo Ksib Lema'ani Asa. I suppose I said the Machlokas. Baprik Mashiach. Honorable Alexander Yeshua Ben Levi. Beita Achisha. Sorry, Beita. The pasuk says, which means Mashiach will come at his appointed time. Uksiv Achishena. Then the pasuk says, I will heal the arrival of Mashiach. So which one is it? Be'it, Mashiach's coming at a defined time. Achishena, Achishena, Lo Zachu Be'ita. So if we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, then at the end of the day, Be'ita, he will come at his appointed time. I'm Rabbi Alexandria, B'Shon Levi, Rami Ksiv. So Kibar Ish Ata Uksiv Ibarokiv Al Chamar Zachu I'm sorry Zachu Amaya Lo Zachu Rokiv Al Chamar. So once it says Mashiach going to be, so the cloud comes from the sky, or like a pauper riding on a beach. So the clouds moving quickly, the pauper on the dump not so much. So does Mashiach come quickly? Mashiach comes slowly, and it depends on us. So says, so again, in this scene, is the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally dependent on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. It comes slower. Amrle Shavar Malkalish Lishua says incredible. So Shavar Malkal King Shapur said to Shua, Amriso Mashiach Al Chamra. Say, by the way, this is the pasuk that we just quoted over here. The pasuk that tells us that Mashiach comes on a donkey. So King Shapur heard this pasuk. Mashiach comes on a donkey. He says, Asi Ishtrale Susi Barka. I'll give him my best horse. Why should Mashiach come on a donkey? I'm making a donation to the Mashiach fund, right? I hereby donate my best. Why should he come on a donkey? Right? I'm going to give him my best. So to Shmuel said to him, do you have a horse of 100 colors? Now what is that? Shmuel says back to King Shapur is Mashiach's donkey. Right, that's quite a donkey. In other words, if you think your horse is better than his donkey, I would think the donkey of Mashiach over the nicest of your horses any day. Incredible. Rabbi Yeshua both say Get ready for this. Get ready for this. If your Datomi Chavusa or Chaver is not here at Shir, you should text him. You should tell him, I feel sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that you were not able to get out of bed this morning, to be part of something dramatic, life-altering, cathartic, and overwhelming. I'm sorry. Clearly, you must be in the throes of something major, right? The refuah shalema, right? The refuah kravalava, hashtag bagala bizman karev. We'll say kapitel of Tehillim for you, and hopefully you'll be back later. This is some things you miss in life. All right, 7.5 years I'll be back in our session. Rabbi Levi, Ashkach le'Elio. The Hakanya Pischa the Ma'arta Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Get ready for this. Rabbi Shimon Levi was standing at the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Remember again, for those who were on not the last Yachei Kala, but 2 Yachei Kalas ago, we went to the entranceway of Shvi in Meron. Now, again, there's the grave on top. And if you know, so you can actually go below, right to the entranceway of the Ma'ara. Literally at the entranceway of the Ma'ara. So Rabbi Shimon Levi was standing right, found Elio, and where was Elio? By the entrance of the Ma'ara to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. So Amalei, Asina la'alma dasi. Crazy. So Rabbi Shimon Levi says, Elio, am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to the world to come? Amalei, in your don hazeh. No, what do you want from me? So in other words, if Hashem wants you to be, you go to Olam Haba, maybe. Shnayim re'isi gimel shanati. So the Levi says, I'm standing here with you. So there's 2 of us by here. So ultimately, again, Shimon Levi heard that whatever this means. The voice says, "The Shechina haba adayu." The Shechina was just. Can you imagine the scene? So again, Eliyahu Hanavi by the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. So now Rabbi Shimon is by. He's talking with Eliyahu into the world to come. And it was ask Hashem. Then there's another voice, the Shparach as well. Amalei, Amos Asi Mashiach. So now Rabbi Shimon says to Eliyahu, is Mashiach coming? Now, the reason they feel, why does he say this to Eliyahu Hanavi? Because Eliyahu Hanavi is the one who comes before to announce the arrival of Mashiach. So when is Mashiach coming? Amalei, Zil Shailil. Go ask Mashiach. Ask Mashiach when he's coming. Rabbi says, okay, Yosef. Where can I find Mashiach? Where is he that I should ask him? He is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. So the Gemara says, Umay Simone. Now let's say, how will I know? Fine, so I'll go to the gates of Rome. How should I go ahead and how do I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says, so it says, by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, the Pischa de Karta, Mira Lamori Pesach Ha'ir Mamish Elagain, who can neget Kolo Olam the Karlam relate Gan Eden Sheneget Pesach Shari. I was saying that's a quote from his teacher who says Pesach here doesn't mean the entrance to the city, rather than the entrance to Gan Eden. I will say that is not the way that everyone else learns the Gemara. Everyone else learns the Gemara. They know Pesach here literally means the way to Rome. And out Mashiach resides at the entrance way to Rome. So fine, says, okay, yeah, go find him. But he is. See, there's a lot of people at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how will I know who he is? With my simone, Yosef Bene Anye Sovli Chaloy. Let's say, get ready for this. Who would stay at the entrance way of Rome? The lepers. The lepers, those with saras, they're not allowed inside of the city. The Shiach lived alongside all of the lepers. Rashi says, so ultimately, Mashiach lived with all the lepers. Himself was also a leper. Isn't that incredible? also a leper. Okay, so Mashiach is also a leper. He stands with all the lepers. So now, okay. Go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. He said, by the way, just before you go forward, I just got something absolutely amazing. Listen, Mashiach does not walk around, right, with a long beard. The person we normally think is, oh, that guy is Mashiach. Who we look at, and we look the other direction. Who we go at, and probably we don't take the time to say good Shabbos to. Who are the people who get a little bit more, or maybe we try to avoid. Or the people we marginalize, or the people who just be pushed to the periphery. Right? Mashiach is the person who everybody wants to be around. Well, it's a tremendous, tremendous thing. Sometimes the people who we marginalize, push to the periphery, and don't give the time of day, those people are often the holiest of holy. Tremendous sight. So Mashiach again is a leper sitting by the entrance to Rome. So how can I figure out who he is? How can I figure out who he is? The Gemara says, "V'kulan sharu ba'asir b'chadzin." So you'll see the leper changed their bandages. The way it works is generally, again, the first changed their bandages all that. Okay? You'll notice, by the way, Mashiach only changes one bandage. Now, why is that? Because he gets starting to know what's going to happen. What gets the call, right? Mashiach's call. So what happens if he gets the call? Here's the issue. If his bandages are off, and Hashem says, "Okay, go," and be like his has to wrap up everything. What he does is he only bandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a prolonged amount of time. Both are tremendous. So first of all, tremendous in that Mashiach himself is literally ready. He's ready to go. He changes his bandages one at a time. Also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us walk around with many different wounds. Many different wounds and many different things that we have to heal. There's the Sahara sometimes to try to heal everything at once. I'm going to identify broken and I'll just heal it all at once. Life doesn't work that way. The best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is one at a time. Decide what you want to heal. Decide what you want to heal, right? How you want to heal it. Heal that. Once you heal one, like Mashiach, move on to the next. Because often, when you unbatch all of the stuff you got to heal, and you look at yourself, mirror all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in a state of disrepair, it can become overwhelming, and that's when that's when despair sets in, and I give up. But one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, and slowly but surely, over time, you begin to heal yourself. Rabbi, so can you imagine that? Can you just imagine what that must have been? So, even if he's not coming yet, right? He's revealed himself yet. He's not like, but Rabbi Shua ben Levi found Mashiach. Rabbi, Amalei, Shalom Alecha Rabbi. So that the
What up,
day's
Zoo?
gonna come. The day will come. And Mashiach wants.
Zoo. Hear me?
Yeah.
All right, Zoo. What's up, big dog?
Just chilling.
Zoo, do your ticks get worse, people or women? Are you sure about that?
Woof woof.
I don't know what that means. Are you ready to lose?
What?
Are you ready to lose? Dude, I'm not here to be a calendar. All I want to know is, are you ready to lose? So don't talk that. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
All right.
How was your day, big dog?
Yeah.
How was your day?
Yeah. Wow, let's go.
Dog, you're gonna. Can you hear me? I hate this level.
something funny.
Zoot, of what did you think?
When you go up to an ADHD person, you tell them that ADHD is not real. They're like, yeah, you're right. I just got the diagnosis for my amphetamine prescription for my prescription drug amphetamines. When you go up to an autistic person and tell them all it's not real, they lose their whole identity. Fucking have a meltdown.
Okay, I don't really find that funny, but okay.
It's funny.
Go, baby, go, go, baby. Go, baby, go, baby. Are you, Zoot, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Zoot, are you fucking serious? Zoot. Zoot. Are you fucking serious? How the fuck did that not go in the black? Zoot. Oh, Zoot, that was some major league bullshit. Did you know that the Dodgers lost to the Blue Jays tonight? Los Angeles lost to Toronto. Do you like Toronto?
I like winning. Rabbi, better position me here.
I think I am.
You're on now.
Correct mundo, son. Look at that shot. Zoot.
Rabbi, how far away are you from Disney?
Less than 10 minutes. On the freeway.
How long would it take to walk there?
Probably like 4 or 5 hours.
4 or 5 hours would take 10 minutes.
Yeah, you're 60 miles an hour or faster on the freeway. I take the 405 to. Actually, probably the easiest way is just take a 5, and Disneyland's located on the 5. So, but I could take
You
the.
drive?
Yeah, I drive. I take the 405 to the. Perhaps the.
So how many people drive?
Dog, what the fuck kind of question is that? So like, there's a song even nobody walks in California, or nobody
This is gonna be a hard show.
Los Angeles. So,
Yeah. Fuck, that sucks.
dog, I need to make this fuck. Darkness of the board causes. Get in.
No. Rabbi, we are playing this terribly.
I agree with you. All right, Zoot.
That was a good show. I don't think it's as good as this show. Yeah. we tried.
This hole, big dog like this hole,
You go that way.
because I'm sexy with a big dick.
I don't know why you go that way.
Why are you fucking me?
Best options to do this.
That's not a bad move.
Rabbi, you have to get it in the next show. Come on. I want to know what it feels like.
What the fuck are you talking about? Zoot, Monday night come fast enough for me.
Monday's 2 days.
I know. What time's your appointment, Zoot?
What time do they cure my Tourette's?
What time's your appointment?
1 o'clock.
There you go, big dog. Of my entire career. Get there, baby. Oh, Zoot.
Normalize.
Zoot. You beaten. And I got you. So look how good shot is.
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
you remember that video that you told in 2006 where they were standing outside the American Association and the psychologists if they ever cured their patients?
Yeah.
You know why they can't be cured?
Well,
Everything with people with lifelong conditions that can't be cured, but there are things that can be cured. Gambling addiction, but no one gets diagnosed with things.
in the United States, to say that you cure any, it's a advertise something is a cure.
Why is that?
Pharmaceutical companies essentially lobbied for anyone who says that anything is a cure to be dismissed as a quack or a charlatan, so that they don't have any competition, especially from homeopathic remedies.
Yeah. Alright, I know how to cure gaming addiction.
All right, how do you addicting addictions?
You join the Amish.
They're not the Amish, they're the Amish.
Yeah, sorry, he joined the Amish.
Dog, the Amish like video games maybe more than
What are you talking about?
the Amish kids. I've seen in a couple. Well, I've seen a podcast and like a few documentaries. Those kids fucking love gaming.
How do they
They get into quote unquote the English outside of the purview of their, and they'll get a Game Boy and or they'll have like another who goes on Room Springer, which is like this time where they can do whatever they want, and that some access to things that they normally wouldn't have.
I got an idea.
What's your idea, Zoo?
I mean, I've seen an Amish person draw. Rabbi, we should all just chill.
Zoo, this is what I'm talking about. No one would hang out with anybody who talks that. Zoo, you didn't even make sense. Zoo, you didn't even make sense. Kill what? What do you want to kill?
I wish that the world would just get Thanos. Where 50% of the people die.
Okay, why do you want that?
What?
That's what I asked like 5 minutes ago. Yeah.
No, it's cool concept. Just to say 50% of the people die.
That's not a cool concept at all. That idea sucks.
Right, make it 80%. You should go.
What a shot. What a shot, Zoo. Did you see that shot?
You should watch all the Marvel movies on stream.
I did that like 3 years ago.
You did?
Yeah. I didn't pay attention to him though. So maybe I should pay attention to this time. But yeah, I saw that shit. Everything
How
from
did you not know? Everything from what?
from Spider-Man to like Avengers Endgame.
Well, it starts with left.
What'd you say, big dog?
Thanos stand. It's the one with the Thanos stand.
With the what?
That's the one with the Thanos stand. Endgame is what the Endgame ties it all together.
Okay.
Don't you remember at the end, Endgame, like only 50?
Dog, I wasn't paying attention to any of that shit. I was literally them at the same time. So, if that happened, come on, Zoo. What the fuck, man?
Have you ever had
Zoo, have I ever had what? What is our off the chain?
Bro, has Has this ever happened to you?
Whatever happened to me?
When you were a teenager, right? Did your... I had a gross and my dick was like abnormally growing. It never been that size again. Did that ever happen to you? No, but I just woke up one morning, right, Rabbi. That happened like 3 or 4 times, right? I woke up from that when I was like 14, 15. I can't remember my age, right? And I swear to God, it was like the size of half my arm. It was.
No one knows.
Is that a normal thing to happen?
All I know is I'm gonna whoop your ass. Oh, this is a big move, Zoot.
Lost.
Dog.
You ugly.
So what the fuck are you saying? I'm serious. If you don't get your shit taken care of, not that I don't like you, not that I don't want the best, not that I don't, not that I don't want the best for you, but
So Rabbi, yes, move.
and I just made it. Dude, if I'm telling you this right now, if on Monday at 1 p.m. your doctor did not recognize or give you a recommendation or else a referral, if they say you're fine, you play for them any of my videos and just say, listen to me. Okay? That's all you have to do. If you don't believe it, let me know. Because I will take my stream on the road all the way to fucking Australia to have their license revoked in front of the South Australian Board of Physicians, because should not be practicing medicine if they have that bad opinion on the situation at hand. So I don't want to hear you saying, oh yeah, they said I'm fine, because then you did not give them, all you have to do is say, just listen to me. But you came in here, I was asleep, and you said the N-word. You understand, though, that's something that people think is okay.
I would never say that.
You did. And you and I both know that you can't control it. And that's the hard to do. If you could control it, well, then I would have just run you out a long time ago. But you can't control it. And so it's very difficult.
I've never did the word intentionally in my life.
Right, it was unintentional.
You think if I was a streamer, I'd get...
For sure.
Yeah, but I could... Rabbi.
Yo, Big Dog, I have to tell them that have... Just for a moment. Syndrome
You think that you're...
that makes you makes you trust?
You think anyone will ever try to cancel you?
Probably. Okay, so it's called coprolalia. It's a neurological disorder, and you have it. It is the involuntary swearing or the involuntary utterance of obscene words or socially inappropriate and derogatory remarks. That's what you have. See, inappropriate and derogatory remarks. And you tell your doctor on Monday that you're losing friendships over this. And you don't want to have to deal with it anymore. I'm serious. Somebody in here yesterday, and I have to, like, when you're gone, they're like, yeah, that person has problems. Well, they just, it happens. And I don't want to have to. It's not so much that we're alone together, I can put up with your shit. But when other people are, it causes me anxiety because, and you're not like overly, but you say weird shit. And I know you don't, but like yesterday, we were playing and you're like, what are you talking about? You're like, I'm going to kill you in this game. Oh, you typed that to me. And it's like, dude, I explain to every single person who encounters you, hey, this is my friend. He's got an issue. That's something that's on, or you get it fixed. You're a lovely person.
Okay.
You're a lovely person. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to Kanye West.
So did you know you have an invitation?
Hey, I'm just a there's like season, right?
Okay. Like college dropout, then late.
You like Bowie?
I'm not familiar with songs on it.
Do you like the one? Do you like how?
Not a huge fan. Perhaps. It made her two on the charts in Israel. What's all the hubbub about?
That would be the lost country. Yeah.
Well, it's a lot of people who be like, okay, what is this? Why are all these? Why is this person celebrating this? So it basically just created not. It's not that a lot of people really liked it, but they wanted to hear what it was all about.
Would you ever look?
Yep. When I was a kid, it was considered, but it was somewhat unsafe. And really the safest country for Jews in all our history has been the United States. And then I considered it again in right before the pick. I made some plans to visit, and then the pandemic occurred, and the entire United States was put on lockdown. And then I started shooting life and recognized I really enjoyed doing this. And I may travel
to Israel in the future and may live higher there. But it's gonna probably be at least 20 years until I do that. But there's a city in which I'd like to.
Rabbi, I have this brother I produce and we love to learn most of that comes out of my mouth. But how do
Back there on Monday.
oh my.
So your ticks are really bad today, aren't they?
I had 30 in January. How long to this after that?
Oh, that's a major mistake, Zoo.
Like hours.
I mean, probably the way to do it would to invest in some kind of cryptocurrency
You know, it's
and
crazy.
just hope that it goes bonkers.
You know what's crazy? There's like you could probably click 4 or 5 buttons from here. You could probably make $1 billion, right?
That's correct.
That's fucking insane.
It is wild. So
I mean, all you have to do is all you have to do is know the password of the dead bracelet. You're in.
oh yeah, that's a way to it.
That could do it.
Word.
I mean, a lot of these international crypto exchanges that have dirty $2 billion right now.
Because
That's like
there you go.
you know why people don't do rock banks anymore? Because they don't rock.
Yeah, at least in the United States, you don't make that much. I used to work in as a teller, and we put in a lot of safeguards against getting robbed, like bulletproof glass, and we had these like dye packs. Somebody comes to your window and demands money, you just give it to them, but then you put a dye pack in it, and all of the money will instantly, once it passes the door frame, it dye on it, and it makes everything like a bright pink. And then it's really easy for the police to get out.
So there's no point robbing a bank.
They made it really difficult to make any type of real money doing it. Like the most you could have gotten from as a teller would be maybe like 10 on your best day. Like that would be a Friday, and thing would have to go, everything to go your way. The best way, if you're the guy who delivers the money, so I had in my hand about over $1 million, just comes in like a big bag for it, and Be honest with you, I think everybody has thought like I could run right and have $1 million in my hands, but you wouldn't.
Okay, with the dog pack, tell her to put another bag. The dog
So the die pack is actually in a stack of bills. So, like, let's say you come up to the window and you're like, "Give me all your money." I say, "Okay." Take all the money and put it in a bag for you, and then you take that bag and you run out, and then once you pass the front door, there's a sensor, and then one of the packs of 20s actually turns out to be die pack, and so you don't know the difference between and the die pack.
Do you know if to tell which?
We would use older looking bills for that.
So if I go to the gun, we're like, don't use a dog pack. If you put in the dog pack, I'll shoot you, and then you put in a dog pack.
Well, okay, that's fine if you said that. There's like 2 inches worth of bulletproof glass between us, so you can't shoot. So what are you gonna do if you can't? You could hit that glass all day long, and you asked me really, and I was like, okay, I won't put. There's a silent alarm, like right below transacting business, and so all you have to do is push the silent alarm, and the police would come within like seconds.
Let me ask you something. Not all. So there's no way that you should shot. Why would you give her money if you can't?
I mean, if they want it for it, but they're going to a lot of jail time. In the United States, look around with bank robberies at all. I think a minimum of 25 years of life or some 25 years. And it's in federal prison, and because it's a federal crime, and you you don't get a lot of money out of it. Like I had known tellers who had been working for a long time, and they have been robbed, and they would tell their stories, and it's obviously like a really intense time. And the people have like really just difficult memories from being robbed. And like PTSD and such. And I know people who've been like in hostage situations, and they were fortunately able to cover pretty well from them, but not everybody does. And at least in a financial institution or a bank, a teller, it's always going through your mind. I could get robbed, so like you have to be careful when you're your car that somebody doesn't try to you into the building and such. A lot of safeguards. There were a lot of safeguards that we had. So I'm sure they're even more safe now, but the big ones that we had, proof glass, nobody ever tried to rob us because of that. And then um, the die pack and the silent alarm. Those things, it makes it really, really difficult. We'd even sometimes accidentally, there would be people who hit the silent alarm unintentionally, like maybe they're they would bump it or something.
Rabbi,
The police would come within like 45 seconds. They were fast.
Rabbi, you know what I'll give you an insight right now?
10 out of 10. I've been smoking it.
No? Who's playing better right now, me or you?
I would say
Do you know why I think I'm playing better?
playing better, Zoo. All right. What do you want me to do?
I'm playing.
Are you sure about
I mean, look at that.
I'm looking. I don't really see anything to him, Zoo.
Oh, this is gonna be one of the best I say. You're great. Child. Have you ever? Oh, Rabbi, I fucked up.
Yeah, you did.
You think it's possible? You know you fucking.
I think you win.
That was a good move. Oh no! You just won.
Yes, sir. Zoo, remember you were saying that like you didn't think I was playing, but I haven't won today.
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
who's it?
Does an individual can it be a band?
Yeah, it could be bad.
Arguably the Beatles.
Beatles have a bad album.
What's the Beatles' bad album?
That made Beatles.
Don't worry about it.
I don't know all the Beatles albums.
All right.
Yeah. A yellow summer.
I mean, it's still like one of the best of all time. Zoo, you are just gonna
Bad.
Zoo, have your doctor listen to these comments. Okay, what one?
That's good.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Hang on. The 12 shooter album was favorites.
The thing about the Beatles is if you don't think it's a good album, it's been around for so long, people like it.
Help is not a good album.
Shut the fuck up. Help's an amazing album.
Everyone knows.
Help. Anybody help? You know I need someone help. When I was lonely, so much lonely, and today anybody in any way. And now it is all around my soul. And then I find changing mind up the door. Help me if you can, but I do appreciate you being out. Get up off the ground. Won't you please, please help me? That's a condensed version. So, did you know you have an invitation? I thought from yesterday. Work for another year. So this year, until December 31st. I thought that 2025 was going to be my Hawk Tua year, but instead, it looks like 2026 is going to be my Bonnie Blue year. And then next year, you say, I thought 2025 was going to be my Hawk Tua year, but it turned out to be my Bonnie Blue year. It's a hilarious. It's absolutely fun. Zoo, you're done. Nah, maybe not. You might have an amazing comeback here. You're up, big. Are you gonna win?
Yes.
You lost. Over for you, big dog. Done, son. Big dog. It's over. Thanks, baby. Zoo, you wait till you win, dog. All right, it's still a great album. I was born longer to rest, and he told me, our friend, yellow submarine, a yellow submarine, a yellow submarine. What up, baby?
Did you know that Andy Wolford made a corner?
Would surprise me.
Do you think Andy? Do you think Andy Wolford was a good artist?
Yeah, I love his shit. I love. That's like my favorite kind of art.
So you fucked me. Finish the game, son, and beat
After the
the game. That's unlike you. That's unlike you. You really play until you win.
just thought
All right, so sweet dreams, baby. That's right. And that
Yes, I have some sun. This
Hear me? Excellent. Can you hear me?
people stand before us. You see what he's also nurse ask him to say, Shalom Alecha Yavi Umon. Can you imagine what's going to happen? Mashiach comes, and before he does anything, like before he does anything, he's going to say, I don't know how we're going to know. I don't know how we're going to know. And he's just going to stand there, and he's just going to say those words, Shalom Alecha Yavi Umon. He waited 2,000 years to say those words. And just being able to say those words in Mashiach before he does anything will be such a soothing balm for the collective soul of Am Yisrael. So we should really use a Shalom Aleichem. Shalom Aleichem Levi. Shalom Aleichem to you. Bar Levi means Ben Levi. Rabbi Shalom Levi. Shalom Aleichem Bar Levi. Amalei Leimas Asimar. She literally says, he skips the pleasant trees. He's like, let's get to it. He's like, let's get to it. When are you coming? When are you coming? When are you coming? So Amalei, Hayom. Wow. This is coming today. I'm coming today. So apparently it goes back to the Navi. Also, look at the Elio. Whether this means we're back to Elio, by the giver Rashbi, or someone else we don't know. But again, you're back to Elio. Amalei. My Amalecha. So Elio says, Shem knew what happened. What happened? What did Mashiach tell you? So Shalom Aleichem Bar Levi. It's the first thing. It's like Mashiach said hello to you, right? Like he gave you Shalom. He said Shalom Aleichem Bar Levi. To which Elio says, good sign, because that means that you and your father are able to come. Lord, the fact that the fact Shiach. Did you and mention your father's name? That's indicative of the fact that you are your and both have a father living in the world to come. So, okay, beautiful. Shalom is a bit heartbroken. Why? I'm a lady. Shakuri Kashaka. Mashiach lied to me. Mashiach lied to me. The king verses Yama Hayom Asina Bala Asa. Mashiach is coming today to give what I say. Isn't that overwhelming? There's a lady feeling like Mashiach coming today and he did not come. Not like Amalei. Hayom in the color tissue. What Mashiach was telling you was, I'm to come today. I'm ready to come every single day. If you cause Israel, if you get your act together and do what you are supposed to do, Hayom, I'm ready to come today. They call listen to the voice of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Mashiach wasn't blind. Mashiach is ready. He's changing his bandages. One of the types that he could be ready to redeem us. He is ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. We have to do the necessary work. What is the mark? And of course, this goes with the narrative that we control Messianic redemption. We control the Messiah. The lives we do, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we don't do, all this controls the flow of Messianic redemption. Shalom against Rabbi Yossi ben Kiswa. So, as soon as that's Rabbi Yossi ben Kiswa, and once I David Ba, when is Mashiach? That's Moshe Amar, Messiah, and Misha with the production made. Oh, so Moshe ben Kiswa said, I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. You didn't ask for a sign. Anyone watching me call? I said, Rabbi, she says the question, you will not ask for a sign from you. Okay. I'm ready. Because she for Hasharazad, the Yivna, the Yipol, the Yivna, the Yipol, the Inna, so Aksha Ben David. This is fine. I'll give you a sign. I'll give you a sign. Wait, sorry, I'll tell you when Mashiach is coming. Mashiach is going to come. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, this gate falls down, and then it falls down the first time they rebuild it. It falls down the second time. And before they go ahead and they get to rebuild it, Mashiach's going to come. Mashiach's going to come. Look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, "I'm going to decide the Chadish." No, Sharkat. No. Ashar is that be Romi should be Romi. So again, this is a reference to Rome. So again, Yossi Ben Kish says what's going to happen. The gate Rome will fall down. It'll fall down again. And then it'll fall down a third time. Before they get to go to the third time, ultimately the Mashiach will come. That's the side. That's when the Mashiach will come. Amru lo Rabbeinu. Tino He said, Rabbi, okay, fantastic. That's a sign that that's true. Amru lahem v'lo kach amar. V'lo kach amar. Shenzim v'dakshim eleh. This thing is that I told you, I need the answer because I want to say, well, what's the shock of it? Yeah. See, let's say, what ends up happening is you have discussions that get people very excited. So when people hear something, all they want is just one purpose. I'll tell you about it when I have to give you notes. So I said, let me told us before. So, ready? I got it. You told us that, give us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. I'm going to have in fact, Yahap Aras Pamias, Ledam, the Yakadam. Yes, I said, we also make the waters of the Pamias, like the waters of the Pamias, turn to blood. Where the Pamias is the body of water feeds the Jordan, feeds the island. If the Pamias turns blood, that will show you that what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Pamias turn incredible. At the time Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma was dying, he said, make sure to bury my coffin very deep in the ground on the base. Why? Because when I die, so Yossi ben Kisma said our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that a single palm tree will have a called and we're going to be overrun by the Persians, the Medians, that what? They're going to dump our caskets and our caskets as food troughs for their horses. So Christmas said, very deep in the earth, so they won't make casket. When Rome, the monarchy of Rome, extends itself over time. So, by the way, I want to point out when we talk about Rome means Edom. Rome means Edom. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? Anything that is a derivative of Mashiach comes only after comes oppressed by the Mount of Rome or for 9 months. You came at least your God, you have an Israel. Yossi, it is incredible. Now we come to a Torah motif. Ula said, yes, I hope so much. Let Mashiach come, but I want to see it. Well, what is the meaning of what I'm saying? What Ula is saying is, I let the amount of suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. So, I hope that I dive into Mashiach all the time, but I want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to be Messianic redemption. Come, I don't want to see it. It says, Yaisi, the Yosef, the peace in the family. And Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the exponential donkey. What is that? So what that means is like this. Yosef essentially bring it. I know that the things that I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering. Just so just two totally different rabbinic takes on whether or not they want to be here to see the suffering which precedes Mashiach. I want to buy the Rabbi. My time, well, even in the Shem Kabbalah. So I say, so what is this? What is it that's doing it here? Right? It's about ultimately again, what does it mean? I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience it. So what's the problem? It's because of the suffering of Mashiach, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes Messiah, what should a person do from the trial veils of Mashiach? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes man's redemption? Yasot Batorah will be wow. I will say, what should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations for being Messianic era? Engage in Torah and Chesed. Torah and Chesed. I will say, now, first of all, what does this even mean? Let's come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from the suffering of the Umar, Hot Torah, thought me was something. I will say, remember again. It says, like, Rabbi, like Rab, you have all this stuff. You have Torah, you have Chesed. What do you got? Well, what are these rabbis worried about? They have Torah, they have Chesed. That's the thing. They really save for any type of suffering which receives like that. I might have requisite merits now, but I'm concerned that maybe I'll commit an Avera. I'll say sometimes one Avera can wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now, I may have merit that escape the suffering of pregnancy. And maybe I'll sin, it'll wipe out my merit, and I'll be subject to the suffering of pregnancy. You might say, this is Rabbi Yaakov. You run into the Bible says as follows. I know which one the comments is Yaakov Avinu, I got you back. I got you back. I will you and you everywhere you go. And then it also says, you see, when Yaakov was about to encounter Esau, Vayira Yaakov Ma'od Vayisar Lo. Yaakov was very afraid. What's the shot? If I said Yaakov, I got you. You have nothing to worry about. I have your back. I have your back. You have nothing to worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which my answer is, ultimately, Yaakov Avinu was scared that only he possessed the requisite merit, maybe he would do something that would cause that merit to be erased. He would sit over trouble. Say, by the way, the second. Just for such a profound result, which is I'll come in do not believe in yourself on the day that you die. Because no matter how many zikrios, how much merit I backed up and include and applied to myself, incredible, I could lose. You really can. I got a bad decision. Wipe out so much. Of fear that I may well include an acquired merit. As the Gemara says, this is the first when he first came to Eretz Yisrael with Yoshua. This is with the second coming, but that's the story to write. Right, it's the second arrival in Eretz Yisrael with Ezra. The same way the Christ came into Israel with incredible miracles with Yoshua, with incredible miracles with Ezra as well, but because of the sinful behavior of Jewish people, we did not get that miraculous section. We'll stop over here for today. We're going to touch overwhelming Gemara today. Overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues tomorrow. I will say, by the way, how incredible Sugyas of Mashiach, because Mashiach is not yet here. Mashiach Gemaras, we have the opportunity to experience a little bit of Mashiach.
Say it, but he did make some of the finest dishes that Chin Kitchen has ever seen. All right, so here we go. This is a long information ignorant person. Long and
Oh, shit. Yes. He's such a microphone. All right. So we'll say good morning, morning shirt to thank of Shin Hey. The tells the Mishpacha for dedicating all the Shimon Drushos this year as it's close from Sorrow Service all of on while Talmud sponsors for the month of Adra Ba'alinu Latova. Terry and Steve Zin, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Birmingham is in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael Shmuel the Bracha. And a week of learning sponsors Nathan Adler in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther Bas Elazar Zechor Bracha. We have the marriage of our Talmud Torah. All of them show us all those who refer Shabbat to the called the Yisrael. The Mishpacha who bring all of our hostages home, and they are holy soldiers be successful. Not say you did. With that, let us speak. So we have a lot from Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97b, and we are picking up into about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Rabbi. There are no less than 36 people who are able to receive face of the Shekhinah in every generation. Okay, this is the Gemara. We all know this. Lamed Vav Tzadikim in every generation who are able, again, now this also is the Mekabel Abed Shekhinah, who are able to receive the Shekhinah. Shinem. Low. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him. Low and low in the gematria. Lamed Vav Lo the gematria. The Shusab is 36. Gimme is that's only 36 from a Rabbi. Dora Kamikuchku Timni Sari Alpi Paris Timni Sari Alpi. Yet again, Rabbi said that the road that sits before Akbarak, which means the Tzadikim, closest to Akbarak, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on here? So the 36 is 8,000. So the Gemara says Shne'emar Soviv. Shmona Sa'elef. So the Gemara says Lokasha. How the Mistakli Bispaklaria? So it says very close. Bispaklaria means total clarity of vision, and Bispaklaria in Europe a little bit of a cloud vision, different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim, which will be Bispaklaria Meira, complete clear vision. Then there are others who perceive HaKadosh Baruch. Vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, are there really so many tzaddikim? Are there 18,000 people who perceive Baruch even level of Bispaklaria She'im Meira is still a high level? Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? Listen to this. But you see Bnei Aliyah, the Hein Mu'atim. I have seen Bnei Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few Bnei Aliyah. That was like, now what does this mean? So Rabbi Shimon is making a tremendous statement that there are in life one of the hardest qualities to find. Well, what does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of Talmudim Chachamim. What do you have to do in order to become a Talmud Chacham? What do you have to do? Study Sure, studying Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. Chassadim, to do chesed. This chesed is also inherently enjoyable to do it. Rashi says the hardest to find in this world is bnei aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow at times. Now again, it doesn't mean they're tzaddikim, and it doesn't mean they're gaonim. It just means, it says it's very difficult to find them. In Aleph, if there are 1,000, excuse me, if there are, I need Uban man. They're not, remember again, son of Allah said, right? My son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Mea, there's 100. I need Uban. In myself amongst them. In Shayim, if there are only 2 Bnei Aliyah in this entire world, Ani Ubni, it's me and my son. They both say, I just want to point out this, like, oh, okay. It's not gaiva. It's not gaiva. It's knowing who you are. The Rothschild Bachai understood that if there's one thing that he possessed in this world is that he was Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And his son Rabbi was even more than his father. Listen, I don't know how many Bnei Aliyah there are. Well, I can tell you like this, even me too, I know that me and my son. The point of Rabbi is when Rabbi Bachai is saying, I don't know how many like Bnei Aliyah there are, but I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18,000. Thank you so much. Like this, but plenty of people said sometimes some tzaddikim or Bnei Aliyah who are able to baruch without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter, but now, so whatever this means, there are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission. Now, of course, the notion of entering without permission represents metaphorically this incredibly high spiritual level. So you'll find many holy people, but there's a certain country or a certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter in before whenever they want. Look your eyes for this moment. That's how the idea about so we can recall the shows. They stack this bacteria in the bell, prophecy, plus the shit. Aber also a person below the shows, bro, sitcom. Anyway, start with one album. Let's listen to this. So now the Gemara is suggesting it as follows. There are 36 tzaddikim in this world who are able to go ahead and start with this permission. And when they enter permission, there is Si Hashem, with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably obviously a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people but needs permission to enter. And then some smaller group afterwards, don't need permission, and also have this Baktaria. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to it. I'm going to say, so this is really incredible about Mashiach. So what ends up happening? So Rav comes along and says, come you know, so many people make tasks when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, excuse me, times have already come and gone. They've come and gone. We need tshuva and we need ma'asim tovim. So let's say a dramatic stop to guessing the dates, trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand historically, Mashiach is still going to come. The only thing is going to come is if we bring. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, tshuva ma'asim tovim. Shmuel says, Gayo la'avel sheya'amod be'evlo. Ultimately, again, it is enough for the Avel to stay in. So what does this mean? So Shmuel, just like an Avel, who's saying, what happens? Shiva comes to it. Shmuel says, Avos will come to an end and Mashiach will come. It's a fundamental machlokas in Rabbi and Shmuel. working. Shmuel still holds the date by which Mashiach will come. A defined, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach. Shmuel Rav saying not true. All of the date passed. They've already at this point. Now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our tshuva and our ma'asim tov. Incredible. The more goes like, this is not focusing on Rabbi Eliezer Omer in Yisrael also tshuva and Nigolim. Not a Nigolim. Rabbi Eliezer says, tshuva, Mashiach will come. If we don't do tshuva, he won't come. I'm going to tshuva. And they know tshuva in Nigolim. Really? Tshuva, there's no gula. It's true. If we don't do tshuva, you know what happens. But they've also orchestrated situations, created all part of the despotic king. Upon us, and the despotic king will force us to go ahead and do tshuva, return us to our correct ways. Tiny Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, we saw Ocean Tshuva. The says if we do tshuva, we mean Shnei Shua, but Shua, every promise you say, yet the pasuk says for nothing, and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? You were sold into diaspora. You were sold into Kabbalah because of idolatry. What's the word idolatry? Zero. It has zero value. Yet you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result. If there's a lot of kesef to the other, you will not be redeemed with money. Lo tshuva or ma'asim tovim. Not even to do tshuva and ma'asim tovim will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not tshuva and ma'asim tovim that bring Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date. And when that time comes, Mashiach will inherit Hashem come. It says, I'm going to Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yoshua. Return to me, and I return to you. Which sounds like a Kodesh Baruch Hu saying to us, if you do tshuva, then he'll bring you Geula. I'm going to Rabbi Yoshua, look for Ne'emar. Kanochi ba'alti b'chem. V'lakachti eschem echa me'ir. V'shtayim mishpacha. Ve'vesi eschem sion. Sounds like it's up to Kodesh Baruch Hu to bring you Geula. I'm going to Rabbi Eliezer, I look. So we'll say that if you know what they're doing, they're like lobbing psukim back at each other. That in different messianic rules. I look for Yeshua v'nachas to Yeshua v'look for Ne'emar. Hashem, go al Yisrael. Never miss out. Go. Le'eved Moshe. V'loch mir tazekes. V'loch miru. V'loch sami shtakavu. I'm going to look for Ne'emar. In Toshel Yisrael Hashem in Lai Toshel. I saw it here. The Lord says, but the pasuk says, "I for this tshuva." Let's both return to us. Rabbi Yeshua, look for Ne'emar. Eshma es haish levush habad mimal lemei hayo. Vayoram yimino v'smolo. V'chatzik v'olo slafas yad an kolera kol. V'shas v'chabadot. We'll say this. Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, the psukim backwards, this fundamental machlokes from Rabbi and Rabbi Yeshua. That means that halacha the ma'asav klal Yisrael will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, that's not the works. Gula comes when Hashem, they throw psukim forth at each other. The conclusion that the way the Gemara ends, but they're ultimately refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's psukim. So it sounds like over here that the shita of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes, Baruch Hu chooses to bring him, that seems to be the opinion triumphs. So I'll say, so I get to this conversation, just again, there are these people messianic models that are mistaken. So when does it come? Does Mashiach lead you tshuva? Or does Mashiach come almost independent of our tshuva when HaKadosh Baruch Hu ordains it? Like, is there just some point by which the world has to be redeemed? Machlokes, incredible. Rabbi Abba, we'll say, Rabbi will see that if you say yourself, 1 second, how can remain unresolved? Right? We have to know these things. And what's the answer? No, we don't. The truth is, we'll say, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, Rabbi Olam does not want us to be messianically focused. Who wants us to be focused on maximizing time in this world. I've obviously become the best version of ours. I've obviously become the idea. our boldness to make a difference, our boldness to help others, whether Mashiach comes because of our to become Shiva, whether Mashiach comes about whether our ultimately again, whether Mashiach is coming because of Shiva, or the Mashiach is coming only again because of some type of end date to a certain degree. I believe he's going to come. I believe he's going to come. Like we saw in yesterday's daf. I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And Kosh Baruch will figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job is to maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go. Rabbi Abba. So Rabbi Abba says there is no more reveal yet. No, what is it? Rabbi Abba says if you want to see incredible, if you want signs of Mashiach, right? We'll say, we look at this all the time. Like, the truth is, I can live without the date of Mashiach. What do I want to know? That is close, right? I just want to know that we're in the right direction. This thing is an incredible love. Rabbi Abba says, is that if you want to know the most overt sign that is coming, I will say, what is it? Shneimar, Hari Yisrael, Ante Titenu, Uprichem Tisu La'am Yisrael. So there's so beautiful. The Gemara quotes the Pascal. Yechezkel said, the land comes back to life. When the trees produce their fruit, when the rains produce their fruit, that's how you know that Mashiach is coming. When Klal Yisrael is not an Eretz, is dormant. When Klal Yisrael, the land comes back to life, the more the land produces, the closer you know Geula is. Rashi said over here, Rashi says, in the Geula Mizur, the first line, you should keep Eretz period in Yocha. So Eretz Yisrael produces fruit and good measure, as Yikrav HaKetz, the Ein Lecha HaKetz Meguliyos. You know Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach of the land rebounding. That's how you know, okay, I see, like, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz is award-winning wines. Like the number of founders, the number of establishments. I will say, it's not just that there's good wine coming out of Eretz Yisrael. It is the ultimate sauce. So how could one drink wine that is anywhere from Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of wine. Do you remember? Some of us are old enough to remember, right? You can't remember what used to be the selection of kosher wine. What was it? It was manufactured like like the square bottom, right? And that was it. Or some malach, right? Like the big thing with the on top. That was a long time. I don't know when I was a kid. It's not so long ago. And I will say now, I guess you could drink all the way. So your schedule, incredible. And it's not just something. It's a sign of Mashiach. So Mashiach. It's so important that industry is so important to put our money into. At the end of the day, facilitating messianic instinct as well. Incredible. Someone goes back there. Rabbi says, "Af mizaj." Haim Schara Adam Lonia Schara Amen. Ulyosi Lavo in Shalom Minatzar. So Rabbi says there's another sign of messianic arrival, which is as messianic arrival approaches, money to pay the wages of people, not the money to pay the wages of animals, right? Ulyosi Lavo in Shalom Minatzar. So those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. What does that mean? Even Talmidei Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility, Shalom Rav, who are known for their tranquility, because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav, there is great peace for those of us that we know this from our own lives. When you learn, and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. By definition, possess that tranquility in the days leading up to Mashiach will not be able to find that tranquility. So let's try to find out how interesting this is. On one hand, right, the first page says, Rabbi Abba saying the sign of impending messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. The land will come back to And then you have Raz who says, right, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So let's say, so once again, this competing narrative is the pre-messianic arrival. Is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth, or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? And by the way, it's also not which is could seem both Shmuel says, is that all Christ's will be the same. The Most High actually understands this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Right? This could be good, meaning that everything will be just expensive, or that no, even inexpensive statements will be as expensive as items. Okay? How do we know? David Bach, she's back in the phone of Mashiach only comes also again. This is part of the suffering work here. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering, in this case financial suffering and poverty. That will be now interestingly enough, from the Gemara's perspective, the remedy for everything is fatty meat undiluted wine. Right? It works for everything, right? So the Gemara, don't knock it to the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, when Mashiach, there's going to be such poverty, you won't even be able to find meat for a sick person. Not only that, after meat, the next best thing is fish. You won't even be able to find fish. As Ashkia Mimesam, Shem Olif, Sab, Asiniach, Kernade, Sama Bar Chanina, in Ben David Bach, just the Malchus Hazalam Israel. First, you can when there's a total loss of autonomy for Klal Yisrael. Now, Malchus Hazalah means even a little bit of autonomy. Right? So, in other words, even when Klal Yisrael is ruled by other people, is usually an element of autonomy that when Mashiach comes, there's any level of autonomy. And the Kara Zalaman is Maros. You see, that's right. Hashem Tzivakos Mimshach Umor. Mimshach Umor. Ziri. In Ben David Bach, Achiyichlu Bach Yisrael. That's the wild Gemara. Mashiach comes ultimately again when there are no Gasei Ras. When people listen, what does this mean? It means that ultimately, again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. Isn't that incredible? Right? So ultimately, again, Mashiach will come. We'll say, 98a, about four lines before it gets wide. Because I'm down. This is going to start the motif that it's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. It's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. But listen, what's the logic behind that? Right? The logic behind that is because remember again. Well, let's see inside. So goes like this. Rabbi Shimon, in Ben David Bach, Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for self-gain. This is beautiful. I will say first wide line. Ula says that Yerushalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. Shne'emar Tzion b'mishpat tibateh v'shaveh b'tzedakah. Right? Tzion will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice. V'shaveh b'tzedakah will return to tzedakah. And listen, this is very important. So this Gemara, we say, wow, what a beautiful Gemara. Where that tzedakah, that chesed is the key to Gula. Rabbi Abraham Tversky is something very beautiful. Not in this Gemara, but just in a general sense. He says one of the mistranslated words in all of these is tzedakah. He says we translate tzedakah as charity. That's charity. He says that's not what tzedakah means. What's the charity of tzedakah? Is it tzedek? What does tzedek mean? Justice. Petruski says like this: in life, there are people who have, and there are people who don't have. And the way it works is, if you don't have there with those who don't, it's something less. It's the way HaKadosh Baruch Hu programmed the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those say, and this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities as like voluntary. Like, this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. It's not. It's not. It is moral obligation that we have. That if you have more than you need, Baruch Hashem, we should always look into that. Then by definition, there is the moral obligation. It's tzedakah. It's tzedek. It's justice. To give, to do for the other. It's not just with your money. It's not with your money. It's with your time. It's with your resources. It's with your abilities. There is a moral obligation to give and to share with the other. So what is the so it will usually a little bit stuck up. I will say, when does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement. So the moment we realize that tzedakah, not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice. And again, I have clarity and a moral obligation to help. Of course I have to give. Of course I have to do. Of course I have to be there for the other, not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because everyone says that's between chesed and tzedakah. But chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you do that you're obligated to do. The moment those kind of like nice things become a belief according to things in our hearts, that's the moment that at the end of Mashiach comes. It's incredible. Ibakti Yudibakti Amgushi. Ibakti no longer exists as the Amgushis. Rashi points out over here Persian sorcerers. So the idea over here, as long as they're arrogant Jews, there's going to be Persian sorcerers. The Daini, but the Gizrifti. And if corrupt judges would start to exist, so to corrupt Gentiles exist as well. Whereas most of the idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, then we bring about these sorcerers who do negative things. If we have corrupt judges, then we bring about Gentile corrupt judges who do the same. So the Gemara goes right there. Batli here, Amgushi, they say that the Etzov Kabar Sigayach, Vasir Kol Lilayach. The Batli Dayani. Zirafi. Say Eser Hashem Mishpatah, Pane Ayvecha. Both say third wide line. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. In Iset Hashem Ismail, Vahomet, Chakela. Both say if you see, Rabbi Yochanan says, if you see a generation suffering from general poverty, wait for poverty is the precursor for death. And we've seen this more and more. So Chakin Amar, Ves Am Shia, the Rivan Shom save an avarice nation. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. In Ra'isa Doshek Sarasos Ba'os Alav Kinar, Chakia, bless you. If you see a situation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally again are coming up like a river, just like the river keeps flowing. You feel like the sorrows for cloudy so Chakialo, ultimate wait for Mashiach. Shnei Amar, Yavo Banar Sarach Hashem Nosesas Balaklei Uva L'Tzion Goel. Right? I just want to point out something powerful and why it is like the best thing in the world be a Jew. They'll say, look how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's red poverty, or if you see a generation where there's ridiculous suffering, oh, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Close. Let's say, what other nation in the world thinks in this way, right? Everyone else, if things are bad, that generally means what? Most probably things are going to get worse, right? That's generally the way bad things work. Probably so. If things are bad, just know that most probably means that wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously crazy. I should give us so much, because I think I don't know. Yesterday I had this moment where I said to myself, you know what? I'm going to stop just listening to the news. I got one of those days. Like this is just crazy. This is just crazy, and it's always hard to know. Also, like is the news accurate? It sounds like a little bit crazy. Is it accurate? Is it slanted? Yeah, it's really going to affect the news that are very all right. It's so heartening. Everything is just heartening. All about prime minister is this, and this one's doing this, and they're doing this, and the minister is dancing to the two cartoon songs. Like, what the heck is going on over here? What is this? It is like the banana, like the nursery school teacher out of the room. No one is paying attention to the Kindle, right? And they're eating crayons. That's what it's right. So the school teacher and the Kindle are eating crayons. They're on the walls, right? They're doing everything. Anyone like, what is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future and continuity of Klal Yisrael, and acting like to call them children is an insult to children. It's an insult to children. That's really what it is. Because children, at least, are, at their core, are Kaddish and Tahar. And you want to see yourself like, what is this? No, it's the whole thing. Right? Again, it's the whole thing. You're like, okay, it puts a smile on my face. Because the worse it looks, wait for it. Because the way Klal Yisrael works is the worse it looks, just means bracha is even closer than before. An incredible. The Gemara goes like, Rabbi Yochanan, Ben David Bar, Ella Bedar Shekulo Zaka. Listen to this. Let's say again, a reverse idea. Mashiach only comes in a generation that is totally innocent. Tzadikim. Mashiach comes when Klal Yisrael tzadikim. So let's say, just on the same page, same line. Mashiach only comes when there's complete poverty. Mashiach only comes when there's suffering. No, Mashiach only comes when there's piety. Kulachai. Or everyone's really bad. But Mashiach either everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. Shemar says, but there's was like I said, but I make Kulam Tzadikim Lo Yeshua. There's Kulachai that said, Bayarki Ish by Shtomim Ki Imafilo. Said Lama Aniasa. I just want to say the pasuk says The pasuk says Be'ita, which means Mashiach will come in its appointed time. Then the pasuk says, I will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. So which one is it? Mashiach's coming in a defined Achi Shena, I will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. Which one is it? Well, Achi Shena, most if we are Zocha, right? If we are meritorious, we'll hasten the arrival of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, at the end of the day, he will come at his appointed time. I'm Rabbi Sanji will be showing the Ramik said, so Kvar Inish Ato Ksiv Ani Barochiv Al Chamar Zachu I'm sorry. Zachu Am Ani Shmaya Lo Zachu Ani Ro Chamar. So once again, I will say, is Mashiach going to be someone who's like a cloud comes from the sky, or like a pauper riding on a donkey? So the clouds move in the sky very quickly. The pauper on the donkey, not so much. So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly? Does Mashiach come slowly? Once again, it depends on us. So again, in this approach, and what you begin to see is the arrival of the Messianic redemption is fundamentally dependent on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. Shavar Malka Lishma, this is incredible. The Shavar Malka, King Shapur, said to Shmuel, Amisu Mashiach al Chamra Asin. I will say, by the way, this is the pasuk we just quoted over here. This is the pasuk that tells us that Mashiach comes on a donkey. So King Shapur heard this pasuk. Mashiach comes on a donkey. He goes and says, Asi Ishtar Susi Barka. I'll give him my best horse, basically. Why should Mashiach come on a donkey? I'm making a donation to the Mashiach fund. Right? I hereby donate my best. Why should he come on a donkey? Right? I'm going to give him my best horse. So Shmuel said to him, a horse of 100 colors. So essentially, what Shmuel says back and forth is, you should see Mashiach. That's quite a donkey. In other words, you think your horse, I would take the donkey over the nicest of the horses any day. Incredible. Rabbi Yeshua was like, get ready for this. Get ready for this. If your Atoni Chavusa or Chaver is not here at Shir, you should text him. You should tell him, I feel so sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that you were not able to get out of bed this morning, to be punching dramatically, life cathartic and overwhelming. Clearly, you must be in the throes of something major. Right? Refuah Shalema, right? Refuah Kravalava, Hashka Bagala is not Karev, right? We'll take a bit of Tehillim for you, and hopefully you'll be back later. This is some things you miss in life. All right, 7.5 years you'll be back in Eretz. Levi. Ashka Le'ilio, the Havukani Apista Rishon Bayochad. Rishon Levi was standing at the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Shobach. I will say, remember again, for those who are on not the last Yachid Kala, but 2 Yachid Kalas ago, we went to the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Meron. Now we should get grave on top. There's a grave on top. And if you know some people, you can actually go below, right to the entrance of the mosque. Below the entrance of Rabbi Shimon found Ilio, and where was Ilio? By the entrance of the Ma'ara to Rishon Bayom. So Amalei, Asina Almada Asi. So Shimon says to Elio, am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to the Tam? Amalei, and Yirtza Adon Hazeh. Who wants it? No, what do you want from me? Like, I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if Hashem wants to be Olam Haba, then go to Olam Haba. I'm Rishon Levi. Shnayim ready. You see the Kol Gimel Shamati. So the Rabbi says, I'm standing with you. There's two of us, but I hear three voices. I hear three voices. So ultimately, again, the Rishon lady heard what means the voice of life. The Shmuel was as well. So imagine the scene. So again, the Rabbi standing by the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Shammai. So now Rabbi Shammai passes by. He's talking with him, going to the world to come. I don't know. Ask Hashem. Then Rabbi Shammai hears another. The Shmuel who is there as well. Amos Asiyah. So now Rabbi Shammai said, "Elio, when is Mashiach coming?" No. The reason he why does he say this to Eliyahu Navi? Because the Pasuk Eliyahu Navi is one who comes forth to announce to our Mashiach. So when is Mashiach coming? Amalei Zil Shailin Lidei. Go ask him. Go ask Mashiach coming. Rishon says, "Okay, Heichel Yosef. Where can I find Mashiach? Where is he? That I should ask him." Apischa Bekarta. He is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. So the Gemara says, "My Simone." And how should I know who he is? So if you look, by the way, look at Rashi's over here. The Pischa the Kash Alagan Eden, Neget Kola Olam Bekalam relation Neget Pesach here Mashiach Shar. Rashi quotes and says, Pesach here the entrance of the city, rather than the end of Gan Eden. So also that's not the way that everyone else learns the Gemara. Everyone else learns the Gemara, but no, Pesach here Rome. Mashiach hangs out right at the entrance way to Rome. So finally, how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance way to the city. How will I know who he is? Yosef Bene Sovi Chaloi. Let's get ready for this. Who would stay at the entrance way of the Rome? The lepers. The lepers, those with saras. They were not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside with all of the lepers. Sovi Chaloi, meaning Goyim, who were not even Nuba. So also a leper. So okay, Jack is also a leper. He stands with all the lepers. So now, go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. He said, brother, just before you go forward, I just about something absolutely amazing. Listen, Mashiach does not walk around, right, with a long beard and distinguished clothing, and the person we normally think is, oh, that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach, probably one of those people who look at and we look the other direction. And then probably we don't take the time to say Shabbos. We're like the people who get a little bit more on our nerves. Or the people maybe we try to avoid. Or the people we marginalize. Or the people just be pushed to the perimeter. Like Mashiach is not a person who everybody wants to be around. I must say this is a tremendous thing. Sometimes the people who we just marginalize, push to the periphery, and don't give the time of day, those people are often the holiest of the holy. Tremendous idea. So Mashiach leper sitting by the end of Rome. So how can I figure out this? How can I figure out who it is? So you'll see the lepers change their bandages. So there will be again lepers change their bandages. You'll notice, by the way, Mashiach only changes one bandage at a time. Because again, what happens if he gets the call? So Mashiach has to. So what happens if he gets the call? If all of his bandages, and Hashem says, "Okay, go," it's going to be great because he has to wrap up everything. So instead, what he does is unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of mission for a prolonged amount of time. Was that tremendous? So first of all, tremendous in that you see death himself is literally ready to go. He's ready. Varai only changes his bandage. And I will say, there's also a for this. Many of us walk around life with many different wounds, and many different we have to heal. It's hard sometimes to try to heal everything at once. I'm going to identify everything that's broken and heal it all at once. Life doesn't work that way. The best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is one at a time. Decide what you want to heal. Decide what you want to heal. Right? How you want to heal. Heal that first. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then move on to the next. Because the problem just is often when you're unbandaged, all of the stuff you got to heal and you're look at yourself in the mirror, all the stuff that's broken up, that's wounded, all the stuff that is disrepair, it can become open, and that's when despair sets in and I give up. But one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, is slowly but surely over time you begin to heal yourself. Incredible. Also look at Rabbi. So sure when I found Mashiach. Can you imagine? Can you just imagine what that must have been? So you know, even if he's not right, he's not so he's not coming like right. He hasn't revealed himself. Yeah. He's not right. But let me sure that lady found Mashiach. He found him. Azul Gabe. Amalei. Shalom Alei. So you know that the day's going to come. The day will come. And the Mashiach will stand before us. Can you imagine when that's going to happen? It does anything. Like, it does anything. He's just going to say, I don't know how we're going to know. Somehow, but we're going to know. He's just going to stand there and say those words, Shalom Alecha Rabbi. I've been waiting 2,000 years to say those words. And just being able to say those words to Mashiach before he does anything, watch a soothing balm for the collective soul of Am Yisrael. So we should learn Shalom Aleichem Rabbi Mori. Amalei, Shalom Aleichem Bar Levi. Shalom Aleichem to you. Levi means Ben Levi. Is Rabbi Shalom Aleichem Bar Levi. Le'emas Asimar. So Shalom says, get to it. He's like, get to it. When are you coming? Amalei, Hayom. Wow. Mashiach said, that's it. He's like, I'm good, I've got nothing else. He goes back, apparently he goes back. Also, whether this means he went back to Yo at the entrance, you know, by the grave of Rabbi, by the grave of Rabbi, or somebody again, he goes back to Yo. Amalei, my Amalei. So Yo says, so they knew what happened. What did Mashiach tell you? So I'm going to Shalom Aleichem. It's the first thing. First of all, he said hello to me, right? He said Shalom Aleichem. To which, so first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father have a portion of the world to come. If you're Navi, in fact, Mashiach greeted you and mentioned your father's name. That's indicative of the fact that both you and the world to come. So Yeshua is a bit heartbroken. Shakuri Kashaka, Mashiach lied to me. He lied to me. Mashiach told me he's coming today and he did. Feeling lied to him. Mashiach told me he's coming today and he did. Hayom in Bikmot Tishmo. What Mashiach was telling you was, I'm ready to come today. I'm ready to come every single day. If you get your act together and do what you are supposed to do, I'm ready to come today. And because you listen to the voice of God. Mashiach wasn't lying. Mashiach is ready. He's changing his bandages. Is one of the times that he could be ready to redeem us from, as long as we are ready to receive. But to receive, we have to do the necessary right work. Incredible. So what is human? And of course, this goes with the narrative that controls the arrival of redemption. We can talk about the lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we don't do. All of this control law of Messianic redemption. Shalom Tamid Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma. So that's Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma and David Ba. When is Mashiach going to come? Amar, Messiare Ani Lakshmani. Oh, so Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said, you know what, I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me a sign. I'm going to give you an answer and ask me a question. If I don't want to answer it, I'm going to go touch him. So I said, Rabbi, answer the question. You will not ask for a sign from you. Okay. Amarle, Lichashiyipo Hasharazah, Viyipo Viyivna, Viyipo Ve'imabah. So he says, fine, I'll give you a sign. Well, sorry, Mashiach is going to come. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, this gate falls down, and then the first time they rebuild it, it's done the second time. And before they go ahead and they build it, Mashiach's going to come. Mashiach's going to come. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, Amalei v'shadu b'chadizon. Ashara said, thank you. Here, Romi, Shavi Romi. So it's to Rome. So again, Rabbi Yisma says, what's going to happen? Fall down, they'll rebuild it. It'll fall down again. They'll rebuild it. It'll fall a third time. But it's rebuilt it a third time. Ultimately, Mashiach will come. That's the sign, right? That's when Mashiach will come. Amru lo Rabbeinu, tein lanu oaths. He said, Rabbi, okay, fantastic. Give us a sign that that's true. Amru lahem v'lo kaka artiyah. V'lo kaka martem li shentem mevakshim and oaths. Rabbi Yossi, he said, I told you, I knew you were going to ask me first. I will say, what's the shot of you? See, let's say, what ends up happening is Mashiach discussions get people very excited. So when people hear something, all they want is they want a confirmation. This is Rabbi Yossi, because I know this is going to work. That's why I said, I'll tell you about it. So I said, Rabbi, you told us, but give us a sign. Rabbi, I got it's not giving us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. In Kach Yahab me Ma'aras Pamyas Ledam, in Yabku Ledam. So says Rabbi Yossi, in case said, the waters of the Pamyas, right, the waters of the Pamyas to blood. Now, the Pamyas is the body of water that feeds the organ, feeds the organ. If the Pamyas turns to blood, that will show you that what thing is correct. And sure enough, the Pamyas turned to blood. The Shas Ketiraso, at the time that Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma was done, he said, Amr lahem, hamikul loni. Make sure to bury my coal very deep in the ground. Shein kol dekel v'dekel shein sus shal parasim nikshavo. Because when I die, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma's enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single palm tree will have a Persian horse tethered to it. And we're going to be overrun by the Persians, the Medians. That's what they're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food troughs for their horses. Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said, bury me very deep in the earth so that they won't dig up my casket. Ben David only comes when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, extends itself. Brother, I want to point out, when we talk about Rome means Edo. Rome means Edo. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It can be anything that is a bit of Rome. So Mashiach is only after Klal Yisrael's rest by the Malchus of Rome for 9 months. So this is incredible. Now we come to so much. I hope so much. Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. What Ula is saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. So I hope that I dive into Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. Suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. Let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. Rav Yosef says, Yaisi, Vaskid Yosef, Rav Yosef come, and I'll be hatched literally again in the excrement of Mashiach. What does it say? So what that means is like this. We essentially bring it. I know that the things that precede Mashiach, but I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering. Just Mashiach. So just two totally different rabbinic takes on whether or not they want to be here to suffering with Mashiach. Only Rabbi the Rabbi. My time, well, even right. If it's about ultimately again, then I don't want to be here to it. So what's the problem? If it's of the suffering, Chavlo Shal Mashiach, right? If it's about the Shalom Tami Davash Rabbi Elazar, Ma'yasa Adonina Tzemeshal Mashiach, what should have put to save himself the trials and travails from the suffering which precedes redemption? Yaso Katorah. Wow. What should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations for Messianic era? Engage in Torah and Chesed. Torah and Chesed. We'll say, first of all, what is the meaning? Torah, we'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from the suffering of Messianic era. Umar, ha-Torah, ha-Milas Chesedim. And ultimately, remember again, the Gemara says, right, Rava, right, you have all this stuff. You have Torah, you have Chesed. So what are you worried about? Well, what are these rabbis worried about? They have Torah, they have Chesed, so you need to save from any type of suffering which is Messianic era. I might have the requisite merits now, but I'm concerned then maybe I'll commit an Avera. I will say sometimes one Avera could wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now I'm in merit of Torah and Chesed in order to escape the suffering of Pri Messianic Era. And maybe I'll sin. It'll wipe out my merit, be subject to the suffering of Pri Messianic Era. The Gemara says, listen to this. Rabbi Yaakov the Pasuk says as follows. I know Baruch promises Yaakov Avinu, I will guard you everywhere you go. And yet it also says, as you see, when Yaakov was about to encounter Esau, Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's the pshat? If Hashem says to Yaakov, I got you. You have nothing to worry about. I have your back. I have your back. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? So our answer is ultimately, Yaakov was scared that although he possessed the requisite merit, maybe something that would cause that merit to be erased. You would see that, which, by the way, is such a Kedisanya. Before you get to this well said, so, which is this is part of Chazal's motif of coming ba'atznucha ad yom mota. Do not believe in the day that you die. No matter how many zuchiyos, how much I have racked up and accrued and acquired to myself, which is incredible, I can lose it. You really can. Like one bad decision could wipe out so much. So you see people as great as they are live with this state of existential fear that I'm making out all of my food and acquired. Here's the first when he first came to Eretz Yisrael with Yoshua. This is the second. I was going to say the second coming, but that's all right. Right, it refers to the second arrival in Eretz Yisrael with Ezra. That was the same as the Klal Yisrael came into with incredible miracles. We're supposed to come into Ezra with Ezra as well, but the behavior of the Jewish people not get that miraculous. So we'll stop over here for today. Mishach continues tomorrow. I will say, by the way, how incredible is it is not yet here. When we learn Mishach Gemaras, we have the opportunity to explain a little bit of Mishach. Shkayach, everyone. Yeah, everyone. We solve the microphone. When we could adjust the things that we are only sure. It's funny. I didn't realize last week I the great visit was Mark Hashem. Today, we have a beautiful piece ahead of us today. So, remember, under this box, so many beautiful and different versions of Tanya. We're going to learn out of this safer called Seasonal Single Eres, which actually is like itself. It's just interpretation, translation. It's a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on Tanya. So we left off yet last week with the Rabbi Pasuk. So remember again, you asked the fundamental question. You said, I understand. But you tell me Vifa, that's something easy for me to do it right now. If I got it, right? Tell me to say something and I can say it. Even behavioral. Tell me to do something and I'll do it. But you tell me to feel something. That's much more difficult. Okay, in general, we have this idea about this. You can legislate a lot of things, like you can legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when we say that it's karov lecha b'levav kalasos? So that says on page 9 about sleep. Already customer old. So the ability to go ahead, and literally regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. talking Lomar Shekam Zehu Behesig Yad V'Karov Ma'od V'Cholodam Halo L'Chorohu Negedach V'Shalom. So again, the Rebbe says again, top of page 9. So once again, you want to tell me something to say, something is easy to do, something is easy to feel. It's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest things that we have is to control the way we feel. So it tells us, those sacral covered. One of the hardest things, because sometimes it's just like instinctive to feel a certain way. And to have to, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So the Rebbe goes on and he says as follows. Omar, Shekarom Ma'odacholodim, La'asa Olam Azar, Yavas Hashem Be'emes. K'mo Shekasa, the Gemara, fine. Va'al Zeh, Tishtis Va'el Sechel, Levar Hiti. Keitza Hadavar Ma'od L'Chol, Adam Ma'avodas Hashem. The entire Avodah, was very last week we spoke about the idea of that really the name that the Rebbe gave this was the Kute Amor, which means action of sayings. We call it Tanya, but it's called the Kute Amor. What already said. The entire avoda of this sefer is to find how we can serve Baruch not only with the mouth and not only with our body, but with our hearts. So isn't that the most important thing? And the most difficult thing, right? It's really not keep Shabbos. I'm studying on the lofas. I know it's as long as I learn. That's what I said. Just in general, it's not regular behaviors to actually feel Shabbos. I'm going to actually speak about heart Shabbos. And it's really getting the schnack and the distractions, the motions, the mechanistic motions. But the heart is not there. So the Baal says, the entire avodah of what I'm trying to do here is to keep you good. And to serve out to this Baruch with your heart. So once I go down to the next section, see the bottom of page 9. Aluka will be starting to see the heading. So once I this is a profound piece. We're only in the introduction. It's only the introduction. Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes of things. So the words Vidara, now literally again I'm going to show you Vidara, Aluka Ukitsala. A long path, that's a long path, that's short. So listen to this. See, also, the first in the notes, so they say again, the large bold letters, those are the actual words of Tanya. The small print after that's the page, that's the commentary. As the source, it says, Nekar Uzehu B'Gemara. So this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What does the Gemara say? Well, so this is a profound Gemara. I'm pretty sure, but kind of yeah, that's also why I like using this edition, because again, like many times you come great Hasidic masters, like they wrote it to study what they were writing. A lot of times, regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? This makes one very short statement. The path that is wrong and it's thank you. Like what is that? So the course of the reading is Gemara Masechet. Listen to this. It says fast, breaking off. Miyamai, it's coming other Elatia. No, so Mishnah says, I'm a priest for a guy. Bested me. I want to bested me, except for one time as a child. A child bested me. What happened? Maggie, how much has he had the one time I was traveling on the road. So I was traveling on the road. There are easy to know about Parshas Drop. And I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay. I'm married to go beneath. I said to the child, my son, he's a Derek neighbor. So I was traveling to a particular city. He didn't know. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He says, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city? What's the best way to get to the city? Best way. So Amrabi, Zu Aruka Ukizara, Zu Kitsara Aruka. So the child said, there are two paths. This is long and short. And this one is short and long. Okay. So I'm sure my friend listen. says to himself, okay, so which path? Which path? Anyone needs sheets? Right? So he says, which path should I take? So Shobhan he said, Amali, I'm sorry, Alachti, I took the path that was short and long. That was short and long. Which again makes sense. There's no idea what the kid is saying. It says that there's a short path. I'll take the short path. What's the big deal? So he takes the short path. Listen to this. Halachti b'kitzara. Kevan shigati. So I'm sure you know. Are you makifos log ganos or pardesim? The problem was he got to the end of the path and he was right next to the sea. But the problem was that literally gardens and shirts that were blocking him from getting to himself. So he took a short path. He got back to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because the path was blocked. So back to the kid. So he says to the kid, what's the problem? Right, kid, you told me that this was the short path. So I'm going to be Rabbi. Rabbi, remember what I told you? What did I tell you? It's short, but it's long. Right? It's short, but it's long. In other words, it's short, and that'll just city quickly, but you won't get it. So let's say, watch this. Here's how to bar. Now, by the way, now obviously, what was the child saying? And then there's what's the other path? It's aluka, it's long but short. So it's long but short. In other words, it's going to take longer to get into the city, but what? You'll get it. So look what the Rabbi does. This is an incredible metaphor for something. This is so much about what we're teaching. This is what he says. That was short and long. It was short. It was the shortest between point A and point B. But practically, it was longer. Why? So here's the problem. On one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the city itself. He couldn't get in. He says, "Oh, Maylaw, now again, just point out, could have, but it's hard. I guess it's also the gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff." And that's what child is saying. Rabbi, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing this path. It'll get you up to the gardens and the orchards, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to navigate through the gardens and the orchard. But then there was a second path. What was the second path? The second path was long but short. So the thing that's on there, the reality was, I guess that's the word, distance-wise, it was longer path. This is where you get to city. It's a longer path, it's a longer distance, which you ultimately try in. So, even though the distance was, the second path was longer, the shorter path because of you to reach your actual destination. Be able to get into the city without any others. So let's look what the Rabbi This is the path. This Gemara is a metaphor for spirituality. In spirituality, there are two. There's the derech kitzara ba'ala, the path that's short, but is in actuality long, and derech aluka, the path that is long is actually short. So listen to this. There is a path that is short but long. To what? As rich for example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his. And what happens? Through liberation, through this fight, he comes to a level of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The derech zu, Imam Kal Yosef, level there, as I should take this, let me say this to you. Right? And Rebbe says like this. They'll say, the easiest way, the easiest way to fall in love with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The easiest way? Easiest way. Bestseller, do all lost. What is stories do? What is story? What's a beautiful myself? That's it. Here's your match. Right? When I was married, it's $5. Right? Those of us who have been in NCS $5, right? How do you add an NCS $5? Right? Oh my God, I am literally going to change my life. It's very mostly, right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it for Tuesday. That's really good. Listen, I just want to point out something amazing. You know, but it's an Olympic place besides the pasuk says that Avram Avinu, and when Avram left from Canaan, so it says that Avram went, Lot, Ves, and Nefesh to the Chala, and the soul they made in Chala. And then it says, who are the souls? So Avram converted all these people. So Leitchik says, like, where did he go? Right by the time Avram took Canaan, it's just Avram and Lot. So where did the Chala? So it's only it says, Avram Avinu, somebody is, you are not the first. Right? Avram Avinu was running Shabbaton, he was programming, he was serving Chinese, like he was just doing everything. He was doing everything. The people were on fire. So Avram says, Chevra, we're going somewhere. I said, where? Let's go. And they go. And then what happens? They start out. They're like, where are we going? Right? And more and more people feel until at the end it was just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. Right? Why? Because when people are inspired by the silence, it's beautiful, right there. But as quickly as fire is kindled, it goes out. This is if you want to see when you look at, let's say, right, you always wonder, how could it be possible? You saw this, you saw the praise, you saw splitting of the sea. This extra was going like an extra, and they're only building hopes. Right? It just doesn't, but it does make sense. There's a reason. Miracles create things. Miracles do not create sustainability. Inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster. But as quickly as it comes, it goes. The danger, like today, I find everything's about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, that closest stuff is powerful, and I kind of just, I want to get it, but I don't really work for it. I just give it to me and under 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes, right? So give me where I need, give me a technique, I'm going to be inspired. It works. So that's called Derech Sarah. That's the short path to get to God. No more problem. It's actually a much longer way to go. It's actually a longer way to get to God. Why? Because you need to get your high, right? So, okay, so what's next? So it seems like the shortest path of connection, but in fact, it's a much more secure trust, a lasting relationship with ourselves. It says, personally inspires himself 5 days, so it's really like feeling so obviously the Imam Kal Yosef level of Abbas Hashem. After the years to get Sarah, showing inspirational moments. What are inspirational moments? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is again? I'm inspired. When you're what do you do when something inspires you? You're ingesting. You're passive. So I want to point out that is not. This is present a lot here, and it's feels, but in fact, because I'm passive, I'm not really doing anything. It's easy to inspiration use. Whereas so it's interesting. Just sometimes like that passionate inspiration, that seems like the shortest pattern, but ironically, it's actually the longest. Because since I'm passive, I'm not really doing anything. I'm not really a change within myself. Often I'm just the same. I'm just the same guy, and I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more information, that's great. It's always easy. A similar copy, Shabashas myself, Adam Ergish always to go away. About Kivan Shiki Moshus Espini Yuso. Here it is. Do you know where true relationship comes from? When a person is willing to change who he is. He's inspired. So inspiration is beautiful. But inspiration often something that's being conferred upon me. And no internal change per se truly occurs. So because of that, he's also עדיין נשאר עלמדו, מקודם, also hamidos taibos also ma'akos also milis karos lalakos banas. I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have a person once we all have this. You know, this is what happens. A lot of us have experienced over young in your life. Like I'm inspired. I don't know, man. I started by something. And then, like, I wonder, when it is that way, how can it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like flatline? How does that happen? That's because nothing's on the inside. So if the inside remains the same, and all of the negative ones, there is a loss of things are still there. And I'm like a chronic spinning my spiritual wheels. And I'm at zero, but I'm not really getting there. Rabbi goes on and says, Lachim b'poel, you had a millios, even actually, I mean, she's happy to go. So that's the first part. That's the part of Judaism. It's what we call Sarah Vaza. It feels, right? It feels short. In that I get the high, I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no internal change that has occurred. So it feels like it's the fast track to control weapons. I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do things in the gardens, in the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city. But then there's another mile of change. לפיכך, נקרא דרך צו העולם. ואילו, הגדרה בספר הקיים. So we'll say, what the Rabbi is going to subscribe to, obviously, and again, what I want to point out is that there are balance. Right? People avenues of connection. And you'll be pointing this. It's not one right way, but wrong way. People connect to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in ways. So there are some people for whom that birth of spirituality is exactly what they need in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like the moments of inspiration occur is they come. It's the famous idea. It's a famous idea that Rabbi says so beautifully. He says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, just open up a chumash and read it. This is why, because at least then you're speaking is if you plug it into it. And how many people are inspired? There's only one problem. What happens if you don't feed it? Right? It extinguishes. Right? How if we're honest, how many times we be honest with ourselves? How many times in life was like 5 or 6 ready to do something? Right? I just never did something. I'm ready to do These are actually did anything. The fire was there, and like it burned by itself for a certain amount, right? But after a certain time, if you don't feed it, it's going out. It's going out. So that's the first part. Ended up as the bottom of page class. Vehicles. I got it from the the rest of them students. But the data that about Tanya teaches us in Tanya is a different kind of what does this mean? Dara, it's a perfect virus really to know that. Hope as we say halay, mitayvas ha'olam mazali avas ha'shabadas, mufrachas avodas ha'moach. It's so called echolafia. Hainu, we need a little bit. Limud, v'hasada, hekadus, ura'ach ha'mikan, dashin yonim shalomati. So it says we're going to see. The Rebbe says, if you want to really put up a Baruch to really understand the Hashem, that you don't No. And this of course comes with the caveat that what? But there's still stuff we do. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you become. The more you understand the Ribono Shel Olam, the closer you become. It's my mind. It requires my heart. There's work. It requires changing things about myself, defining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional, variety of different things. Eternal work. What is on the other side of all this eternal? A sense of love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. From all of this work that I'm doing, this eternal work, I end up feeling a sense of love of Hashem. And again, we'll see that what this means when we get into the sefer. But Nimtza Shavaderech Zeh Ein Shelos. So again, this second path is called Derech Aruba Shikitzav. It's a much longer path. There's a lot more work. There's a lot more to do. What is this path? Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because it'll get you where you need to get. The first path is shorter, right? That's like instantaneous. Almost like consumeristic type, which is beautiful and incredible. Get you fully to where you need to get to. It's the shortest path to do. The second path to do that, which is probably, again, requires my heart, my mind. I'm striving to understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And the way you understand, you're trying to understand yourself, affect you change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets you. Let's say it's a look at this line. One of my favorite lines is Nimsa. Shabbadarasi. Ace Gulos Bulos Kalos Laora Esale. That's like, the Rothschild says, long path, which is the shortest path, there's no space. Right? So Yishmas 27 times in 3 minutes. You know, you're going to find the shit up and have a baby on the same house. Right? So it's the incredible and you like, yeah, I remember when I was a young man, and he was trying to see, he was showing up his white house, and I was looking to people who told me his house. Oh, it's a school of Shalom Bayis. School of Shalom Bayis. Be a mensch. Open the car door. Take the trash. Wash the dishes. Buy your flowers and earn Shabbos. I don't know if this is all talking about this, right? So seriously, what? Because I told you is a heck of a lot. And by the way, I feel like this stuff. I'm not. But plumbing a college is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. Okay, so the Valentine says, I just want to tell you, for the long path about that, there's no skinny, there's no hat. Like this, Ellen Ellen what does it require? A ridiculous amount of exertion, right? And a tremendous amount of engagement. Because I tremendous amount. Again, so shortcut your life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over. About Kamish and Gara Zoo. You kind of small who's a clear shot. So what's as much work as one is, you'll be it's working. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Valentine Dress. And there's no shortcuts to the program. Right? Just like perhaps 12-step programs, you can't say, well, I'm going to skip 4, 5, and 6 because 7 is really my thing. You can't work a 12-step program like that. In any program, comprehensive change, you start from 1, and you got to meet all That's the way that it works, step after step. Let's just pieces. About keeping Shabbat, but if you work, what the Rebbe calls the long path that is short, he says, choose yourself as a person. He says, and you will come truly love the Ribono Shel Olam. So we got this. So and I'm going to teach you. And I'm going to teach you about Tanya. This is the now it's the Hakitzara Shialuka. It's the shortest path that is very long. But this is where you want to get in life. This path is how our life objective is. But this is the way we do it. One could go and content themselves with so it's nice because the path is short. Only one problem. You'll never quite exactly where you need to go. Like the Bible says, I'm going to give you a longer path. But it's the longest path because this path, and where was the brother? Who do you know what path is? You know what it is. Okay, it's an excellent. I'm like, sign me up. Like, all right, I go ahead. I took two. Like, I have no idea what the path is, but now I like, I don't know what to do without it. So I don't even know what the path is, but I know that the path is down right over here. Maybe long, and maybe arduous, difficult. But only path that's going to get me into the only path that's going to allow me to evolve, to self-actualize. Only path that's going to bring me to Avasa. Only path that's going to get me to my intended and desired life. Like, Shkoyach, tonight, see you next week. Next week, start. Good evening. A great issue to be able to continue in time with a beautiful piece ahead of us today. So, remember, waiting under this fucking beautiful different version of China, the one we're learning out of the sacred called the Seedless Meter, which again essentially is like itself is just an interpretation, a translation. It's a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on Tanya. So we left off last week with the Rabbi quoting the pasuk. So literally translated again, the matter is you. Remember again, we asked the fundamental question. Said, if you tell me beficha that something is easy to say something, and I can say it. You don't tell me to do something, and I'll do it. But to tell me to feel something in general, and in general, we have this idea about there's only you can say a lot of things, like you can legislate yours, but you really can't legislate emotions. So what does it mean when we say it's karov elecha b'lecha? So that he says something. So the ability to go ahead, the ability to go and literally regulation is something that is exceptionally difficult. The you talking Nomar Shagam Zehu the Hesed Yad Karov Ma'od B'Chaladam Halol B'Chol Shaman. So again, the Rebbe says again, it's top of page 9. So once again, you want to tell me something is easy to do, I could hear that. Something is you feel, it's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is all the way we feel. Like God tells us, don't sakmo, don't cover. One of the hardest things, because sometimes it's just like to feel a certain way. Like to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. The Rebbe goes on and he says as follows. הספרו, וער היטב. כיצד אחים קרוב הדבר מאוד לכל אדם לעבודת השם, גם בלבד. Entire avodah was hearing in last week we spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rebbe gave this sefer was the Hamad, which means collection of sayings. Call it kind of, but it's because the Kutei Amas, the Rebbe said, the entire avodah of this sefer is to figure out we can serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu not only with our mouth, and not only with our body, but with our hearts. Isn't that the most incredible thing? The most difficult thing? I mean, no, it's really not hard to keep Shabbos. That is not hard. It's 39 hours. I know what to say. As long as I learn what to do, okay. Regulate my behaviors is one thing. But for myself, just in general, it's not regulating behaviors is something I can do. But how many of us actually feel Shabbos? How many of us actually experience with our heart Shabbos? How many of us really get a geschmack of our Yiddishkeit? A lot of times we go through the behavioral actions, the motions, the mechanistic motions, but the heart is not there. So about time says the vogue of what I'm trying to do over here is to shoot the above. Actually, see the bottom of page 7. See that? See the heading? So we'll say this is a profound piece. About some point down, we're only in the introduction. This is only the introduction. Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes. So the words literally again, I'm going to show you the Derech Aruka short. That's short. So listen to this. So just in the notes, Mikor Lashon Zehu B'Gemara. So never again. The large bold letters shows the actual words. The small print afterwards, that's the page. That's the commentary. So that says this house. It says Makar Lashon Zehu B'Gemara. So the source of the in the Gemara, it's the Gemara. So I will say this is a profound. I'm Rabbi Shua ben Hanania. I will say, by the way, that's also why I like using this edition, because again, like many times you find in the great civic masters' work, like they wrote it, standing they were writing, but a lot of times us regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? So the Rabbi just makes one very short statement. There's a path that is long and is short. Thank you. Like what does that mean? So this is based on a Gemara. Listen to this. Right? No, so Rabbi Shimon says, I'm a smart guy. No one ever bested me. Right? No one ever bested me, except for one time a child. A child bested me. What happened? Mind you, one time I was traveling on the road. So Rabbi Shimon was traveling on the road. And I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. I said to the child, son, there is a derech neilech here. So Shimon was traveling to a particular city. He didn't know he was going. He's a kid at the crossroads. He says to the child, can you tell me the best way to get to this? What's the best way to get to the city? He says to me. So Amar Zu Aruka Ukitsara. Zu Kitsara Aruka. So the child said to Rabbi Shlomo, paths. This path is long and short. And this one is short, long. Okay. So my time here is this one. He says to himself, okay, so which path? Which one? What's the thing when you cheats? It's over here. So he says, so which path? Which path should I take? And he said, Amrali, so Alachti Pikisara Vayuka. So Shimon says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that was short and long, Tzara Va'aruka, which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? You know what the kid is saying. The kid says that there's a short path. I'll just the short path. What's the big deal? So he takes the short path. Listen to this. I like to be Va'aruka. Keva she got some sure you know it's amazing. I got here in no time. How you might keep us for Pardesi. The problem is he got to the end of the path and he was right next to the city, but the problem was that there were little gardens and orchards that were keeping him from getting into the city itself. Short path, he got up to the city but couldn't actually enter it the city because the pathway was blocked. All right, I went back to the crossroads. Goes back to the kid. I'm right to the Lokach. I'm right to the Zukitsara. So he says to the kid, what's your problem? Not exactly. You understand, right? Kid, you told me that this was the short path. So I just the path. First the child said, I'm going to be ready. Lokach, I'm right to the Zukitsara. Rabbi, I remember what I told you. What did I tell you? Short, but it's long. Right? It's short, but it's long. It's short. And visit to the city quickly, but you won't get it. I want to say, watch this. Now, by the way, now what was the child saying? And there's another path. What's the other path? It's Aruka. It's long but short. What do you mean it's long but short? It's longer to get into the city, but what? You'll get in. You'll get in. So look at the Rebbe as well, saying this is an incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what knows the future. Listen to what he says. So the truth is the path that was short and long. It was short. There was the shortest distance between point A and point B. But practically, it was longer. The problem, on one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then into the actual city itself, he couldn't get in. He says, again, just point out, could he have gotten into the city gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff? And that's the child was saying. He's saying, Rabbi, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get to utilizing this path because it'll get you up to the gardens and the orchards, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to navigate through the garden or orchard. But then there was a second path. What was the second path? The second path was reality, like this size. It was a long. But this is the way to get into the city. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance, but you can ultimately get in. So Derek Zone, he Hakitsara. He's longer. The second path was longer, but it was a shorter path because it enabled you to reach your actual destination. The be able to get into the city without any obstacles. So let's just look what the Rabbi does, and this is incredible. This Gemara, incredible metaphor. Basically, there are two roads. There's the Derech Kitzara Va'ara, the path that's short but is in actuality long, and Derech Aruka, the path that is long but is actually short. What does that mean? Listen to this. It says Yesh Shofar, Yesh Derech Kitzara Va'aruka. Listen to this. There is a pathway that's short but long. Meaning what? Hainu, Shadam Ma'over as Rikshe Levavo. For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart to serve Hashem. And what happens? Through this, he comes to love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Desu, Omnam Kadosh love of Hashem. Let me say this to you outside. Hey, what the Rabbi is saying is like this. Let's say the easiest way to fall in love with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Easiest way? All the Jewish books, all what? Stories. Everybody loves. What are stories? What's the beauty of a Maisa? An NCSY Shabbat, right? It's like an NCSY Abdallah, right? What happens by NCSY Abdallah? All those of us who have been in the NCS 5 Abdullah, right? How do you feel at an NCS 5 Abdullah, right? Like, oh my God, really going to change my life. It's going to be the most thing, right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was going to say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it until Tuesday. That's really good. Listen, I just want to point out something amazing. You know, Rabbi Soloveitchik points this out. He says the pasuk says that when Avram left from Haran to go to Canaan, so it says that Avram went, Sarai, Lot, and Nefesh Asher Asu B'Charan, and the souls they made in Charan, and the medrash the souls. So Avram converted all these people. Sorry, converted all. So Soloveitchik says, like, where did they go? Right by the time Avram gets to Canaan, it's just Avram, Sarai. So where did the Chevra go? So Soloveitchik says like this: Avinu, sorry, Morty, you were not the first. Avram Avinu was running Shabbatons. He was programming. He was serving Chinese. He was doing everything. He was doing everything. And people were on fire. So Avram says, Chevra, we're going somewhere. I don't know, but God told him, let's go. Everyone's like, yeah, let's go. And they go. What happens? It's like a day's journey. They're like, where are we going? Right? Each day, more and more peeled off. At the end of the day, it was just Sarai and Lot. Right? Why? Because when people are just inspired by episodic events, it's the lights of fire. But as quickly as that fire is, this isn't, if you want to understand a lot, when you look at, let's say, the event, how could it be the people? You saw the seven Makkos, they saw the Prophet giving up the Torah, and yet Rabbi was going like an extra hour, and they're all eating plants. It doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense. Miracles don't work. Miracles do not create suspension, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, and it's very nice. It's very nice, but as quickly as it comes, it goes. And that's why I point out there's a danger. Like today, it's very interesting. I find like everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to inspire because we all want that powerful. And I want like a hack, a neutralize hack. You know, I want to get that report. Come on, just give it to under 2 minutes, please. Under 2 minutes, right? And by the way, it works. The Rabbi says that called Derech Itzara Va'aruka. That's the short path to get to God. There's only one problem. It's actually a much longer way. It actually becomes a much longer way to get to God. Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that high, then you always need to get your high. Right? So what's inspiring next? What's next? And what's next? So it seems like the shortest path of connection, but it's a much more circuitous route to the last thing. So the Rabbi says, person literally inspires himself. Inspiration, right? Inspirational moments. It's interesting. What are inspirational moments demand of you? Demand of you. No, in fact, it's nothing. You're passive. So, and by the way, I point out that is not profound. And one moment where I just need that. I need that pick me up. It feels like it's so intense and so profound because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything. It's easy come, easy go. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. So sometimes like that seems like shortest pathway to Hashem, longest way to Hashem. But since I'm passive, I'm not really doing anything. I'm receiving affecting change in myself. So in the inspiration, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. I'm right where I was. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. But the inspiration isn't always easy coming. Adam Hergish's Orus Overlay. About Kivan Shehi Lotions Yuso. So here it is. Do you know where when a person is willing to change who he is, not because of something I for myself, often it's something being conferred upon me. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, so I've got Nisha Alamdo, can we call them? In Kosan Hamidos Fatibos Hamakos also, is Karos Velikostan. I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I haven't changed. No, we all have this. This is what happens so often. I think a lot of us experience this over Yamim Noran. Right? I'm inspired by the davening, by the Nigulim, by something. Like I wonder, the mission ebbs away. How does that happen? How could it be that day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like flat. That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So if the inside remains the same, and all of the negative wants and desire, proclivities and lusts, and all those things are still there. I'm like a colic spinning my spiritual wheels. And I'm hitting on the accelerator, but I'm not getting anywhere. So the Rebbe goes on and says, he said, she's happily with us. So what's the first path? That first path of Judaism is what we call, it feels short, right? It feels short. I get the high, I get the inspiration. But there's no work that's being done. There's no internal change there. So although it's the fast track to control, what happened? I end up almost getting to my goal. I want to really do something. Everything is there blocking the city. But then there's another model of change. לפיכך, נקרא דרך קצרה בעלוכה. ואילו, הדרך המבוארת בספר התניא. So we'll say, what the Rebbe is going to subscribe to, obviously, and again, I want to point out, the beauty of Judaism in general is that there are modalities, right? There are multiple things of connection, and this is kind of important. There's not one right way, wrong way. People connect to different ways. So there are some people who find that burst of spirituality in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way dramatic moments of inspiration occurs, they come and they bring in the things like the Rebbe says so beautifully, he says, when a person has the moment of inspiration, just supposed to do for this as it says, open up a chumash and read a pasuk. Why? Because at least in this taking the inspiration, you plug it into something. Right? How many times I'm inspired? I'm on fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fires if you don't? Right? It extinguishes. And that's right. But honestly, this is a good time. Monday night, time this year, to be honest with ourselves. How many times in your life was so on fire, so you need to do something, but I just never did something. I just never actually. The fire was there, and the fire burned by itself for a certain amount of time. But after a certain amount, if you don't see it's going out. It's going out. So that's the first path. Then the Rabbi says, bottom of page chas. The rest of what is but the derech in Tanya is a different. It's a derech. It's a pathway to Hashem that requires real internal work. They lapok as rikshe mitayvas ha'ol avas Hashem be'emes muchreches avodas hamoach. Let me read a little bit and then limud v'hasaga begadlus Hashem. Ula'achar mikan bonus ba'amakas hagash b'inyanim shalom al-Yisrael. Says we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in generality more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want to real relationship with HaKadosh, it's going to really need an understanding of Hashem. You can't. It's hard to love something that you don't know, and it's because this is the first time you love. There's only so, but there's still understand. It's like any relationship. the more you come. The more you understand the Ribono Shel Olam, the closer you become. It requires my mind. It requires changing things about myself, refining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a variety of different things. And then again, with all of this, inside of all this internal work of love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Singapore.
From all of this in sense of love of Hashem. And again, we'll see these when we get into the secret. So again, so you see the two paths? This second path is what the Rabbi will call
that is hilarious.
Aluka,
Really.
Shikisara.
Terrible joke.
It's a longer path. There's a lot more. There's a lot more to do, but it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because it'll get you where you need to get to. The path is shorter, right? That like instantaneous, sumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible, and that'll help. But it will never really get you fully to get to. It's the shortest path won't get you. The second path, which the Rabbi is describing, which again requires my heart, my mind. I just trying to understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the way you're trying to understand yourself, affecting change, starting, stopping, there's all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path, but it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. The Bible says, look at this line, the last line on the page, one of my favorite lines. It says, Ein Skulos Kalos the Ora Salev. The author says the long path, shortest path, the most you love schools. You love schools, right? Again, there's a school of like you say Mishnah 27 23 minutes. You're gonna find shit that can have a baby all in the same hour, right? You know, it's not gonna happen, right? And you do this, and you do this, right? I remember when I was a young man. He may or may not be related to me, and he was folding his towels. He made sure that his wife was in the room when he was folding his. And I was like, why does it have to be in the school for Shalom Bayis? Oh, it does. I said, by the way, I'll tell you even better Shalom Bayis. Be rich. Open the, take out the trash, the dishes, buy flowers and Erev Shabbos. I don't know folding the towels, right? But let me say, so folding the towels is a heck of a lot. There might be I'm not. But folding a towel is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. Okay, so the Balatanya says, I just want to tell you that for as a long path that's short, there's no schools, there's no hacks, right? There's no shortcuts. He says, the Ores Alev. Ellen Nidreshes me Adam Yigia Rabba Vatsuma Kfula Mechupelas. What does it require? Of exertion and a tremendous amount of ongoing effort. Of all the kinds, all right, tremendous amount, right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. Away and over and over and over. So I'll say, here's the good news. As much work as this is, one thing you can bank on, which is you will be a change person. You'll be a change person. Now let's see, it's worked in the program. This is the program, right? This is the program. By the time because of the program, right? Just like we'll have 12-step programs. You can't say, you know what, I'm going to skip, 4, 5, or 6. 7's really my thing.
Look at this.
Can't work. That's that program. In any program of comprehensive
Look at
change,
this.
you got one, and you got to make your way all the way through 12. The way that it works is just that moment. Let's
Look
just
at
finish
this
up. He
movie.
says, "Even should be dead
Look, I need somebody.
Just
Hey,
you
you
work
ought to be
or
here,
whatever.
It's pitiful
That
for some,
Abuka
but
Shitzara.
I gotta
The
take
long
a
path
shit.
that is short. He says you change yourself as a person. He says, and you will come to truly love the Ribbon of Shalom. Self, so
Amazing fruit.
now it's Gitar Shiaruka.
Your birthday.
This path that is very long, but this is the way to get where you want to get. This path is how we accomplish life objectives. Mamish. This is the way to do it.
Let me just down for you.
So it becomes a choice.
Look at this
One
one.
can go and so it's nice because the path is
What the
short.
fuck? His
Only
knees
one
are
problem. It'll never quite get you exactly where
They were.
to go.
But look at this athleticism.
Tiny says,
Hey, is everybody talking to me?
But it's the
No.
longest path, that's really the
Fuck.
shortest path, because this path,
Worse.
we don't even know what the path is. Right? We don't know what it is. Valentine's is an excellent salesman.
Dog.
Sign me up. Like, all right,
Hey,
I
stop.
bought it. I'll take 2. Right? I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. It's like I feel like I want to do without it. Right? So I don't even know what the path is, but I know that the path is going to outline over here, maybe long, and maybe arduous, and maybe difficult.
Look at this.
Path that's going to
Look
get
at
the
this.
city. The only path that's going to allow me to involve, to
Look at this
self-actualize. The only path
Bong,
that's going to
James
bring me to
Bong.
Havas Hashem. And the only
Look at-
path
I gotta
that's going
take
to
a
my
shit.
dream and desired life destiny.
Look at this move.
Shkoyach. See you next week. Next week will actually start. Let's see next week. It's done. All right. All right, so some good morning. Our annual Comic-Con production committee Christmas stuff. I'm dedicating all Rishon of this year. This is a host from the Source for the Army. So, Comic-Con sponsors for the month of other carrying things in like his father, Dr. Harry Kahn, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akon, Ziv Levine, in memory of William Zev, and we are burning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Esther Bas Amazon, Zichron, Rothschild, Mertvat, Hamilton, all of the Shamasab, families in the community, 4-7, Kol Chole Yisrael, which brought Shemer Tasha bring home all of our hostages. The Holy soldiers should be successful before Maaseh. Let's do that. Let us begin. There's a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Good. Okay, today's exciting. 97. We are second line down, wide line. First, remember again, we left on the split finger yesterday. Zoran, after killing almost the people, having this desire to convert, realizing again the enormity of his actions, and ready to go ahead and join the ranks of Klal Yisrael. So Gemara now picks up on that theme. Gemara says, "Tana Avonon, Ger Tov Shafaya." So now I'm Moshe, who was the king of Aram, also responsible for pretty much to his blood. So now I'm became a Ger Tov. It looks like Ger Tov usually means a non-Jew who repudiates idolatry, except Shem and Soskin Noach and Israel. So that's the general. So now I'm became a Ger Tov. Zoran Ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So you see some people here that the Zoran really became Ger Tzedek means a Ger. He converted. One of Sisra, Shalayim. Sisra's grandson. Remember again, Sisra by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, Shana, Takiyabi, his mother's cries, served the shofar. So the name of Sisra, the grandsons of Sisra, the Torah Yerushalayim. They both shared Limdu Torah in public. Reminding them who were these sons of Sisra who taught in public. Shmaya and that's wild. Remember Shmaya Tayon was who founded them, Hill and Shammai, they were descendants, the grandsons of Midnei Banak Shah. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Bnei Brak. Va'ad Midnei Banak Shah Osara Biki Shakadosh Baruch Hu. Even the grandson of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. So the Malachim said, no, what's going on over here? Couldn't like the same flesh. Someone destroyed this city. Someone did many terrible things to your children. Such a person like this should merit to have a Shekhinah. How did this is? What seems to be that the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar or his descendants joining the ranks of Klal. Hayu Dixid, as Baba Voronus herself, he tries to heal Baba, but it cannot be healed. So we'll say this idea that Baba could have been technically by the conversion of Yitzhak's children. But Baba was so broken. Baba was such a big state of disappearance. The Baba did so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Ula says that refers to something else. I'm sorry, Ula is Nebuchadnezzar. That there was no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No children of Nebuchadnezzar. No cathartic change for it. Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani Amar Elu Naros Bo. The Tirgamot, the Sinai Son de Babylon. Some say the rivers of Babel. It's the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. Elu Naros Babel. Shem Ra'im Lishtos. The waters are very bitter, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says that Sinai said about what Rashi says, the Kalim Morim named Sha'omdim Benaros. And they had bitter date times. Not only are the waters bitter, but also again the date times by the water are also bitter. And I will say it's interesting, by the way. The Gemara says that the one thing you can't heal is Alnar is now Badal. This is of the capital of Tilim, Nalos Badal, Shachinu. The name of Seal, like Shani Gamachinu Seal. Nalos Badal, that image, is remembering when Kaddish was being led out from Eretz Yisrael, socially. So we sat by the rivers and we cried and we remembered. Almost as if the Baruch Shalom says, there are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. It's crazy because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some evil that's perpetrated in this world cannot be undone. So the mercy what Nebuchadnezzar did to our people, simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So we'll say about a lot of the cover ask, so clearly what's interesting is that's his offspring, no indication there, but his descendants ones, they were black. But yet the Zoran did go ahead and convert. So interesting, what that means, who converted. There's a Sefer Kokas Hager. He has like a lot of discussions about Gavis, or a lot of interesting cases. He brings down a shayla where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously had tremendous character for what it is that he did. And he came, but I forgot the author of the Sefer, his name, and to convert. And the shayla, and they were there and said, how do you convert this guy? After all, what he did, we saw what he did. He started to go get his hands. And the Mechanic, because like I says, Rothschild says is based on Halacha Yegesha. That's interesting. expression. Halacha means like cold hard fact. Hard halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is if somebody becomes about tshuva, right? And they mention, but how can you convert such a person? How could a person be welcomed into Am Yisrael after everything that he could it be? How could it be that a person behave in such egregious fashion with such cruel towards Am Yisrael? And then we would welcome him into our ranks. So he passed in, don't convert him. Don't convert him. But it's interesting. You don't often find this in halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because a legal psak is you can convert him. If the guy's sincere, and Imam Shas Chalot, you can convert him. But he with such a person like that, we welcome him into Chalisah. So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Mitzvah became a ger, right? Who converted him, which based into responsibility for this. It is interesting to know that Zoran is Ara. He ran away, which seems to indicate that he was else, not part of community, not part of regular Jewish. He went off. What does it mean converted? Does it mean that he went through a formal process? Does it mean that he just accepted it upon himself? We don't know. Just interesting to point out. Bad neighbors to Yerushalayim council. When the Amorim of heard that the Navi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim, Shalchu, they sent word to the press. In other words, the word for out of years, what front did to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim. What happened to Seth? What prompted him to do it? So the Gemara says, Ammon is going to be destroyed. So they sent Nebuchadnezzar, Pook, talk. Be the gun. Nebuchadnezzar was weak. Kaiser destroyed. Pook the talk. Come and again, look and come. So Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to do to me because their previous enemies, he's referring to something. The ish is not home. I'm sorry. So the word said, the ish Allah Kadosh Baruch Hu, the man is not going to be Kadosh Baruch Hu left his home. Hashem ish Chama. So open again and tell Nebuchadnezzar that this is a right time. He's from abandoned Klal Yisrael. You should come and fight. So he said, maybe a Kadosh Baruch Hu is close by. Maybe the Lord shall, as much as it looks like we've got Klal Yisrael now, when they're in a state of need, we will return. Shalchu Allah b'derech merau. God has really done. God is really far away. It reminds me what Chayes Habikim. It's a beacon of the car. And when they daven, they'll bring that Shalchu leitzur hakesaf lakach yado be'ef bali b'fayisha sa'ol Shalchu lehu Hashi b'tshuva rachami u'may. So I said, this conversation is incredible. So the Nebuchadnezzar said, well, even if the ish is gone and the tzaddikim are gone right now, what's wrong? No. So they're calling so. The Shalom Klal Yisrael will do tshuva. We again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the Beis Hadosh. So the Gemara says, Shakolei, K'va Kabbalah and Zman. So essentially, I'm going to say it's too late. Kadosh Baruch Hu already decreed. And not only that, to even a time for the destruction of his Mikdash Shneimar, L'yom HaYavo B'Beisov, Ein Kesa Ela Zman Shneimar, B'Kesa Chagim. As I said, it's winter time ready, fall, winter, and I can't come because this no cause the rain. So what's your by the way? But you clearly see very fascinating situation. People doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. Otherwise, he has just a bad feeling about this, that even if somehow he's successful, the repercussions and ramifications will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come, the weather is very bad. They said to him, don't worry about it, Ta Ashina the Surah. When you come to Eretz Yisrael, don't navigate yourself around mountains. In other words, go ahead and travel by the base of the mountains. That way the mountains will shield you from snow. Shneemar, Shamo Shal Eretz, Misalam Nidbara Har Snow, Ahar Basio. Yasinga Leslie Doctor Yasin. If I come, there's no place for me to stay. Whereas there's no place for me to house my army. Tomorrow says, don't worry about it. They send back to himself. Kibros Shalahem, Moon the Kaltin Shalcha. The Kaltin Shalcha. The grades of the Jews are even the palaces. They're going to say, Ba'is. Omar Shem Zias Smos Malki Yehuda Es Sarab Es Asmos HaKohanim Es Asmos HaNeviim Es Asmos Yoshim Shani Kivreim the shot from the Arach Chotza Shasham Shah Abdul Bashar Ochoacharehem Amalei Rabbi Scott so once I saw again so that's the end story. So it's just interesting to note over here first of all, was it just general that there's animosity around this, right? Like, what do Amalek have to get involved in this? Those are our customers. And what about they have to get involved? Elamai, Amalek will have come, and then people can start opening to march against Yerushalayim. Incredible. I will say now, you want to switch this back to the topic of Shiach. So remember, again, so now I should say, up now, the focus really was on most of Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a little bit more on Mashiach himself. Some really beautiful words ahead of us. I'm not going to start. This is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nafli. When is Bar Nafli coming? Now, who Nafli was in his nose? When is he coming? Mashiach. By not being Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Mashiach by Nafli called his name. Mashiach is called by Nafli. I'm already in, yes. He is. By Yom Bahu. Akino, what's the top of Tzaddik Zion? 7-8. Arkiv as Sukas to David and no false. It's incredible. What's going to see at and will lift up, will be again, and will rebuild Sukas David and no false. The fallen look of David and Melech reference to the base of the Koshtan. She said, Sukas David and no false. Malchus David. So it's interesting. Rashi understands over here, Sukkah Daven Hanofal is not the base of Mikdash. In fact, Sukkah Daven Hanofal Malaki. So one of the things that Mashiach will do, ultimately again, is the restoration of the Davidic monarchy. That's why Mashiach is called Bar Nafli, the one who lifts up things. Let's say there, if something you think yourself. All the things that Mashiach is going to do, right? Golgum Magro, yes, amazing, all this other stuff. But the one thing that he's doing is restore the Davidic monarchy. By the way, also, others understand that represents Mikdash. Right? That's what it's like. So sometimes the greatest avodah in life is to rebuild that were broken. To take something from you and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was whole and then broke it and rebuild it again, rebuild it to put back pieces into what they once were is sometimes the greatest avodah. So what does Mashiach do? Everything that he has, he's able to take the pieces. Halachically, he's able to take a monarchy or was destroyed and rebuilt it. Take a structure that was destroyed and rebuilt it. That's Mashiach, Barnatli. Barnatli. Jerusalem tells us also the ministry of the soul to become about Tshuva. What it means to become about it means to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own bar nat, take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, and put them together, that is the greatest accomplishment. So Gemara goes back to George was incredible Gemaras over here. George ben David Bach, Hamidi Chachamim Musafir. So we'll say, we're going to see over here that there's two different narratives, well, we're in two different narratives, about the generation and the time, the Messianic era. Messianic watchman, the narrative as follows. So the opener says as follows. George ben David Bach, the generation of the Malach will come, that the Mashiach will come. There's a diminution of less total. There is less total to become. There are fewer Talmud Chachamim. Shara Eneim Kalos Yodel Va'ano. So there's fewer Talmud and a general offering. Rabbi, it's terrible. There's kashos, mischashos, and new terrible decrees every single day. Shavuot Sheben David Bar, the year, Shavuot usually a 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shana Rishonim is Kanye Mikvazeh. This is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. Number one, Shana Rishonim is Kanye Mikvazeh. Some cities will have food, others literally again, I'll make it rain in one city or rain in a different city. Shnia, second year, famine everywhere. So in year number one, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number two, everyone has famine. Year number three, Shlishes, Ra'ab Godel, in Zilanosh and Nashavaka. Hasidim La'anshe myself. In year number three, the women, children die. Actually, I said, great people will die. Torah will virtually be overwhelming. So material suffering, spirit suffering, some of it is sober. Some places have food, some have food. Sofa gadol, there'll be a great satiety, more food, people will eat. The Torah closes out, and Torah wants them to come back. The Shishis Kolos in the 60 towns. Rashi says over here, the Shishis Kolos, Yotsu Kolos Sheben David Ba. So there'll be murmurings, right? There'll be talking. The Shavias Machalos in the 7th-year war. Gog Magog, the Shavias Ben David. And I must say Shavias, at the end of that 7 year, that's when Mashiach comes. So it's like, so this is a description of the 7-year cycle precedes Messianic redemption. Rabbi Yosef says, well, 1 second, Rabbi Yosef, you just described over here, that 7 years, that's pretty much a 7-year cycle of comes. So in other words, what you just described is Jewish history. And Mashiach has not come. So Rabbi says, B'shishis 6. We're ultimately murmurings about Mashiach. And in year 7 of war, that order have happened, but join me, Hobby. Furthermore, what Rabbi responds is not just that these events occur in a 7-year cycle, it's that events occur in this order. So has that happened the way we described it? It is David Bach, Sabbath, Yeliznos. So it says, there was still here something very really amazing. To begin to see it, apparently, before the Mashiach comes, there is a general spiritual flow. Now, I'll just put this on. We'll see this more physically later. But there's like two models about Messianic redemption. The Mashiach comes essentially almost like when things hit rock bottom, and there is no choice but to redeem us, or is redemption something we can earn? right? And we can even expedite. So just as you go on in the coming days. It says, about the generation in which Mashiach gathers us. The Lord said, God is the Beis HaNefesh. The Beis HaNefesh will be turned into a place for immortality. That was the last shot. Because there will be no time between. Therefore, no one congregates there. When you have large empty space, Medrash Rashi points out, which generally like outside of the city, you have large spaces unoccupied, a little bit reducing morality. So they'll once again painting a picture of a lack. The north will be destroyed. And ultimately, she says over here, also is a place will be destroyed so in the ear. The people who live in the border cities, a lack of general security, move from place to place. And the Chachmas won't find any mercy, but the Chachmas and Tisra, the wisdom of the Rebbe Chachamim will become strict, in other words, will decay. The Yirei Chayv Gizu, people who fear will be despised. In other words, we'll say, not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will look down upon. Hadar Kipnei Kelef. Literally, again, the face of generation will be like the face of a dog. Interesting, again, like we saw Balato in yesterday's MS Nederes, Henry Marba TMS Nederes, Sarah Mishnah. So you must my Batiamis Nederes. I mean, we have Milan Shinas Adorim So literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around. Right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become wanderers as well. My Samira Mishtavel Shiva, Komisha Samira Mishtavel al Habios. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to be Samir will be ostracized. Rashi says al Habios, Kala Ola Shontehu, and Mishtavel. So I say, so there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized in the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater cloud Israel. Rabbi said as follows. So I said this is a tremendous thing. Said, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. Joe says, she says, Ein Adam Ba'olam Sheyidaber MS Tamid. Listen to this statement. There is no person who always speaks the truth. I remember saying, find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. I was saying, I want to point out, by the way, that statement is not condemnation. It could just be like a rather again. We have this in halacha, we're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, you're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change truth for the sake of preserving. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, some people have this route, he went on record, he said, give me all the money in the world. I would not change the truth. So we'll say now this Rav Tavini is a story about himself. I went to a place. The Kushta is the name of the place was Kushta. The name of the town was Truth. That was the name. And he says, V'lo hava mishani b'drayu, v'lo hava inshimi hasam b'manei. Don't say invoke truth. Well, what was the residency requirement? The residency requirement was you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. And interestingly enough, no one ever before their time. What is your definitely time? Everyone died young. So people lived to write books there, and they died like that. What happens? Rabbi Tavimi said, I liked it a lot. Just settle down. The secret is something. I married a woman from Kushta. Now watch this. Gemara said, I married her from there. We had two sons. So it was one day, my wife was washing her hair. This is what Tamim says. My wife was washing her hair. So the neighbor came along, right? Her friend came along, knocked on the door, and asked me, is your wife home? Now, Rabbi Tavimi felt, but Tavimi felt it wasn't serious to say that wife is washing her hair, but she's taking a bath. It wasn't right. So instead, what he said is, no, sorry, she's not home. She's not home. So it's like, so what happened? The two sons passed away. Also, she got to come away. In my hand, the time came over there, said, what is this? Or this happened in our town. Why did your sons pass away? So I told them this is what happened. So we realized that ended up happening over here. She lied. That granted, she lied for good reason because he was protecting it. If you have his wife, tells me what Amalek, they said to him, there are two sons. They asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring death to our So again, now this goes in line with what Rabbi was saying, that you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That thinking. You can't always find a person as well. Because even if you have a town like Kush stuff, like what was the packet before? You know, I don't know. How many people are living there, right? So that's fine. You can maybe create like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because once there's some things, life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit for certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, you know, right? George bend up. So we say once again, a description of the Messianic generation. The generation of Mashiach comes in. So he mentions, the young will embarrass the old. Because the king Yandu the flame the orange. And the elders will be forced to give respect to the young ones. So he's going to be like this sense of like generational, like this sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. Ubas can be Maduro rebel against the mother. The kind of a daughter against her mother-in-law. The face of generation will be like the face of a dog. The aim had been misguided of it, and ultimately, again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. And let's say, by the way, I just want to point out, remember this Gemara? Sora Umora, remember this? Even when Sora, he steals the money from his father, but where does he eat the meat and wine? Where does he eat it? In someone else's rishos. Why? Because there's an inherent embarrassment that a son has in the presence of his father that he's not going to transgress. In general, Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that a son doesn't even have any. I'll say first why I tell you. When Nehemiah says, "Dorsha ben David Bal," Azus Kirbat. Azus means, I don't know what Azus is, brazenness. Brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate Yavis, Gaiva, right? So you can't be Zed, Yakar covered. So there's a huge arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. The vine will produce, but wine will be very expensive. And what does that mean? The vine will produce goods, but the wine will still be expensive. So actually what that means is there's going to be a lot of wine consumption. In other words, it's an environment, there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand. The entire monarchy. The aim to anyone. It's fascinating to see like a lot of these. Everyone's opinion is right. And even if they're wrong, no one needs the other. Support of this in Ben David Ball, it's happened to call a Malchus Laminos. Mashiach doesn't come again till the entire market, the entire government turns to heresy. Amar Rabbi said, what the pasuk? Kulo hafach lavan. So it's interesting. Love a player and saras. What is saras? If the entire body turns white, then all again it's tahar. So when there is this unfortunate change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical. That society as a whole just loses it. Interestingly enough, that should be a sign that election is on the way. That is Rabbanon. Ki yakin Hashanamo, ki yireya, azlos yad za'afes azava azov, ein ben David Baal, sorry, Mashiach comes at Shiyegu Hamusaros. So there is a prohibition, ultimately again, of the Musaros. Now you see exactly what that means. We just wrote until again there is a diminution ultimately again of Talmudim. Rashi says over here, Shenachsiki the Israel so there's ultimately Chachamim, but there's ultimately Chachamim. Ultimately again there's no one to restore Kavod Israel to the right path. There are most serious people who give over the Jewish Because you have all of this together, and once again you paint a picture of a society that is highly spiritually deficient. I should take my truth in a case until there's poverty. Actually, section in a gula. Which is interesting. Mashiach only comes when while Israel being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give us hope on redemption does redemption come. The FS serve it's so much faster than we saw. That was his fashion, fascinating. You have a mashkich Rabbi and then ask. So we're going to talk about this more on the days. Rabbi Zera would find groups of rabbis trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. So it's really on the days. A lot of rabbis spending a lot of time and concern time. When the Mashiach is happening? When Rabbi Zera, like people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming, he said, please do not leave the arrival of Mashiach. I'm trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, or delaying his this fascinating. Why is he saying that? This is incredible Gemara. People buy the Hadas. Three things that come, you stop looking for them. The Bible says incredible Gemara. Three things. Number one, Elohim, Mashiach, Metzia, V'Akrav. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Finding a lost object, and a scorpion. So that's work backwards. That's work backwards, right? Scorpion, and the scorpion's work actually points out is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere. And they think, okay, let's see. So let's say we know this, right? You know, if you go out looking for just lost object, you're not going to find it. But somehow, if you're just minding your business, doing your thing, you stumble across stuff. And the last thing is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. If you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, they'll go and say, what's the shot with this? And this is so profound. You want to like this. Instead of trying to figure out when he's coming, live the kind of life that will make you come. was sometimes there's so much time trying to figure out future events are going to occur instead of recognizing that if we just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. Right? We figure out just about even that I spend so much time trying to figure out when is my marriage going to improve? I'm also going to improve. What are my kids? All of it's going to improve. Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time when. We're about to right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara. Rav Katina. So it says, interesting. Now that we think about, by the way, not trying to do when Mashiach is going to come, that's going to go into an exhaustive lecture about what Mashiach is going to come. So again, what's it? Because it's super schools, it's fault. That's what I'm saying. Just like what is about messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? Schools are maybe trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come also. So just I'll be showing you about the world is 6,000 years old. So I'll say, everybody knows this, but this is where we all speak about it. The world was programmed to act 6,000 years. That's the way it works. How will 6,000 years? How are they? And then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, apparently the way that the world is structured to work is the world as we know it. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. Most remember they had the Gemara. And what happens? That during those 1,000 years, never again. What happened? They give them wings and they fly over the water. That's what brought back by Chess and Nixon. They hover for 1,000 years, and then after 1,000 years, another world is created. So Shneimar, the Niskava from Nevada by Rabbi Amar Shrei Rabbi says no, and then for 2,000 years, despite the she can have the knockout of the mystery on the phone. I'm telling you about the vice says support of Kippur. Says Kishim Shah Shvius. Just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, there's a Shemitah year once every 7 years. So to the world, so to speak, undergoes a Shemitah. Undergoes a Shemitah once every 1,000 years. The world exists for 6,000 years, and in the year and the 7,000th year, ultimately, is like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, where everything is. Okay, interesting, by the way. I often think that part of the Niskar Hashem Levado, that Hashem will be established by himself. But it's more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands that we know that the Levado occurs after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset. It'll only be after the Shri universe for that 1,000-year period. Omer, Lishma Yom HaShabbos, Yom Shikul Shabbos. What's the Yom Shikul Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Vomer, Yelav Shalom Be'anecha Shom Eslo, Yelav Tan Be'elio, Sheishes Alachim Hadin Shana Hadin. The will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, so now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, this is retrospective. Right? The world that we're in. For the first 2,000 years, there was Babylon. Now, what does it mean there's no Babylon? The Torah wasn't given. But first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay. So the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. And the last 2,000 of the 6,000 are the most of Mashiach. You must say now, again, we see it like that. And that was for us, right there for us. We're in the last 2,000. There was no Mashiach yet. Sadi Zaino, there's 97 Obama. Sherabu Yatsamehem Mashiach. So this is our profound statement. But because we messed up, Yatsamehem Mashiach. It's like, when I don't do what's right, when I make decisions, Yatsamehem Mashiach. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your lips. So many times in life we find ourselves at times and wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's that complicated how I got here. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them acutely poor, some of them nuanced, and that's what's got me where I got to. It's not rocket science. The good news is, the same band that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully by changing the decision-making process,